At Detroit tomorrow night to face the top team in the NBA, the Pistons. Cavs going to be looking to bounce back after losing to Milwaukee last night, 118-116. Jared Allen, 27 points, 11 rebounds. Cavs hope to have James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, and Evan Mobley back in the lineup. All three missed the game against the Bucks because of injuries. Guardians continue Cactus League play this afternoon. Going to be in Peoria to take on the Mariners. Joey Cantillo gets the start for the Guardians. Cleveland looking to snap a 2-game losing streak in Arizona. Meanwhile, Guardians outfielder Chase DeLauder was not expected in the lineup for today's game anyway, but there might be some worry. DeLauder was scratched from Wednesday's lineup. He's dealing with what the team is calling lower body soreness. Club saying the move just precautionary, but DeLauder does have a history of injuries. Guardians going to see how he feels today and go from there. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
One of the things that we like about Todd Monken is it seems like he's someone who is going to hold guys accountable a little more. And that was a big question with Stefanski. And again, I have to admit, we don't know what Kevin's doing behind the scenes. Maybe Kevin slams the door and gets in the face of a player. We had no evidence of that. And it's hard to fathom the guy that we saw day in and day out was the same guy that would do that, especially when the special teams were as bad week 1 as they were week 18, cost him 2 or 3 games, and yet everybody kept their jobs. Monken does seem like a guy that is not going to be afraid of holding guys accountable.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Today's the day. Put those college football players on that turf at Lucas Oil and let's see them run.
Let's go.
Let's see them dance around cones.
Yeah. Zigzag.
Let's see quarterbacks stand there and not throw.
Yeah. Awesome.
NFL Scouting Combine gets cranked up.
Rich Eisen wearing dress shoes.
I hope not. And who's the guy who's going to be there watching it all? By golly, it's going to be Todd Monken.
The monk.
Among other folks from the Cleveland Browns.
Is that old? Is that boring? Is that driving people nuts?
Kind of.
Okay,
Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. This would be Andy Baskin. We're in a fine quarter zip type zipper up thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
to
dap her up for YouTube.
That's a nice thing there.
You don't have to dap her up for YouTube, dude. It's not like
that's real nice.
YouTube's informal, isn't it? It's not. You don't have to get dressed up like. Otherwise, we'd be wearing suits, right? We'd be going back to 1970s. We'd be smoking a cigarette on the desk.
Not this boy. Todd Monken had his big press conference yesterday. It's real clear Todd's press conferences are going to be somewhat informative. You're going to hear some things. At the very least, you'll be entertained. He said something yesterday, though. You know, he did the press conference, and then they do the little sidebar thing, and then you kind of make the rounds.
Right.
And he went to
We didn't hear the sidebar stuff yesterday, though. We didn't get to the sidebar. Remember, we were off the air before that.
Right. Yeah. He went to our buddies at Pro Football Talk, and that would be Mike Florio and Chris Sims.
Yeah.
And they, we love Florio. He's on our show frequently, and Sims is terrific. And Monken sat down and listened to this response, listen to what Sims had to say, and then how can you not like this guy? Okay?
Okay.
Dano, hit it.
We got to just address the elephant in the room. All right. I mean, Jordan gear here, just looking cool, casual.
Actually, there's a story behind it.
Okay.
So I had like $500 worth of Nike gear from the Ravens.
Right.
Before they fired me, I thought I'd spend the money. So I found this outfit in there and I bought it. It's a true story.
I
They were
love
going to
it.
shut my account down. I said, I better use the money.
How do you not like that guy?
I thought it was weird yesterday.
Guy makes millions.
So I was watching the press conference yesterday as we were listening to it, and I'm like, this is kind of weird. Is he playing golf or is he? Well, why is he wearing all this Nike gear? So I'm glad somebody asked.
You know what he looked like? He looked like Al Davis back in the day. Remember how Al was always wearing the casual gear?
Yeah.
That's what Todd Monken looked like yesterday. And think about it.
I thought he had to deal with Nike. It was the first thing I thought. I was like, okay, must have a deal.
Coordinators make a ton of money.
Yeah. because they know how to coordinate.
Hey,
Football, close.
They're firing me before they close the account. I better spend the $500.
I don't blame them. Got to pay tax on it though. That's my problem.
Isn't that priceless?
I thought it was. He was wearing it yesterday. I was like, this is weird, and it was like, it was a Carolina blue shirt too.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah. It wasn't orange and brown.
No. Oh, he didn't get the memo. When he gets the memo, everything's going to be orange. It's all orange. He needs to call Jimmy up and see if he needs a tie. He's got about 30,000 orange ties.
Other than station logos, orange and brown can be tough colors.
Good catch there, Jeff. Wouldn't want to get you in any trouble there.
I didn't catch it, Andy. I prefaced it.
Orange and brown are very tough colors to work. I will say our staff here does a really nice job with it.
So Monken said a bunch of things in his press conference, and it seemed as if the day went on, he got a little more specific about things, which is good, I guess. And right out of the chute, the guys from Pro Football Talk, and we thank Mike Florio and Chris Sims for the audio. We give them credit for it. They asked about the Browns quarterback situation. It's obviously the hot topic. It's the hot topic in Indianapolis when it comes to the Browns. And Monken gave some interesting thoughts on all three of the guys who are here right now. We'll start with Shedeur Sanders.
When you watch the back half of the year and you look at Shedeur, what you do see is a little bit more mobility than I thought.
Right.
He has a knack for getting out of trouble. He certainly has playmaking ability. That you do see. I do think there's something there to work with.
Yeah.
I wasn't here during the year, so to be able to drill down at preparation or what they were doing offensively with him. And also, you got to be able to surround your quarterback with weapons.
This is true. You better find him some weapons.
A little bit of an assessment there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's no... we all know what this is. He needs help. He needs help on the offensive line. He needs help at wide receiver. End of story. This is a quick one.
I think that was real clear. But I thought he gave us a little bit of insight into Shedeur. Didn't sound over the top, but also was, I think, pretty honest and pretty frank about things. Then Todd just moved right along to Deshaun Watson.
And then you have Deshaun, who at one time played at an elite level. Where he's at now, it's hard to say. Probably his best game he played in recent memory was 23 at Baltimore.
Right.
Where he won the game and then got hurt.
Yeah.
So obviously being able to keep him healthy and on the field, I don't think you lose that part of playmaking ability, play the game of football.
Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of what will we see here in a few weeks.
Right.
And I'm excited to get a chance to work with him because we've seen it.
I think that's interesting. At one time, played at an elite level and was, very frank. Yep, one time was there. Now, hard to say. That's nothing but fair. But and this is not a knock on Kevin. Kevin wouldn't really say such things. Todd's being a little more direct about things. And I think
Todd's got the
honest.
luxury. He's healthy now. Kevin never really had a chance.
Well,
we went
had
weeks,
very
months.
few chances.
Yeah, we didn't talk a whole lot about Deshaun because he was never healthy. We're like, all right, well, which one of these rookies is going out there? Is Joe Flacco here or there or coming back? And, really that's where, Kevin was so just, not to do Shawshank on you, but so obtuse about everything he said about the quarterbacks. Like, there was no. What'd you say?
It's a month in the hole for you.
No, I'm sorry. Really? Well, at least I'm going to play the music.
You know what? Make it 2 months.
Oh, all right. Now I see how you are.
Talking back.
It's all right, man. We'll see. Insubordination. See how that goes. I don't know if Kevin was in a good spot or a bad spot because, I think as a player, I would want someone like Kevin as my head coach because he never threw anybody under the bus. Do you think Todd's going to start throwing guys under the bus? I don't.
But he's actually giving us a little more food for thought.
You know what?
I think when it comes to these guys.
He's winning press conferences because he hasn't had to win on the field yet.
Well, sure.
So everything he says is going to sound like, oh, this is great. Like the whole thing about, how it's so wrong to judge someone before you walk into the room. And that's like giving him a score on a test before they take the test. I thought that was really interesting yesterday when he said that. Equal, fair, balance is what it sounds to me. And then he said, I don't pick the players to play the field. The players pick themselves.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Then Todd Monken did something that we haven't really heard very much of from anybody, and that was he gave an assessment of Dillon Gabriel.
And then Dillon, anybody that's done it at 3 different schools, UCF, Oklahoma, and Oregon, there's something there.
Yeah.
And he's done it at 3 different places at an elite level.
Definitely.
So I'm excited for the room that we have, and yet not opposed to add to that room. Obviously, it doesn't matter what position, but especially that position, you're constantly trying to find the guy.
Done it at an elite level, so there's obviously something there. That's the most praise Dillon Gabriel has received since he went out with a concussion.
That's true. That's right. I thought you were going to say since they got him. I was like, no.
Since he went out
Remember
with a concussion.
How happy they were when they drafted him?
Well, he was persona non grata from the concussion on because Shedeur took over.
Yeah,
and that's fine because Shedeur did a fine job.
We are in the honeymoon period, folks. So nothing he says is really going to be that bad or that wrong. But
I did think when
he said, in the press conference, there's a competition. But then I know we're going to get to that in a second. I'm still a little confused on what he said yesterday about wanting to have a starting quarterback going into camp and then saying there's going to be a competition. We'll get to that in a minute. But I don't feel good about this because I really wish we had a quarterback that you could say this is our starting quarterback and you wanted to live and die with him. I'm not living or dying with any one of these 3 quarterbacks.
I do think he's given us a little bit more food for thought. And then, yet again, Andy, how did he finish his Dillon Gabriel comment?
Upbeat?
Well, and we're not opposed to looking outside. And there's that again. And
they are not closing the door on bringing in another quarterback.
No, and they're not. And that's good. I don't think there's any question that's a good thing. But, boy, if you're one of those 3 guys, you've been put on notice. Don't you think?
Yeah.
You have been put on notice.
Show up, right? If you're not ready to go, then you're not going to be here.
Show up.
Although Deshaun will be here because he's getting paid.
Yep. Show up, play, and let's see where you go because you have a chance. You have a chance.
It's like there's 4 quarterbacks here right now. The 3 that are here and the mystery quarterback.
And the one that might be on the way.
Yeah. If I was Deshaun or if I was Shedeur, I would take this as a challenge. Hey, they're not. Although Watson's in a little bit of a different situation. But if I'm Shedeur, I listen to everything he said, and now I've got to figure out what do I need to do to impress Todd Monken to be the starting quarterback right out of the gate. I hope that he gives me opportunity. That's what you got to hope for. I don't think he had the opportunity last year at this point in the season, or early on in the year after he got drafted and then going into camp, going in the beginning of the season. So there's got to be, for Shedeur, there's got to be an opportunity. He still needs to create things, and he's got to work hard at it. It's not they're not handing him anything. I think there are fans that want them just to hand him the job. That ain't happening.
They're not handing anything to any of these guys.
No,
except you would assume reps. Right? You would assume reps.
You're hoping they're going to get reps.
And you and I had a great debate yesterday about some things that Todd said about the quarterback and a number 1 and a starter and all that.
Yeah.
And I took it for what he said yesterday. You took it for maybe taking it down the road a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He cleared that up. We're going to hear what he had to say to our boys Florio and Sims. Coming up, Chris Rose is going to join us from the Combine at 11:20. Our buddy Daryl Ryder is going to join us at noon. And it's a 2-writer day.
Oh, good. Huh?
Chad Ryder, spelled differently, NFL Network analyst. He's going to join us. He's also at the Combine coming up. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. Plus, James Harden has a bum thumb. And Reese Hoskins, following in the footsteps of many great Guardians before him. We'll explain. All that coming up on Baskin and Phelps. But up next, Monken clarifies number 1 quarterback.
Hey, friends.
there's not enough there recently with any of the three that we have currently on the roster to say that we've got our starter right now. But hopefully through, the weeks that we have in the offseason, we'll get a little better view of what we've got.
There's an honest assessment from Todd Monken, and that kind of clarifies a little bit, Andy, of what he said yesterday. Because remember yesterday he said, get him out on the OTAs and everything else. He never really said there was like any big open competition. But in talking to the guys at Pro Football Talk yesterday, Todd Monken, maybe a little more specific. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. He'd be the Baskin, I'd be the Phelps.
Yeah, didn't one of these two guys say there was going to be a competition? Within the last 2 days, I remember I got to go. My notes are sitting up there. I got to grab them. But the first thing he said, that we're going to have a competition.
Yeah, but he also said we'd like to have the starter before training camp.
Ideally.
That's where we had talked about.
I don't know.
Because he said when we get to training camp, we'd like to have a number one starter. And they didn't really go there yesterday.
I don't know.
Monken kind of backed off that a little bit and said what he just said. There's really not enough through OTAs and what we have on the guys now to really be able to say that there's that guy. Which makes sense. You and I debated that yesterday.
The debate yesterday was...
I took it at what he said.
Yeah, I did too, but what he said was there's going to be a competition. Then he said I wanted to have a starting quarterback by the beginning of camp. And I'm like, how can you do that? You're essentially picking a starter based on watching like combine performances during OTA. No one's hitting anybody. There's no real-time speed. Because they were great in the classroom? Okay. All right. I don't know. That didn't make any sense to me at all yesterday to say I expect to have a starter going into training camp. I was shaking my head. I'm still shaking my head that he said it. And even that the realistic thing to say is we're going to have our starter. We're going to get into camp and we'll figure this thing out. Obviously there's going to be a pecking order because you want to see what guys look like. And it didn't make any sense yesterday. I was kind of like, I was confused.
Well, I think maybe for obvious reasons.
They want us to be confused.
Maybe. And maybe Todd's trying to figure out exactly how he should be saying
that's
things
okay.
right
I don't
now.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with
it's
that
been
either.
a while since he's been a head coach.
Yeah.
And having to be the guy who answers all the questions. As a coordinator, you meet with the media once a week.
Right.
And that's...
half your answers can be that. You're going to have to talk to our defensive coordinator about that.
Right. You can tap dance around that.
Yeah, that's special
that's
teams.
really a question for John.
Yeah.
As in Harbaugh back in the day.
Our special teams coordinator is really good at that. Give him an ask.
What's your initial impression of this guy, folks? 216-474-0092. I think he's giving us some things to think about in his press conferences. I kind of like that.
Yeah, again, he's in the honeymoon period, Jeff. I like what he's saying. He sounds like he's, one of us. He looks like he wants to make decisions. He's going to be there to answer the tough questions and give you an answer. That's the one thing I think he's laid the foundation for. That if there's a tough question, he's going to answer it.
Yeah.
Even listening to Mary Kay, I think was down this morning just saying.
It might not be the exact rock solid answer you're looking for, but he's going to give you food for thought, and give you something. And that's not to knock what Kevin Stefanski did, what Andrew Berry does.
It was just Kevin's style.
It was just Kevin's style.
And I think Kevin's style is, why should I say anything to the media that's going to create a headache for me and for my players and provide, locker room divide because of something that was said or wasn't said in the media.
Or something you might have to go back on.
Yeah, you don't want to go backwards, right? So Kevin had his way, and if you're winning, it's awesome. When you're losing, it's frustrating. And like I was saying, Mary Kay this morning was talking about how boring the press conferences were with Kevin Stefanski. I thought, especially Menigan loved him. I was heartbroken when they let him go.
Yeah.
Because Dan just loved those press conferences.
I understand that completely.
Yeah, so I feel bad for him.
I keep every time, and honestly, Andy, every time Andrew Berry, since the season ended, has talked about the quarterback situation, and every time Todd Monken has talked about the quarterback situation, they keep mentioning other guys, outside guys. And I'm curious to see how that plays out. Are they just keeping their options open? Do they have some big plan specifically in mind that they're trying to pull off, Malik Willis? Or are they just trying to keep the three guys that they have on their toes?
I think they're sitting down to dinner. They got their belt on. They ate a little too much. And there's a reason why they gave you extra notches in that belt, isn't there? In case you eat too much, so you can expand. And so that's where they're at right now.
That's where they're at.
They need to be able to expand from where they're sitting at the table.
In other words, by adding a guy because they're not convinced that they
Yes.
I can't argue with that at all.
And I think we all know that feeling of sitting at the table eating too much.
No.
Yes.
No. Todd did a little more clarifying with Florio and Sims about this whole competition thing at quarterback.
Are you more likely to have a truly open room, or do you want to go to OTAs, training camp at some point, before we really get into competition with a 1, 2, 3, 4 pecking order on your depth chart?
Optimally, you'd love to go to training camp that way. I don't think we'll be able to do that through OTAs in the offseason. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah.
There's not enough there recently with any of the three that we have currently on the roster to say that we've got our starter right now. But hopefully through the weeks that we have in the offseason, we'll get a little better view of what we've got.
Right.
And so there's Florio setting it up and him telling you exactly what you have.
Shador fans, that's got to drive you crazy. It's got to drive you crazy.
I would think so. But I think you think this way. I think this way. I didn't see enough from Shador to make me think, yep, absolutely, he's the guy. Now, right now, if I'm handicapping the race, I would have him as the guy. Unless Deshaun Watson comes in and is healthy and shows some of the elite level play that Monken keeps referencing from his past. But Todd also keeps, and good for Todd, now it's hard to say. He's right. So let's see it. He's also said, and
Jeff, I think it's Watson right now. I think it's Watson, Sanders,
if he gets on the
Gabriel.
field, Andy, and he looks healthy and shows even a glimpse of what Todd talks about, the elite level play that he used to have, I would think you're right.
So what does swing and a miss mean if he becomes your starting quarterback?
I think swing and a miss gets put in the rearview mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Watson is the quarterback this year until they find the quarterback in the 2027 draft.
Unless Watson knocks your socks off.
Andy, they're not going to sign him again. They're just not going to do it.
I can't argue with that. I can't see them doing it unless he came back at an extremely discounted rate. But if he keeps and continues to push money down the road, they're going to be paying him anyway.
Can I let my imagination run wild?
Go ahead, Disneyland. Go.
If he comes back and plays really, really, really well, how do you let him leave?
Well, so I think you're banking on the fact he's not going to play so
that he's
well.
going to play okay enough that
play his way to an extra season.
You can get him. Yeah, you can get him through this season, and then you go draft your quarterback next year, and who knows what else. If that's the case, it gives Dillon or Shador another year to develop, where they could be the bridge quarterback.
I mean,
in 2027.
could you imagine if Watson has a good year?
Oh,
would
goodness.
you?
It would be wonderful, but it would be
you're
like
the front office, and you're like,
confusing.
I told you guys, told you. Imagine if they won something big. Imagine if they get to the playoffs with Watson. Knowing what we're about to see on that offensive line, they need Joel Bitonio to come back. They need at least one piece of that puzzle solidified before the draft, and it's got to be somebody who's already here. It's got to be. I heard rumblings yesterday. I got another one. I should probably throw this at you.
Oh, good.
The Njoku thing may not be over.
Yeah, I would think that's true. Andy, it's pro sports. Nothing's concrete. Correct?
Correct. I was talking to somebody yesterday about Njoku, and they were like, I don't know that that's over. And I was like, really? And they were like, I'm like, but he put that thing on Instagram. They're like, I think Njoku would like to stay. Now, obviously, he put out there so he's ready to leave, and his agent's got to do his due diligence. I guess I kept saying to myself, I'm like, why are they walking away from Njoku? Why would you do that? You need 2 tight ends. Harold's playing great.
You need 3 tight ends.
Yeah, and I kept looking at Jerome Ford, who they kept bringing back and back and back. And Njoku's at a much different level. Why would you let Njoku walk?
Because right now his agent was, and I'm just speculating,
right,
asking for similar type of money to what Dave was making.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Right.
Yeah, that way he will not come back.
Right. And if they get out on the open market and there's not much there, maybe there's a phone call made from the Browns to him or vice versa. And it's like, hey, would this work? Would this work for you? So stay tuned. There's a lot going on. I thought it was
interesting. I didn't know how you'd react because I just heard that yesterday. I was like,
yeah.
Wait, really?
I'm focused, and we'll see what happens with Dave and other guys, but focused on what's going on with that quarterback situation because
we all are.
He keeps telling us stuff. Aaron's in Cleveland. Hi, Aaron.
Aaron.
How you doing?
Okay.
I can't remember which one of you guys said. Excuse my voice. I'm a little sick.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you.
Hang in.
Yeah. I think the order is Watson, Shedeur, then Dillon. But you know what, guys? I've been saying it for the longest. All 3 of them, I like all 3 of them, but neither one is going to matter until they fix that offensive line situation. Because our offensive line is hit or miss, and it's been more misses than hits. So that's just my opinion. It's just none of them are going to be successful without a great offensive line. Or
Aaron,
even just a decent offensive line.
Hits is not a good word when you talk about offensive lines. Just keep that in mind, right?
I get you. Yeah, exactly.
Try a little like Robitussin or something for that throat, okay?
Oh,
yeah.
Jeff
a little
cares.
bit of everything, but it just ain't. Man, this weather, we have had a crazy winter this year.
It's been awful. All right, Aaron, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the phone call. You got to watch.
You're such a softie.
Well, you got to watch that stuff, man.
Really? I've been living it for the last 8 weeks.
I'm surprised you still have internal organs the way you cough.
I am too. I would have them. They would just be in a jar.
We're getting to know Todd Monken a little bit here. You know, when he was here as an offensive coordinator, you know, it was Freddie's first year, and Freddie's calling the plays, and you know, you didn't really get to know Todd that well, and then he goes off to Georgia, and then he goes off to the Ravens. Well, now he's back, and we're learning some things. He talked to Florio and Sims about his thought process, about where he was in his career. And this goes back to the, you know, hey, I had money in my Nike account, better spend it.
That was awesome.
You're not gonna be able to not like this guy after you hear what he says next about his future and his career and everything else. It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Great candidates to hire can be like...
Right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at 11:20, we go to the NFL Scouting Combine. Chris Rose from the NFL Network, who joins us every week, is going to join us. He's at the Combine, so that'll be fun.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter, joining us at noon, and Chad Ryder from the NFL Network. He's got live coverage coming up of the Combine, beginning today through Sunday on the NFL Network.
Insurance Ryder will join us at 3:30.
Chad's going to join us at 1 o'clock.
It's one of Menigan's cousins. Is that true? He's not paying any attention. I love it.
He pays no attention.
He's trying to book other guests. That's why.
He's
actually doing work.
Dan is a brilliant guy.
He is?
Who, by his own admission, and he's the one who brought this to my attention, is a terrible multitasker.
Yes. I cannot talk and type.
Yeah.
It's a true problem.
He's so engrossed in what it is he's doing in the moment that he doesn't multitask very well.
And you tend to get frustrated when you're pressured to multitask.
Well, now let's not pick on a guy's faults.
Why, you just said that to me.
I try not to get frustrated.
He's so brilliant that he's just, he's locked in.
I try really hard not to get frustrated. I'm just somebody who gets distracted easily, so it's one of those, I need to finish this before I worry about that.
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
That's how I typically am. I'm distracted by everything perpetually, so it's like I've just trained myself, you have to do A, and then you can worry about B, C, D, E, and F.
I'm sort of the same way. I get it. Jeff, you're not. You're like Dan. I think I'm more similar to Dan than you are in that aspect, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's about being on the rails.
Todd Monken was the former head coach at Southern Miss in college football. Had never been an NFL head coach, and had never been hired, and turned 60 recently. Let's be fair here. How many guys get their first head coaching job at the age of 60? Not a ton. Bruce Arians is in that conversation.
Would have been nice if he got the job here.
Well, I'm hoping Todd becomes our Bruce Arians. Mm-hmm. But the boys from Pro Football Talk yesterday asked Todd about kind of his career path and where he was and where he is now.
Did you wonder if you would ever get the chance to be a head coach in the NFL?
Sure. It's the main reason I left Georgia.
Right.
To come to the Ravens was for that opportunity. Obviously to work with Lamar.
Right.
I mean, let's be real honest about it. With a great organization, work with Lamar and give myself one more chance, an opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL. And I've had interviews, just didn't get the job. That's okay.
Right.
And if it wouldn't have gone that way, being an offensive coordinator in the NFL is really cool.
And it's lucrative.
Sure.
But he got the opportunity. And here it is. And the one thing, Andy, just real early for us, obviously, with him, but this guy is embracing this opportunity and putting himself out there. And it seems as if he's holding nothing back. It's like, hey, I'm a head coach. Here you go. This is what I think about this. This is what I think about this. This is this. Here's my thought on that. And I appreciate that. He's going for it. He knows he's got one shot at it. If this doesn't work, he's not going to become an NFL head coach somewhere else.
Jeff, I've never before ever heard anybody being called a bridge coach, and there were people that were all over that the minute they hired him. The minute he was hired, they're like, he's 2 years, he'll be here. He's a bridge coach. Let's see what happens. And I'm like, bridge coach? Come on. There's no ownership group that wants to hire a head coach to fire them immediately. It costs them millions. What were they saying? It was like a $100 million changeover to switch out coaches. You tell me an ownership group that wants to spend $100 million just to switch out coaches. Come on. It's like throwing money away.
It sure is like throwing money away.
Yeah. So I don't know why you would think that.
He has said a lot of things. They seem pretty legit. Mm-hmm. But one of the last things he said to Florio and Sims, we might need to question a little bit. And this is it. Remember, he was with the Baltimore Ravens.
Right.
And he's talking about the end of about some of the reasons he came to Cleveland.
I'll never put a cap on winning or losing. I think that's unfair to the players that we have and as an organization. All I'll say is this. When I looked at it, the back half of the year, for a team that at that time had 3 wins, only had 3 wins.
Yeah.
You lose to the Bills at home by 3.
Right.
You beat the Steelers at home, and you go on the road and beat the Bengals. 2 divisional teams to finish with 5 wins. To me, that's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
Right there and then.
Right.
You're not really that far away.
But when I heard that comment, and the first thing that went through my head was, wait a minute, they came on strong and you're not that far away? Then why the hell did you fire the coach? I must admit, it was the first thing I thought. Todd Monken making a case to keep Kevin Stefanski.
I think it's because things went sideways with Kevin after Joe was gone. Things just didn't. I don't think he was ready to trade him.
A disconnect.
Yeah, I just felt like that was the breaking point for the regime last year. I mean, unfortunately, the thought partners had to get a lobotomy, so I'm sorry about that. But there's always
thought partners went away.
Yeah,
there's no now. There's just a thought. The thought has no partners.
Well, ownership
now he has a new one.
Yeah, look at those last 3 games. They won. Pittsburgh.
Didn't that crack you up though?
13 points against Pittsburgh and 20 against Cincinnati was done for the season already too. I don't know how you can take. I don't know.
They played hard down the stretch too, man.
Yeah,
they really did. They played hard for Kevin.
Yeah, they played hard for Kevin, but I don't know about the other teams. Like when Pittsburgh was Pittsburgh still in it?
Yeah.
His last game that was December 28th. Yeah, so I think Pittsburgh was still alive. We crushed their dreams. We're clashing you. And then I don't know. I just felt like Cincinnati was done. Those last couple games were all like, is Miles going to get the sack record? Is Miles? That's all we were watching for.
Yeah.
There was really, there was just no reason to even watch. Yeah, they beat the Raiders. Maybe something would have happened after that, but you lose 4 in a row and then win your last 2. I don't know how much credit you can. How much did you see in those last 3 games that made you, Shedeur? Oh, yeah. I don't know, man.
Well, I
think he's stretching it out a little,
I think
too.
he was stretching that one, yes, but that's okay. He has to do that a little bit. And clearly the quarterback situation, the offense, the reason that he's here.
Oh,
otherwise,
you're listening to him talk about our quarterback situation. I know the fearless leader walks in here. He goes, well, all of our quarterbacks are elite now, apparently, right?
At the Combine, he has used the word elite when discussing Shedeur and his playmaking ability, Deshaun and the level that he used to play at, and Dylan with what he did in college.
Let me tell you a little.
So there you
go. Can I
go.
tell you a dirty secret about the word elite?
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
You want to hear this? Elite. It's a word used when you're trying to sucker parents into paying more money for their kids' youth sports teams. That's what it is. There are other words that are just like that. Well, your 6-year-old is that he or she, they are an elite athlete, and you need to play with other elite players. So why don't you give us like $15,000? We'll spend the next 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks. Oh, why not 5 months? Because our sport should be, if you really want your elite athlete to be something in this world, well, you probably should just play that one sport so your kid can be elite.
Elite.
And by the way, when every kid hits puberty, everything changes. So you know.
Like you to focus on one sport when you're 8.
Oh, well, Jeff, you must.
Yeah.
If you're going to play baseball, Jeff, you have to commit to baseball at 8. Otherwise, you're just not really a baseball player.
When Monken was
dumbest thing ever said. Dumbest.
When Monken was brought in, I think Browns fans were kind of left with, really? This is where the job search has taken us? I think he's done a fine job of becoming a little more intriguing for Browns fans.
Again, they haven't stepped on the field. That's why he's so intriguing. That's why this is exciting. That's why
but hasn't
we're
he
looking
done
forward to watching him coach.
Hasn't he done that through his comments and just his frankness about things?
Yeah, and then they play the first game of the season and have 5 offside penalties, and we're all like, his team's not any discipline. That's all it takes.
Why are you going negative? They haven't even played a game, as you just said. And you're
exactly.
Going,
that's
penalties.
why. That's what I'm just saying.
They're offsides.
And by the way, is that true of the coach? If a team goes offside,
but you're assuming that they're going to screw up.
this is Cleveland. Did I miss something?
Come on, man.
Did I miss something?
Todd's going to take care of it.
Okay. Am I right, though? I mean, yeah, everything's perfect now. Everything's right. Everything's good. Kevin's the scapegoat for everything that ever was bad in the last couple of years.
I can't tell you if Monken's a good hire or not, and you're correct, because we won't know until we get onto the football field and into the season. You know, it might not even be into this season, but I think he's done a very good job of presenting himself and the organization and the guys he's going to be coaching in a good light.
He's a guy with an opportunity. You have to like that. He wants to take advantage of it.
God, does he want this
that.
opportunity?
He's refreshing to listen to right now after listening to Kevin the last couple of years. But I'm not mad at Kevin for what he did or didn't say.
Me neither.
He always took his players and what was going on inside that building very personal, and he didn't want anything out, and he wasn't going to say anything bad about any of his players. Nor did he expect his players to say anything bad about him. Right? I don't know that we ever did. I mean, look, if somebody really wanted to be mad, probably could have been Shedeur. What do you mean? You're putting me in the fire. I have to introduce myself to these guys when I get thrown into the fire because the front office decided to trade 2 other guys, and Gabriel gets hurt. Going back and thinking about him playing with Ethan Posick for the first time, and the way he described it, I was like, how is this even possible?
Well,
how is this possible?
Hey,
it's one thing if you go through 4 quarterbacks and guys are injured and you're bringing in guys and you got a quarterback that really hasn't played, but you know he's got to play this week. Okay, I get that.
Well, they were trying to I understand that. The pecking order was what it was, like it or not, and they were trying to get the guy that they liked best on draft day up to speed. And in order to do that with a rookie quarterback, you got to get him reps. We can make all the arguments you want.
The minute they made him number 2, they needed to give him some reps, knowing that you had a rookie in front of him.
Guess what?
I'll never let it go.
None of that matters now.
Yeah, I'm not going to let it go.
Because as Monk has said, you don't really know. You're not going to know through OTAs, as he clarified that today. As much as he'd like to have a number 1 quarterback in place, you're not going to see enough on tape from what you saw last year and in the past. You don't know where Deshaun is. Though he has praised all 3 guys, he's also given pretty good thoughts as to why that guy's not the guy.
Right. And
they keep pointing to the mystery man.
And that Racer X could be coming in the door any day.
Isn't that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Chris Rose is going to join us in about 20 minutes from the Combine. I hope the Browns are camped out at the wide receiver workouts and at the offensive line workouts, and that they're taking notes at the quarterback workouts. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody. Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Does your house feel cold? Here's the good news. It's not your furnace. It's cold air coming in and hot air going out through the windows and the walls. And it's raising your energy bill prices hundreds of dollars every month. You don't need that. You just don't. Why would you even want to put up with that? So give my friends at Weather Seal Home Services a call. They don't just make homes look better. No, they make them warmer, they make them quieter, and more affordable. With new windows and siding,
Jeff Thomas.
All right, I'll say it. Formula One, one of the worst sports movies I've ever seen.
I don't know if it's that bad, but we'll tell you the athletes that I would not talk to when I had to work with them. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on the free Odyssey app.
Coming up in 19 minutes, we go to the Combine in Indianapolis. Chris Rose is going to join us from the NFL Network, John Boy Media. Our Browns beat reporter, Daryl Ryder, will join us coming up at noon. I'm Jeff Phelps. My pal to my right is Andy Baskin. Meredith's taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092, and Dan Mennigan flying the ship for us today. Their quarterback is the dominant thing with the Browns right now, and then closely followed by whichever order you want on any given moment, wide receiver and offensive line. And if you look at the wide receiver group, tell me who's coming back next year.
Jerry Jeudy.
I hope Cedric Tillman comes back.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually like Malachi Corley. And I wonder, if Todd Monken can...
You don't think Isaiah Bond's coming back next year? Of course
I would think so.
Yeah, I think
so. There's 4. But you're going to then add at least 2, I would think, don't you?
Yeah. And does Gage Larvadain have a chance? I don't know. I
think I'm being optimistic and looking at it.
If I'm them, this is just me.
You might not keep all 4 of those guys that we mentioned.
I don't know. I'd activate Luke Floria, but that's me. I thought he should have been on the team the whole year.
Yes, we know that.
If he wasn't hurt.
And Luke, we're all pulling for you.
Yeah.
But at the most, I would think they're keeping 4 guys. I would think Larvadain.
Oh, at the most?
Luke. Those guys might be practice squad guys. I'm thinking on the roster. At the most, I would think you're keeping Jeudy, Tillman, Bond, Corley. I throw Corley in only because I think he's an intriguing guy with the ball in his hands. And I think you can do more than just give it to him on a jet sweep. But that doesn't mean that Monken does, and we'll figure out what happens. So
a third season of Jabari Thrash isn't a given?
They got rid of him, I think, didn't they?
Did they?
Yeah, they let go of
He was an
Jabari.
exclusive rights free agent.
Well, I don't think he's coming back.
Okay.
So
Malachi Corley's in the same boat, though.
Right. Regardless, I think at the most they keep 4 guys. That means you're bringing in 2. So there's that. Yeah. On the offensive line, we keep hearing you might have to replace the entire offensive line, which seems way too adventurous to me. Other teams have done it. You can do it, but I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed that Joel Bitonio decides he wants to play another season, and that for whatever reason he loved Todd Monken when he was the OC in 2019. And George Warhop is in his ear telling him, hey, here's what we're going to do, man. This is going to work. And you're going to like this, and blah, 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 blah. And then he comes back. And if you need any more juice to try and get him to return, the San Francisco 49ers are dealing with some kind of similar situation. And it involves Trent Williams, who was available, years ago, and he seemed old at the time. But he's their left tackle. He's possible Hall of Famer one day.
Sure.
Well, as it stands right now, he's entering the final year of his deal, and it carries a pretty big cap number. So, do they want to keep him? Do they not want to keep him? Blah, 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 blah. But they're trying to find a solution to keep Trent Williams. Well, Trent Williams is not a young guy. He was the oldest offensive lineman in the NFL last year, and he turns 38 in July. And he's already said that he wants to play until he's 40. He wants to play that long. Now, Joel Bitonio's not that old. Joel's 34, and he'll be 35 for next season. So if Trent wants to play until he's 40, and if Joel decides his body's okay and his mind's in the right spot, and coming back and going through seasons, 3 wins, 5 wins, that can't be good for you. But if you want to play football, maybe they can talk him into playing football here. Because, Andy, I think it would be key to keep him. You know, he's the one guy who goes out, isn't injured. You know, DeWand injuries. Ethan Posick out. Who knows when Ethan's coming back? Wyatt Teller wrote the David Njoku letter. You know, is Wyatt coming back? Doesn't seem like it. Jack Conklin, really good lineman when he's healthy. But he's
got to be healthy.
But he hasn't been. Yeah. And so I think it would be a really, really nice thing for this team if they're able to bring back Joe Bitonio.
Well, they're going to have to know by March 11th, right?
Yeah, they pushed the date back.
Yeah, March 11th is probably March 10th is probably the last day he could probably tell them, but I would hope he would do it before that because that's when free agency starts, and they've got to figure out how much money they've got. Yeah. And let's face it, I mean, they want him to come back, whether excuse me, whether he plays or not. They want him on that roster because he is a $23.5 million cap hit next year.
What do they have? They have some issues.
Yeah, so if they can, again, just kind of looking through a story on this, Joe Bitonio's contract is structured at $23.5 million cap hit, dead cap value for 2026 because he's restructured. Remember, they've asked all these guys to keep pushing it down the road. Mm-hmm. So to manage it, the Browns had to push his contract void date to March, and there's a potential one-year extension. If they could do this, it would reduce his 2026 cap hit to roughly $12.6 to $15 million. It's a lot of money. You know, you're talking about $10 million right there. If you can get him to re-sign for 1 year.
Again.
That's pretty good player, $10 million, right?
I'm sure.
You can get a good player for $10 million, can't you?
Well, I would think.
Even if it's just 1 year at $10 million.
It's a fault of mine. When it comes to all the money stuff, in almost every situation, my thought is always, if they want something to work out, they always seem to figure out a way to work it out.
I agree, but it makes their life significantly easier if Bitonio comes back.
Yeah, it's like, Deshaun's contract. They keep doing things. Somehow they work around it. But forget the contractual situation with Joel.
It's hard not to, but yeah.
Well, but if they want it to work out, they'll figure out a way to make it work out. How essential do you think it is that he returns?
I think they need one guy at least, because I don't think DeWan Jones is that guy. He hasn't been healthy. They need someone.
You can't bank on him.
No, and you're talking. I mean, it's a Hall of Famer, right? He's a Hall of Famer.
He's certainly in the conversation. I would put him in the Hall of Fame. I think he's a terrific guard.
So to have that on your line, to be able to, you think about when Joe Thomas came in, or when Joel came into the league, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that line had some serious experience, and you had Joe Thomas standing next to you. You want to talk about a great way to start your career? Have Joe Thomas stand next to you for the first couple of years, right?
Well, it's a way to learn the game.
That's grad school. That's your doctorate in offensive line play. So, it'd be great. And by the way, if Bitonio comes back, it helps out whoever he's next to, whether they're young or old. And I would love to see Posick come back. I don't know where we're at on that.
Well, and who knows when Ethan's going to be ready to go.
Right. So Teller's definitely gone.
Which I think, I'm still trying to figure out exactly why. Did he slip that much on the field? I don't know that he did.
I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what we say. Who knows what the coaching staff is saying? But it's a new coaching staff
has
too.
A different look. Yeah,
I just think it's so important. You have to have at least one guy that is, like close to Pro Bowl or Pro Bowl kind of a player on that offensive line, because you're only as good as your weakest link out there, right? We've seen that.
And here's the thing too: if Jack Conklin doesn't return, and we don't expect him to, if Teller doesn't return, and we don't expect him to, some team's going to sign them and say, and look, we have put a Pro Bowl guard at right guard for our team, and we've put a Pro Bowl tackle at right tackle, and they will do what the Browns do and keep their fingers crossed and not look at the health, but look at the ability and think, yep, here we go. We solved our problem. But the Browns have had to deal with the injury issues with Jack for so long, Andy. I understand why if they don't, if he doesn't return, I think we would all understand that.
I also think that Whippler and Zinter both have to step up this year if they can, if they can.
Well, you would think that
this has to be their year.
You would think that Luke Whippler is their starting center.
You would want.
Well,
that
but Luke's hurt too.
Zinter's the one that is the guy that I think
should be starting at right guard.
Yeah, if they keep Joel, right?
Yeah,
that's probably what they were thinking too. But if Joel leaves, then maybe Zach's playing left guard. They're in a very precarious situation on that offensive line. If somebody predicted what the offensive line is going to look like week 1 and could write every name in that spot, they would be a football genius. Because right now it just kind of looks like the only thing that's 100%, if he's healthy, is DeJuan Jones, right? He's it.
Yeah, but is he the guy you're going to count on to be healthy?
No, that's just it. I mean, Conklin, Teller, Postage, Bitonio, all could be gone.
Andrew Berry said yesterday that Whippler will be good to go for the 2026 season.
Okay. Let's get something out of it now. Return on investment.
Fingers crossed. Doing that with all these guys. So hopefully he can become your starting center while Ethan Posick recovers if Ethan comes back. But with an Achilles injury, who knows? Who knows what that is? And Zach Zinter needs to step up. And if not, well, then they need to dispatch him. It's time.
We need the Buckeye and we need the Wolverine to step up. Let's go, boys.
You can either play or you can go somewhere else. So, I mean, I think 2 years of development on the offensive line on a team where you need offensive line help, if you're not ready for season number 3, you're probably not going to be ready, so you'll probably not keep him around.
Yeah, I just hope Whippler's healthy. That's the other part of it for him. So,
well, he's supposed to be good to go.
All right, let's keep our fingers crossed.
I don't want to keep my fingers crossed at 5 spots.
No, you can't.
You bring back DeWand, I am more than fine with keeping my fingers crossed. And by the way, Jeff,
if they don't figure this out, what's the difference who the quarterback is, right? What's the difference? It doesn't matter.
In theory, yes, that's true. So I hope they can keep Bitonio. I hope Joel wants to return and play. And financially, I'm sure they'll be able to figure something out. Andy's still playing at a pretty high level. And if he gets some other talent around him, it can't help him having musical chairs at left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're always a little concerned about what's going on over there. He thrived when he was playing next to Joe Thomas. I'll handle my business, you handle yours. That took care of everything there. There were no issues.
Part of me just wants to get to that draft, man. I want to get there.
Well, we're not there yet.
I know.
You know where we are?
By the way, would you go in Pittsburgh?
We're at the scout. No, we're at the scouting combine. That's where we are.
Okay, all right. Well.
Actually, not us. We're in Cleveland. But Chris Rose is at the scouting combine. It's in Indianapolis, and he's going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
stationary, but DeLauder does have a history of injuries. Gardner's going to see how DeLauder feels today and go from there. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
The Miami fight song means Chris Rose will be joining us momentarily from the Scouting Combine in Indianapolis.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., our show from 10 to 2, and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Guys start working out at the Combine. They've been chatting. Coaches have been making the rounds. We've had the GM press conferences, everything else. Now you get down to the nitty-gritty. And you might not necessarily see tons of stuff anyway. But nonetheless, it's going to be all over the place, and we're going to love it. Joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He'll be covering the Combine for the NFL Network. He's our buddy Chris Rose. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good.
How is everybody? It's nice to be on East Coast time again.
Yeah, welcome back.
Even though I'm in the Midwest.
There you go.
So
still the same time zone.
We're excited. We're excited.
3 o'clock today? Is it 3?
Yeah, 3 o'clock today, and this will probably be two of the best groups. I mean, certainly the edge rushers, they're lights out of this world. And, you know, a bunch of the big names are actually going to partake in this whole thing, right? Arvell Reese is going to work out, it sounds like, as both an edge rusher and an off-ball linebacker. So that's back-to-back workouts for him, which is going to be fun. For Buckeye fans, you know, the fact that Sonny Styles is going to be one of the great athletes here, on top of being a damn good player and a smart football player and everything else. So for Buckeye fans and Browns fans, I think it's going to be a really fun few days, right? For Buckeye fans, you want to see how well guys do. I mean, obviously Caleb Downs and Caden McDonald and Styles and Reese, those are, you know, those could be 4 of the top 20 or 25 picks, including maybe 3 in the top 10 or 12. And then for Browns fans, obviously, rumor has it we have a little shopping to do.
Yeah, no kidding.
We've heard that. Yeah, we've heard that.
Right.
Yep. Good. No,
would it stun you if the Browns did anything on defense with that 6th pick?
So, right, and we're going to have this discussion during the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big-time talent at the top of the draft defensively, Chris.
Absolutely, and blue-chip players is what you need in order to win in this sport. But we are really in a unique situation. We need to rebuild an entire offensive line. I can't remember. Well, look, the Patriots virtually had to do that. They had one holdover from their 2024 offensive line. It's very possible that we could have 5 new starters from opening day 2025 to opening day 2026. And I don't know how frequently that happens, right? It's mind-blowing. And there is a bit of a fall-off depending on whom you talk to, right? I mean, Daniel Jeremiah is going to talk about it on Sunday. That's when the offensive linemen work out on the field. Between, you know, two of the top guys-ish, right? Maui Noah, Fano, and then kind of the next group of those dudes. And so with 2 first-round picks at 6 and 24 in a really deep receiver draft, even though it's tempting for us to want to go after a Carnell Tate or a Mekhi Lemon at 6 on that side, what sort of tackle might you get at 24? And we know that, and then there's the thought of don't draft for need. Build the best football team possible.
Yeah.
And if you're really good at assessing talent, you'll figure it out from there. My head's spinning with all this stuff.
All right, Chris, enough about the Combine. Listen, if Rich...
Enough about the Combine?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, what do you talk about?
Listen. If Rich Eisen can run the 40-yard dash, why aren't you doing the same thing with the vertical jump? Come on, man.
You ask me. I told you this several times a year.
I know, but you know what? I don't like the fact that Rich Eisen gets all of this credit for all that stuff when you're there. You're our guy. You represent our city, and we want to see Chris Rose do something to just belittle him. I'm just kidding. I like him. I think he's really good. But.
Yeah. So two things. Number one, most importantly, Rich, what he has turned his 40-yard dash into with the amount of money that he has raised for St. Jude
I agree.
over the years is nothing short of remarkable. When he has coaches walking into the booth during this week and dropping off massive checks to help, that's far and away the best thing.
It's awesome.
This, right?
It is.
Other than Rich trying to actually break 6 seconds in a 40-yard dash. The other part is physically for me, if I try any of these events, I will literally snap in half. I am a 2-time back surgery recipient, and so that has not happened. The fact that I could get my big butt today to do the elliptical for 35 minutes today next to my wife today. How'd I do, honey? Okay?
You were sweating.
Oh.
Well, wait a second. Did it raise the sexiness factor at all?
Yeah, baby.
No?
Rose family in a hotel room.
Bro, you need to look at her and just say,
no.
I am a schlub from Shaker Heights, and I totally married up, and you are a Hollywood beauty. That's what you need to say to her.
Hold on. Repeat that one more time.
I love Midwest men.
Oh. Goodness gracious.
They're the sweetest. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Clevelanders.
Yeah.
See? Rose, Travis Kelce, you two bums. It's great.
Cleveland Heights, Woodridge, doesn't matter.
Golly. So let me bounce this off you. I think when Todd Monken was hired, it was an uninspiring hire, and I think the fan base had to think, wait a minute, what? Why? What? I think Todd is doing a really nice job of just putting himself out there and giving Browns fans a chance to get to know him a little bit. And some of the things that he says and does, I think I don't know how you don't like the guy. What's your impressions of Todd so far?
Yeah, listen, I think he's easy to root for. It was a long climb to get to become an NFL head coach. So just like any of these kids who have these dreams this weekend and they're in their early 20s, that guy, it took him 60 years to get to his mountaintop. He's got a wonderful personality, and everybody always said that. Now, I don't know Todd at all. I wasn't calling the Browns games in 2019 when he was the offensive coordinator, and I have yet to cover a Ravens game when he was the OC or anything. So I have yet to meet him, and I'm looking forward to doing that during our preseason. But he's wonderful. Look, I'm going to be honest. I loved Kevin. I thought, actually, when the camera wasn't on, his personality was very funny.
Yeah.
And I wish that he had allowed that to happen, but that's the way that he wanted to coach. And that's the way he answers questions. And it's perfectly fine because it's so he would diffuse any situation. You never heard him call a guy out. And that goes a long way in a locker room. I think it really does. It'll be interesting to see how Todd does. Like when things are going a little sideways, and they inevitably do, even when you have a good year, that if he's able to can harness his emotions, or if he's still going to be kind of this freewheeling verbal gunslinger, which is fun for us as obviously media people because it's what we do for a living. But also I think it is fun for the fan base to listen to a guy who just kind of shoots and lets it roll and might drop a 4-letter word here or there. And but ultimately the question is, can he save this offense? And that's what it comes down to. So it doesn't matter if you've got Dave Chappelle, performing here at the Combine in front of a microphone. If it looks like Dave Chappelle put together our offense, we're going to have problems.
Although we'd be laughing. It'd be fun.
It might be.
It would be fun. But 5-12 ain't.
No, it's not fun. Yeah, I'm done with it. We would need a lot more than Chappelle to make us laugh after that. Hey, are there wide receivers that you kind of have your eye on at this? And you're like, this is a guy I want to see, and maybe the Browns could get this guy? That'd be nice.
Yeah, so, I mean, what you do, I think, as a Browns fan, and when you're watching on Saturday, we don't know yet who's going to work out and who's not because the wide receivers will hit the podium tomorrow. All the kids talk the day before they hit the field. So just like emotionally, how am I breaking it down? I personally am curious. I saw obviously a ton of Carnell Tate. I know exactly what that guy is all about. I have seen more highlights than full games of a guy like a Mekhi Lemon. I've barely seen Jordan Tyson. I just didn't watch much Arizona State, and he wasn't on the field as much as he wanted to be. So those are the guys that you could certainly have at 6 if that's the way we go. At 24, you're starting to look at a guy like a Denzel Boston, who is this 6'4" receiver out of Washington who, can jump out of the gym, and, Casey Concepcion, who is, more of a slot guy from Texas A&M. Omar Cooper is a guy whose name is shooting up the charts. You'll best remember him for saving Indiana's season with that incredible toe tap against Penn State, right? But he's been one of probably the biggest risers, I would say, when you talk to people around here. They're excited for him. If he participates, which hopefully he will on Saturday, 50 miles from Bloomington, Indiana, and we expect a crowd of probably 25,000 people here, which is nuts to me, but it's great. That place is going to go nuts when he catches like a deep ball or something. It's going to be like a game. It'll be fun.
You mentioned offensive line. We were just chatting about Joel Bitonio. What's your gut tell you? You think he comes back? And we were talking about Trent Williams wanting to play until he's 40. Joel's 35 for the season. What do you think?
I mean, I would be surprised if he came back. It probably is mentally a little easier for Trent Williams from the standpoint of he is on a team that is going to be locked and loaded. I do think the Niners will have some work to do this offseason. I really do. But they're still a pretty trustworthy organization. Joel Bitonio has been through a couple of highs, but a lot of lows. And so I'm a bright guy, and I'm sure he's very honest with himself. Does he want to put his body and his family through the grind? I think he's got 3 young kids. I know he's got a place out west. He's accomplished an awful lot and will be in the Hall of Fame discussion one day, I truly believe. It takes a lot. I mean, it's easy for us to say, why wouldn't you do it if they're going to pay you, $10, $12 million, whatever it is, right? Why wouldn't you do it? Man, you guys have covered this sport for a long time. You see what these dudes look like getting out of their car when it's November, and when he's done it, this would be year 13. Man, that's a big ask. So it wouldn't surprise me if he just says, had a hell of a run. But whatever it is, whatever decision it is, he's one of our favorites since we came back in the league in '99, and he's done nothing but play exceptional football and represent our community great.
Chris, let me just, I don't know, I want to say handicap the race, but let me go back to the quarterback thing here for a second. Mm-hmm. If the season started tomorrow, who do you think the starting quarterback would be if you just had to use the room? Well, you know what? I'll leave it open. Who do you think the starting quarterback would be if the season started tomorrow?
Deshaun Watson.
That's what I thought. I thought that for a while.
That's 3 of us if he's healthy and good to go.
Yeah, I think that, once again, we are in a very unique situation, meaning that there really isn't any moving off of him yet. And if he is healthy, the hard thing for a lot of us Browns fans is that we've seen him play 2 good games. We saw him play his last game against Baltimore in 2020. What was that? When was that road game? Was that 2023? Yeah. Jeez, oh man. So it was 2023, that game, and he played a really good game against Tennessee early in that season as well. And those, I think that's it as far as like Deshaun Watson type games. And even for the Baltimore game, it was just a half because he got picked off by Hamilton on the first play of the game, if memory serves me right. But it was the half where I think the second half where he maybe ended the game with like 11 or 13 straight completions, whatever that number was. And we ended up kicking the game-winning field goals, time expired, and then the next day we heard about the whole shoulder thing. So we have a hard time as Browns fans erasing all of the bad and trying to think about when he was last a great player. Plus, we saw glimpses of what Shedeur did for us in the last 7 games of the year, and you say, well, why not? It's a possibility. Let's roll the dice. And I understand that, but I would guess that at this point, if you're talking about the best ability to win football games, is probably Deshaun Watson. I could be convinced elsewhere, and I don't think we're going to go after a quarterback. I don't think that we're going to try and sign Malik Willis. It wouldn't shock me if he ends up with the Dolphins because of the Packers' brain trust that's now down there in the front office and the coaching staff. So we'll see.
Good luck today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Are you taking Michelle to St. Elmo's or no?
We're going to go somewhere else. Yeah, we're going. You know, we have a son that goes to school here in town at Butler, and so she's not here to watch. Much as she might love our sports teams, our Cleveland sports teams.
Yes,
she's not here to watch kids do the underwear Olympics. She's here because her youngest son, her baby's here. So, and it's definitely not because I'm here.
Well, her sweaty husband's there too.
That's true.
That's not.
Why can't you take her? Why can't you?
Importance.
You need to take her to St. Elmo's.
There are other good restaurants there too.
Oh man, come on! Yeah. You go to Indy, you got to go there once at least.
Anyway, we also live in Los Angeles. Like it's not we can't get good food at any time. I mean,
bro, there's a difference between a steak in the Midwest and a steak out west. There's a difference.
Yeah, about $40.
She agrees
with that.
See, Michelle Rose hopping in.
The steakhouses.
Ooh,
easier to get into.
Other steakhouses that are easier to get into. She said.
You need to roll out the red carpet for her and take her to the best place.
What do you have? Do you have steak? Do you have like a steak in this steakhouse? What's going on?
You know how. Now listen, I'm going to be honest with you. When I get on an airplane and I see those lists of great steakhouses, I erase them and I put my list of steakhouses that when I was with the Indians, we always I got to tell you one thing about being friends with Matt Underwood. There isn't a good steakhouse in the country you don't hit, and
Chris,
we've hit them all.
But Chris. Until we convinced him, he ordered his steaks well done.
That's not always true.
Yes, it is.
I like that too.
Well then, you know what? If she's got my back on that, then we're good.
Yeah, we should go to St. Elmo's.
Honey, if
that's
you
it,
think
Chris. You're out, man.
Wait till you sit at a table with Andy Baskin. Honey, you're going to think I'm some superstar out there. Well, that'll be a short conversation.
You'll have a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame before it's over. I'm telling you.
3 o'clock today.
That's enough.
The sweaty guy on the NFL Network.
Or at least on that long road to get back to University School off of 91, they'll put a little, I don't know, rock back there for you.
See you, bud.
Stop it. Don't you have to get the break?
Yes.
Yeah, but we're having more fun
Andy's
talking to you.
babbling incoherently.
Goodbye.
Thank you,
Bye,
bud.
guys.
See you.
Chris Rose at the NFL Combine, and you can see him on the NFL Network at 3 o'clock, covering every bit of it. Hey, college kid. You got enough money to cover this lawsuit? Andy's in his glory coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
big league camp. Huskins spent the past 2 seasons with the Milwaukee Brewers. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at noon, our Browns beat reporter Daryl Ryder is going to join us. Looking forward to that. And then his cousin, Chad Ryder. Spelled differently. They're not cousins. But Daryl and Chad Ryder joining us on the show today. No relation.
You sure?
Well, they're spelled differently.
I love Daryl's Twitter handle.
Right or wrong?
Right or wrong.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
He's a pretty smart cat sometimes.
Sometimes.
And he's calmed down a lot as he's gotten older. I've noticed that.
Who?
Have you noticed that?
Who's calmed down?
Daryl has calmed down a little bit
Dan,
since he's been older.
Show of hands. Has Daryl calmed down?
Nothing good comes from me answering this question.
I agree.
It's not that he was like overly.
He's going to join us at noon nonetheless.
He has moments where you're like, wow, man, that guy has a lot of energy. Could you ever see, hi, everybody, I'm Daryl Ryder for Red Bull!
Are you going to read something, or should we move on to the story?
I can easily read something for you if you'd like me to.
I'd love for you to.
Or I could stall here for a second and then try to figure out what exactly I want to read when my computer is completely
I see what you're doing
freezing.
there.
Why is it that when you need something to work right away, it doesn't?
Do the one at the bottom of the rundown. It's right in front of you. Do the one right at the bottom of the rundown.
I could do that one, but I'm not, because I'm going to tell you as we speak about Daryl Ryder, you can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all of the latest Browns news and moves ahead of the offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Boy, it's fabulous if you're a college athlete and you can get paid to go to school and everything else, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes.
All you got to do is sign your name on this piece of paper, and we're going to pay you a lot of money to come play quarterback at State University. Isn't that great?
I love State.
There's only one problem.
No, you're not going to go to State. You're going to go to the State University.
You actually did sign those papers.
Yeah.
And sometimes those papers, Andy, say things. You know why?
Like what?
Those papers are called contracts.
Oh.
And you know what happens if you, jump out on the terms of your contract?
The other side gets upset?
And what could they possibly do?
Settle?
Or
sue.
There you go. So, hey, kids, be careful. Just be careful. And I say that with a nod to former Cincinnati quarterback, Brendan Sorsby.
Oh, Brendan.
Now, Brendan was the quarterback at Indiana.
Okay.
He didn't play much as a freshman, started as a sophomore, was pretty good. But, then coaching staff changes and everything else, and he ends up at the University of Cincinnati, where he's a Bearcat.
Okay.
And last year was pretty good.
Sure.
He threw 27 touchdowns, only 5 picks, threw for almost 3,000 yards, did 2,800 yards 2 years in a row. So that's really good, right?
Yeah.
That's great, and I'm happy for him. But there's a problem.
Okay.
Brendan decided, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go back into the transfer portal. I'm gonna basically sell myself and find it, which he's allowed to do, and find an opportunity to go. Now, if you do the math here, he could still end up in great shape. But he's from Texas, and he went into the portal, leaving the Cincinnati Bearcats.
Okay.
And is transferring to that pass-happy school known as Texas Tech.
Oh, so I'm sure he got some cash at Texas Tech.
Well, according to reports, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Reportedly signed an NIL deal with Texas Tech that will pay him between, are you sitting?
Mm-hmm.
$4 and $6 million.
So he was getting $1 million from Cincinnati?
No.
What was he getting from Cincinnati?
Easy. I don't know what he was getting from Cincinnati. What he was getting from Cincinnati was money that he was supposed to stay at Cincinnati to play for.
Okay, so they gave him money for the buyout.
No.
What?
Apparently, there was a clause in his NIL deal because, after all, they are what, Andy? Contracts.
Yeah.
He had an exit fee.
Okay.
You know how coaches?
Yeah.
Exit
fee. Yeah.
In order to buy your way out of the contract, you have to pay. Like any NCAA coach in football or basketball.
Unless you're our alma mater, the biggest joke of all time.
Come on back, Andy.
Was suing Gino Ford. Oh my God, was that ridiculous?
Come on back.
Go ahead. Yes.
Come on back.
What a waste of money.
Come on back.
Yeah.
But he was supposed to stay at Cincinnati because it said so in his contract.
Okay.
But he walked on the contract.
Okay.
And he's going to get $4 to $6 million at Texas Tech.
Okay.
But Cincinnati has sued him in federal court.
Okay.
Alleging that he breached his NIL deal with the Bearcats when he refused to pay his $1 million exit fee.
Okay, he needs to pay the exit fee.
Well, yeah, but that's the point of what we're talking about here.
I know. Pay the exit fee.
All of a sudden, it's not just, hey, they're going to pay me to play college football. Okay, yeah, but you signed a contract.
Right.
And now you have to,
Don't you think...
You have to abide by the terms of the contract.
Yeah, and don't you think he would have talked to Texas Tech before he did that, right?
Dude, I'm just telling you what they said. He's getting sued in federal court.
Okay.
This nice young college quarterback getting sued in federal court.
Waste of our tax dollars with these lawsuits, these frivolous lawsuits.
He's going to have to pay a lawyer now. Either that or he's going to have to cut a check. I'm sure he's going to end up...
Forget the lawyer, just cut the check.
Well,
if he's got the money...
Call Brendan and tell him, don't tell me.
What is wrong with Brendan?
I'm all for it. I get it. But the dude's getting sued by a university.
You can sue anyone, anytime, for anything. It's all ridiculous. Well, of course this is going to happen more often, right? Don't you think this is going to happen all the time? Look, if you're at one school and you're taking NIL money and you're going to sign a deal like this, you have to be prepared that if you're going to go to another school, that you may have to buy your way out of that contract. That's just...
I get it.
That is the fact of life of being a college athlete now.
But he hasn't.
Why wouldn't you just cut them the check?
I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe he thinks he's okay. He was contractually obligated to pay within 30 days of transferring.
Do you think maybe they forgot to send him a bill? Sometimes it takes a while to get a letter from Cincinnati down to Texas.
You ready for the Cincinnati line?
Let's hear it.
This is great. Cincinnati issued a statement on Wednesday about this. Quote, in his lucrative NIL agreement with Cincinnati Athletics, Brendan Sorsby committed to stay and play for 2 seasons as a proud Bearcat representative. He also agreed that if he left the university before that time, he would pay the university a specific amount for the substantial harm that his breach would cause. Cincinnati Athletics intends to enforce the contractual commitment as stewards of the university's resources.
Oh, that's great.
The athletics department has a duty to do so.
Oh, yes.
We thank Brandon for his time at Cincinnati and wish him success in the future. But by God, we want our $1 million. Oh, wait a minute. I added that part. He signed an 18-month NIL contract that covered the seasons of 2025 and 2026.
I don't understand why the athletic director from UC doesn't call the athletic director from Texas Tech and say, he had an NIL deal. He owed us.
He walked on it.
He walked on it. Pay us. Why does this have to go to court? This is stupid, especially knowing that he's got anywhere from between $4 and $6 million on the other end, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would have happened if he would have flunked out of school? I bet there was probably a writer in there. The only writer who's not on the show.
Dan, did you hear what Andy just said?
I'm sorry. Education got in the way.
Starting quarterback flunking out of school.
That is pretty funny.
Unbelievable.
I don't know. When I hear
Hey,
schools,
Rhodes Scholar. You're Brendan Sorsby. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Do all this work. There you go.
Rhodes Scholar. What road? Like the road out there, Huron? You're a Huron Rhodes Scholar?
Not here to play school.
And Andy just said starting quarterback flunk out of school.
What happens if he gets hurt?
Well, no, there's a different story.
Yeah, they got to pay him on that.
I would think they still have to.
It still blows my mind that whole anytime I hear of a college suing a player or a coach, my head explodes because then I start thinking about the stupid Geno Ford story where they didn't want him to go to Bradley, and then the school went back and sued him, and then and it was like you had a chance to make so much more money. Like I don't. Our alma mater drives me nuts.
So
sometimes.
Brendan, right.
How about put some more money back into the program after you make the Elite Eight?
Daryl's going to join us in a little bit. We're going to talk combine.
How do we fix this?
How do we fix what?
How do we stop this kind of stuff from happening?
It's an automatic buyout. You can't start at the next school till you pay off the NIL that you owe from before.
I mean,
that's it.
Do you think it's that simple?
Yeah.
You do it by signing guys to contracts.
I think that's where this heads.
And then,
but he was signed to a contract.
But I know. And then enforcing them. And that's what Cincinnati's doing.
And I think I've always had this thought that maybe we're heading toward 2-year contracts where these guys all sign up to all these schools for 2 years.
He had one. He had 18 months for 2 seasons.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think that's the direction we're going to start going, is that the transfer portal is actually going to be filled with juniors and redshirt sophomores. And guys along those lines more than it is going to be a guy stays here for 1 year and then hops in the portal to go to the next school, to go to the next school.
You know what drives me nuts there? That defeats the purpose of the portal, which should be that if a coach gets fired or leaves, players should be able to leave.
Agreed.
So that even defeats the whole reason we have the portal.
Well, and I think you're always going to have that, is that if the coach leaves, then everybody can hit the eject button if they want from their university, because that way, the reason you were brought in has now changed.
It is nuts, though, guys. I saw a college basketball game earlier in the week, and a player from the University at Buffalo is on his 4th college in 4 years.
Well, just get used to it.
I know. Yeah. Got to love that college experience.
But what's the difference between that guy and the guy that chooses to play minor league baseball and plays in 4 different cities every year?
Well, he's working for the same employer. They assign him somewhere.
I'm looking at the back of a baseball card, when I'm thinking about saying
but that he's coming up through the fill in the blank organization.
But it's still an athlete that wants to become a professional athlete. And by the way, last time I checked, these universities were trying to turn their students into professionals.
Daryl Ryder is our Browns beat reporter. He's going to join us next right here on Basket and Phelps as the Browns scouting like crazy at the scouting combine.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
DH in tomorrow's contest against the Cubs. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Mary Kay, as I look at the coaching staff getting filled out, the head coach, never done this before, OC, never done it before, DC, never done it before, and special teams coach, never did it before at those levels. So with all of that said, what do you think of the coaching staff?
Well, I do think the thing to remember about the staff that Todd has put together is that he brought over some of his key assistants from the Baltimore Ravens, and they ran a very explosive offense over there for the last 3 seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. At 1 o'clock today, Chad Ryder is going to join us. Chad's from the NFL Network. Joining us now, our writer. Ladies and gentlemen, he's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. He's our guy, Dangerous Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter. Hello, D.
Hi, Daryl.
You are the master of the segue, Jeffrey.
Well, you got to tie things together, Daryl. It's a little art. It's the only art I have, and it's not good. How are you?
You trying to say you're not Picasso?
There you go. All well? You ready?
I'm standing by. What you got?
I'm anxious.
Do you want us to rapid fire questions at you right now? You sound like you're standing up.
By.
You're at a brick wall.
Ready to roll. Let's go.
You're like at a brick wall, and you're like, I would like a cigarette.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let's go ahead and start. We'll just start with the thing that's been, our topic of conversation for the 15 years we've been on the air.
Gee, I wonder what that would be.
Todd Monken and Fearless Leader walked into the room, and he said, you notice he keeps using the word elite? And so Shedeur has shown elite playmaking ability. Deshaun used to play at an elite level, and Dillon Gabriel was elite in college at 3 schools, so there's something there. What are they telling us about the quarterback when they follow all that up with, but we're really open to looking outside the organization? They keep telling us that.
Well, obviously they're looking for elite, but they're not convinced that they have elite in the building, right? At least present day. You're kind of, I guess with the exception of Shedeur, you're talking in past tense, right? It's been 6 years since Deshaun Watson's been elite. He has missed a tremendous amount of games, including 2 full seasons, one due to a sit-out, the other due to injuries. He has missed the bulk of a season due to suspension, and he has missed another chunk of a season due to a shoulder injury. So it's been a long, long time since Deshaun Watson has even resembled anything close to being elite, and every time he has come back, it's like he's seeing ghosts on the field, right? And then we have to hear about, well, it's going to take some time to, get things going again and whatnot. And frankly, I just don't know that the Browns have that kind of time on their hands right now. Dillon Gabriel, I mean, we all saw the same thing last year. And then with Shedeur, there was as much good as there was bad. And, obviously he's got a long way to go. So I don't know that there's an elite quarterback going to be made available to the Browns this offseason. That doesn't mean that Andrew Berry's not going to be looking for one, as he should, but it kind of right now stands to reason that the Browns are going to, if they add an arm, it's not going to be an elite arm, at least not yet, and, they might have to choose from what they already have.
So, Daryl, I asked this to Chris Rose. If the season started tomorrow, who would be your quarterback? Who would be the starter?
Shedeur Sanders. Don't even have to think about it.
That's funny because the three of us, including Chris Rose, would argue with you and say that we would think it was Deshaun.
If he's healthy.
If he's healthy.
If he's healthy and shows Daryl that he still has some ability.
Yeah, okay. To me, there's nothing to gain by putting that guy on the field this year. Again,
that's what Dan thinks as well.
It's been 6 years, people, and I'm just trying to be realistic about the situation. To expect that of him is, in my view, grossly unfair.
To him?
Yeah, because it's been
I don't
6
know.
years,
I see
Andy.
his videos. I see, he likes to put videos out.
Great. He can be an Instagram football model. Good for him.
Well, it makes me think he wants to play.
No, of course he wants to play.
Daryl, if I gave you...
You know what, Andy? I'd like to play too. Doesn't mean I'm any good.
Wow.
That's
Daryl,
nice.
if I gave you a 100-inch TV, okay, and this is the 100-inch TV...
I already have a 70-inch, so...
Oh, well, excuse us. I'm going to give you another 30 inches, Daryl.
I don't know if I need the extra 30 inches.
Let's just say I was going to give you a 100-inch TV, but the technology just didn't work for the first 4 years, and now all of a sudden it works.
Yeah, I'm not waiting 4 years for my television to work, Andy.
I'm just saying, would you use it?
No, I'm not waiting.
Oh, you
4
would
years.
leave a you
I
would leave
I would have already gotten rid of said
TV. Come on, Daryl.
I would have already gotten rid of the TV. I'm not waiting 4 years for
you needed
something
the
to work.
technology to catch up. You needed the broadcast stations to be able to get you the signal you needed, and now it's there. Their signal was broken. Your signal had
I went
problems.
through this in the early to mid 2000s with the old conversion to HD TV.
Yes.
I waited until it actually worked. I didn't want to get ahead of the curve.
Let's just say you were an ambitious person that wanted to go out there and get that TV before it really had the programming.
I'm not ambitious.
So you would just throw that TV away. You would
Pretty
want
much.
no return on investment, even though you knew
there's no
that in
Andy,
that 5th year, 6th year, 7th year, I can't remember.
Andy, there's no return on investment to be had with Deshaun Watson right now.
People keep saying that. I think you're wrong.
Here's the
those are Andy's words, by the way. He likes those.
Here's the problem you run into, and it's multifaceted.
Yes.
Okay.
Break it down.
And I'm going to go both avenues. I'm going to go the positive avenue, and I'm going to go the negative. Because it's you, I'll go positive first. Let's say
this is how our post-game shows work. Yes.
Let's say quite the opposite. But anyway, let's say usually they follow losses, so there's not a lot of positive. Anyway, let's say that Deshaun does some way, somehow, by some miracle, okay, resemble the player that he was with the Houston Texans, right?
Okay.
If you're the Browns, then what do you do? Because you are trying to hit the eject button on this contract as quickly as possible. And the soonest they can do that is March of 2027 when they make him a post-June 1 cut, right? The negative to this is, what if he just goes out there and he is the same player he has pretty much been since getting here, coming off of the suspension, the shoulder injury, and now we'll see what happens here, with the Achilles, right? The multiple Achilles injuries. Then now you've wasted time when you have two young players that you're trying to develop, right? So that's why I don't think anything good comes from investing a whole lot of time in Deshaun Watson right now.
Okay. Jeff.
What? No.
Jeff, your turn.
Andy could not hit the eject button on that fast enough.
I know we're not going to agree, so rather than having a yelling, screaming match on this, I'd rather keep it calm. I'd rather keep them
forward the question to me.
No, I want the conversation just to keep moving forward. That's all. There's no reason to do yell and scream radio, so I can't stand it.
So hey,
come on!
We're getting to learn a little bit more about Todd Monken. First of all, any guy who makes millions but is going to clean out the $500 left on the Nike account to buy a jumpsuit.
That was pretty cool.
I'm all for it, Daryl.
He's my kind of guy. He is my kind of guy. I'm not going to lie.
It cracked me up.
You know what? You know who Todd Monken reminds me of a little bit? He reminds me of Freddie Kitchens a little bit.
Well, he worked for Freddie.
I know. But no, that is. I really hope that he wore that $500 yesterday at the combine too. It sure looked like it.
I know. We're getting to know him a little bit. What are you thinking
about
him? I think he's giving a real good glimpse as to what we're going to see as a head coach. Now, it doesn't matter if, they get on the field and he can't coach. But we're seeing parts of his personality, and he actually says a few things once in a while that give you some thought. And I like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to go either really, really well or really, really bad. I don't feel like there's going to be an in-between. Hopefully it goes really, really well. You talk to folks that have played, for him, worked with him. They have nothing but great things to say about him. I am going to be interested to see how, practices are run under him. I'm interested to see what offense ultimately he's going to run, because I don't think any of us have any idea. And frankly, I don't know if Todd has been able to drill down on that yet. I mean, he
doesn't coach a system as much as he coaches what he has, and I like that.
Right, yeah, and let's be honest about it, it's been a little bit of a whirlwind, right? From going through the interview process to getting hired, putting the staff together. He said yesterday he's got an assistant defensive line coach to hire, and then he'll be done with that, and he hopes to have that done by when they get back to Berea next week. And also, too, there just hasn't been a lot of time for him to sit down and evaluate what's here, Jeff. And that's why I say I don't think he knows right now what he's going to do with the offense. Obviously, he pitched a plan during the interview process, and it is a plan that, they really, really liked because they hired him.
Yep.
But, the fact that he just hasn't had the time really to take that deep dive into what he's inheriting here, and he's probably going to be able to do that once they get back from the combine before free agency, because Andrew Berry, his work is obviously ongoing, not just with preparing for the draft, but he's preparing for free agency, trying to see what the trade market might look like for certain guys while in Indianapolis, because listen, these agreements, when the legal tampering window opens in mid-March, right? Yeah. And we always get the news that, hey, right away there's all these agreements. Yeah, a lot of them are – the groundwork is laid at the Combine in Indianapolis, because you have front offices, coaching staffs, and all the agents are in one city at one time. So there's just a lot of curiosity from my standpoint, because right now there's a lot of unknowns with Todd and what he's going to do or what he wants to do here. Because, again, I don't know that he's had a whole lot of time to sit down and put things together just yet.
Daryl, thank you, buddy. As always, appreciate your time.
Thanks, Daryl.
You bet, guys.
Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter, is brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We'll talk a little more Combine coming up at 1 o'clock with the other writer. That's Chad Ryder from the NFL Network. He's an analyst there. NFL Network coverage. Chad, Chris Rose, starting at 3 o'clock on the NFL Network. Problem last night in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Became known for the Cavaliers. And they almost won a basketball game nonetheless. What should they do? What should they do? With James Harden next on Basket and Phelps.
said he says it was done for precautionary reasons. And Rhys Hoskins still not in the lineup for today's game, although Stephen Vogt told the media they plan on having him debut as DH in tomorrow's contest against the Cubs. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Oh, no. Say it's not a problem.
It's not a problem.
Okay. Apparently last night, the Cavaliers found out some news that they didn't want to hear. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Dan Mennigan. You heard Meredith just doing the 2020. She'll take your phone calls at 216-474-0092. The Cavaliers finding out last night that in the previous game, well, they found out before, but he didn't play last night, that James Harden fractured his thumb, Andy.
Yeah, that sucks.
He's a lefty. James is a lefty. He fractured his right thumb. Now, as the medical guru that I am, Google told me that it's an injury to the tip of the right thumb, and it's very painful. And it said, no problem, 3 to 6 weeks. It should be much better as long as you don't do too much with it.
Oh, 3 to 6.
And then it said, but to be completely pain-free and good to go, 6 to 8 weeks. And then, they recommended you don't need surgery, from what they said.
Okay.
But, those like plexiglass plastic things you can put over, said, you should wear one of those and immobilize. And it said some things to do that if you want to play basketball,
what did it say?
You can't really do.
But it's your non-shooting hand.
Well, yeah, but you use two hands in the game of basketball.
Yeah, I understand that. But, your non-shooting hand is the guide. It's not like you have to.
You pass with your right hand. You dribble with your right hand if you're James.
If you're right-handed, yeah, okay.
Well, no, you don't just dribble with one hand. If you dribble with just one hand, you're getting ready to go play in some bad European league.
You're saying you need to have the ability to go right to left.
Sure.
You're not saying because normally you would dribble with one hand.
No.
If you're dribbling the ball down the floor.
If you dribble with two hands, it's called double dribble, and you turn it over.
I like the rules of the game you're making up right now. I'm very confused. The last time I checked, you can't double.
Ball handlers can't just dribble with one hand, or they're playing.
They need to be flexible in both hands to be able to.
They're suddenly playing in Estonia, thinking, I don't understand a word they're saying.
I don't know the last time you saw Estonian basketball, but I got to tell you, my teammates Fred and Barney, when we played over there,
can bring it.
It was great. Of course, they would play in Estonia, right? If it was the Flintstones?
Sure.
Right, of course.
Sure.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
The issue is...
And by the way, they would be playing for a team owned by Bedrock, right? Yeah.
The thumb's the captain of the hand.
You mean Thumpkin? Yeah, I get it. Why can't they put a numbing agent on the end of his thumb?
Well, I'm not a doctor. I'm just telling you
what... You just played doctor for 5 minutes.
I told you I Googled it, and they told me what the deal was. It's at the tip of the thumb.
He's going to play through it, right?
Yes.
That's all I care about.
Well, he's going to play through it. It sounds like it's all about pain management.
They think he's going to play through it.
I would also worry more about the defensive end where people are trying to slap at you. You're trying to slap at people.
Our buddy Chris Fedor, and as part of the Wine and Gold
Hang on.
podcast,
Are you trying to tell me that other teams would read the report and try to hit his hand? That is just unsportsmanlike.
It's either that or the other joke of it is, oh, yeah, that'll be something for James Harden. We'll worry about that when he starts playing defense.
Oh. Headline on the summation of their Wine and Gold podcast.
Ouch.
Rest or reps, James Harden's thumb fracture forces a difficult decision for the Cavaliers.
Where do you want to be, Jeff? Here's where I don't want to be.
That's the interesting thing.
They got to make sure they stay out of the play-in tournament. Bottom line.
Well, they're not. Yep. Okay. You know what? Anything's possible. We know that. They're sitting fourth right now.
Right.
I don't see them dropping out of the top six. Do you?
Not right now. I don't know. And especially the way they played last night, I thought was impressive.
Period. I don't think that's going to.
Well, they have a 4-game, 12. They're 7.5 back, and 2. What is that? 2.
Fedor said he talked to 4 guys in the locker room last night, and they all thought that James was going to play with that thumb injury.
Okay.
And then they were surprised he didn't. Now remember, this guy plays. He doesn't miss a lot of games. We'll see what happens. tape it up and go play.
That's what I say. Tape it up and go play. I don't know how you could.
But would you rather do this? The question is going to come down to this, Andy. Hey, we want to win some games now and get a really good, better positioning for the playoffs. And along with the positioning for the playoffs, we want this to mesh. So when we get there, we can do some damage. Or do you rest him, let it get completely, fully healthy, not be bothered by it, not have pain, but then lose a big opportunity to get everybody on the same page if, in fact, you're actually going to play everybody, because Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, James Harden didn't play last night in Milwaukee.
I'm just wondering.
They conveniently all had these little things that kept them out on the second night of a back-to-back.
Couldn't they make some sort of device that fits over your thumb that would protect the thumb but would yet kind of have that same natural feel? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like a rubber,
They had those for secretaries back in the day.
Yeah,
so that
you know what? That's exactly right. That's what
I was just going to say
to
something
go
like
through
that.
the papers, yeah. Why couldn't you wear one of those?
I don't know that it would do the job, but I don't know that it wouldn't. My guess is, Andy, they have figured that out.
I don't know, man. There might be some medical appliance company out there.
They have
just gave them an idea.
fine-team doctors.
Steve Spiro, Andy demands 15%.
Steve
right,
Spiro,
yeah.
one of the finest athletic trainers in the game.
There you go. So he's got good people around him. I just hope he plays through it and he's all right. That's all.
I hope that's the case as well.
But they need to hang on to that 4 spot, because I think you want to make sure you want first round at home. Although it could be Toronto, which scares me.
The fewer games you have to win to get to where you want to go, the better, and the less opportunity you have to get knocked out, the better. So yeah, they'll figure out what they're going to do with James, but who knows? John's in Cleveland. Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Good.
Hey, so I don't know if you guys have watched a lot of James Harden playoff basketball. I'm a Sixers fan, so I got a good 2 years of it, very up close and personal.
Yes.
If you think he is inconsistent in the playoffs with 2 healthy thumbs, I would like you to try and imagine him with 1 healthy thumb. You cannot force this guy to play through this just to get the 4 seed instead of the 5th or 6th seed. You got to get him healthy for the playoffs, because if you want any chance of getting just 1 or 2 good games out of him, which is the best case scenario with him in the playoffs, you're going to need both thumbs, man. And honestly, if the Cavs really have a shot to win the East, it shouldn't matter whether they get the 4th seed or the 6th seed. As long as they stay out of the play-in, that's really all you need to worry about.
John, I have a hard time arguing with anything you just said about that, other than Harden in the playoffs. I know he's had some issues and some things that haven't gone real well, but I'm willing to take my chances with him. But I want that guy as healthy as he can possibly be, and if he drags a bad thumb all the way through the rest of the regular season and into the playoffs, that's probably not good.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I agree with you there. I mean, I would definitely take Harden over Garland in the playoffs, because at least he's got some size, some physicality that Garland doesn't have. But if you want to get the best out of him on offense, which is part of the reason you traded for him, let him sit, even if it is just 4 weeks. You can't rush this. The guy's 35.
John, can't disagree with anything you said there, and I don't know.
Jeff, he's going to want to play.
Well, he is, but does this factor in at all, Andy? He's played 7 games with this team, barely practiced, and they're 6-1 in the games he's played.
Yeah, he has had instant chemistry. I don't even think that's even.
Or is it now 8-1? I think they're 7-1.
No, he didn't play last night. 7-1. Yeah,
they played the game before though. Either way, they've lost 1 time with him on the floor. I forget if it's 6 or 7 wins.
I don't know. I don't really want to take out. But
in other words, if he sits for 4 weeks to let it heal, does he come back and they're still playing pretty well? I would think so.
Jeff,
he knows
I think
how to
he's
play
had
the game.
What has he had? 1 practice with the team? 1?
Probably a couple now, but still not a whole lot.
Well, I think he's only had 1, maybe 2 practices.
Well,
there haven't been a whole lot.
You're not going to practice with a bum thumb either. Ken's in Brooklyn. Hello, Ken.
Hey.
Good morning, guys.
Mr. Mayor.
Hey, you guys haven't talked about this, but they've been talking about the coaches wearing suits again.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have to go that far, but you may want to have like a dress shirt with the logo on it, with a pair of Dockers, or maybe a shirt and tie and that kind of thing. I think it would be a good idea.
You want them to look they were wearing.
Right.
They would carry their suits.
Yeah.
And then they would get to the arena. And this one I have never always understood. They would then change clothes and put on a coat and tie and all that stuff. The assistants always, had work to do on the floor, so I kind of get that.
Mm-hmm.
But the head coach usually never did. And then after the game, immediately switch out of their suits and put on whatever kind of clothing they'd have to get on a bus and maybe get on a plane. But so they were doing. They went to the jumpsuits and all that stuff to jumpsuits.
Wait, can we be totally
just to back off on like contact with other humans?
Yeah, I don't know. I know what baseball.
I think NBA coaches should wear uniforms with jersey numbers.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I think they need to look a little bit more professional.
Well, I don't think so. You know what? I think suits are kind of ridiculous at this point because I think they're ridiculous because the whole reason professional athletes were wearing suits is because in the beginning they were traveling with everybody else, right? NBA guys were hopping on commercial flights. In baseball, those guys were going on trains, to look professional because you were going to be in the public. Like, let's be honest, NBA teams, you play your game. You walk through the bowels of an arena. You go through a little...
Good use of the word bowels.
You go right through a little security gate. You hop on a bus. The bus takes you right to the plane. You walk on a little jetway to the plane. You're on the plane. You're not with the public at all.
No, but I just think, like I said, maybe like a dress shirt with their logo on it and some Dockers or something. I think that would be...
Ken, great phone call. Great phone call.
Ken, let me share one story with you.
All right.
Mike Fratello, former head coach of the Cavaliers, and Mike always looked good on the sidelines. Always looked good in the broadcast booth.
Good looking.
Mike told me this story when we were doing Basketball Gold, the fabulous podcast that didn't last long. Let's be honest.
It was over-marketed. That was the problem. It was over-marketed. Like, every billboard I'd see off of 480 would be like, look at this, Fratello and Phelps. And I'm like, where am I?
That's the best line you've ever had, Andy. So anyhow, Mike told me this, because we talked about it on that. He said that they were in a coaches meeting back in the day, and there was some rumbling of maybe we could dress more casually or shouldn't dress more casually. And he said that Chuck Daly stood up and he said, fellas, we're professionals. We're running the team. I think we should make sure that we look dang good and stand out from everybody else. And I think we should continue to wear suits. In fact, maybe even wear better suits. And Mike and some of the guys thought, you know what, that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, the killer is that Hugo Boss outlet store where all the NHL guys used to go to over there in Brooklyn.
And NBA guys.
And by the way, that was pretty close to you, Ken.
Yeah.
It was right there off Tiedemann. All those guys would go to that Hugo Boss store that was here. Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We were like the
Ken,
hub.
Thanks, buddy. There it is.
It's pretty amazing that all the NHL and NBA guys were going to a little store in Cleveland.
Dan Minigan.
Athletic is reporting that the Indianapolis Colts have given quarterback Anthony Richardson permission to seek a trade given his uncertain future in Indy. So, gentlemen, we've got another one to add to the hopper.
I would believe the Browns are talking to him, or he's going to talk to the Browns.
We'll discuss that coming up. It's interesting. He's one of the guys that I'm intrigued by, but that doesn't mean that he's a starting quarterback in the NFL, but I'm intrigued by him. I am intrigued by Rhys Hoskins and the history of Antonetti and Chernoff in bringing in guys like Rhys Hoskins. We have that coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
You know, we were talking about dressing.
2 games. Rhys Hoskins still not in the lineup for today's game. However, Stephen Vogt tells the media they plan to have him debut as DH in tomorrow's contest against the Cubs. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Andy, I'd been hoping for it for a long time. By golly, it happened.
What was it, Jeff?
Rhys Hoskins.
Oh, that's right.
Getting signed by your Cleveland Guardians.
Did you call the mayor? Did you say, hey, Mayor Bibb, listen, can we do Rhys Hoskins Day?
I think we should have one.
He still gets to make the team.
There is that. There is that. But,
everybody in the world has him in our starting lineup opening day, though.
Well, he should be. And it's something that makes perfect sense. And, Dana was on board. He and I were the campaign managers for that thing. And I'm glad it happened. I'm sure that Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff had no idea that we had been saying such things. But by golly, I'm just glad they did it.
Can we be super honest about Rhys Hoskins?
Yeah.
The way he spells Rhys, it's pretty cool. We've got some cool names on our team.
I think his parents probably spelled it that way.
I know. But so I've got a buddy who's got his son's name's Rhys too. And he spells it, I'm pretty sure he spells it the same way.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we were laughing about names yesterday. Was it Todd?
Todd.
We're not laughing at anyone named Todd. It was just the whole Carl Reiner.
We have a really close friend who has a son named Rhys, too.
Yeah. So yeah. But something about...
Not spelled that way.
RHYS is pretty cool.
Yeah, but you'd look at it and think it might be Rhys, but it's not.
Yeah, that's
not.
True.
And,
bravo to his parents.
I get these silly thoughts in my head, so I spend, a couple of hours digging stuff up and looking for it.
George Carlin.
But this one was inspired by the Guardians bringing in Rhys Hoskins. And I've thought, they've made this move before. And by this move, it's this. And it's specifically Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff. And the move is this. Before the season starts or within the first week or two of the season, I wonder, and I named this team, you're going to love this, I wonder if there's somebody we can add who probably won't cost us very much and might be able to help us. So, ladies and gentlemen, under Chris Antonetti and Mike Chernoff, this goes back to 2016, it is the All Guardians, let's see if this guy has anything left team.
Or the Reclamation Squad. How's that sound?
You could name it what you want. Okay. I named it the All Guardians. Let's see if this guy has anything left team.
All right, here comes the Reclamation Squad.
Now, we don't know if Rhys Hoskins is going to do it yet. I love the signing, and I think he's going to be great for this team. But if that were the case, he might be at first base. But there are parameters on this team. Are you ready?
Okay, what are they?
The Guardians had to sign them before the season started or real close to the start of the season in April, and they spent only tops 1 year with the Guardians.
Okay.
In other words, we got to get a guy to fill a hole for a season.
Okay.
You'd be surprised at the number of guys that they actually maybe had work.
And were active contributors to the team throughout the year, right?
For example, at first base on the All Guardians, let's see if this guy has anything left team, is put together by Antonetti and Chernoff.
Okay.
Yonder Alonso. In 2018, he played in 145 games and was good. 23 homers and 83 runs batted in.
Mm-hmm.
Played the entire season here. And again, this just goes back to 2016 when Chris Antonetti was promoted to president and Chernoff to general manager when Mark Shapiro took off. At second base, Brad Miller. Brad Miller was here in 2019. He was signed in March after cut by the Dodgers. He played in 13 games. So that one didn't work.
I'm just trying to remember who he even was.
Brad Miller.
He didn't wear batting gloves. That's all I remember.
And he
about
had a funny left-handed batting stance.
Yeah.
But he left and he went on and did some other things.
I absolutely, positively do not remember Brad Miller playing on this
Well,
team.
that's kind of the point of this whole thing.
Yeah, okay.
It's the All Guardians. Let's see if this guy has anything left team.
Juan Gonzalez 2.0 is ineligible for this, right?
He's ineligible.
Yeah,
because it was way before Antonetti and Chernoff.
That's right.
I understand now that you understand the parameters of the game, and that's really good.
Yeah, thank you.
At third base.
It's like playing Uno.
In the Let's Go to the World Series season. 2016.
Okay.
Juan Uribe
Was with the Guardians?
was signed by the Guardians.
You don't remember Juan Uribe
No.
with the Guardians? It was awesome.
He played third base in 73 games because some youngster named Jose Ramirez
Thank God.
was playing in some left field during the 2016 season. In the first year where Jose really busted loose, Uribe played 73 games, hit a robust .206.
He played until his 60s, didn't he?
He was signed in February, released in August. So he didn't even finish the season. He didn't even get to go to the World Series.
I'm sure he got a share.
Here's something I had to do just to fudge the team a little bit.
One of the all-time great quotes from Juan Uribe that I think you have to Google because I don't know if I can tell that story on the air, but it's outstanding.
All right, there you go. At shortstop.
Wait, would you like to have been one of his kids? He's got 4 kids. Juan, Wani, Yanni, and Yohani.
Just type
Are
in
you kidding?
Juan
No.
Uribe, athletic protector.
Okay.
You'll get one of the finest stories.
At shortstop on this team,
Contusions aren't funny, dude.
a guy who
His response to it is.
I know.
a guy who didn't play shortstop here but played a lot of shortstop in his career.
Uribe got $4 million here, too. Go ahead, sorry.
In
Oh, man, he
in-
had a long career. He was a great hang.
In
4 million
2019,
Okay.
they brought in an absolute stud with the Marlins and the Red Sox, Hanley Ramirez. Remember when they brought in Hanley Ramirez? They signed him in February of 2019, brought him in, wanted to add a bat. He was out in April. He played all of 16 games here as a DH. It didn't work.
I do not remember him playing here. Okay,
Hanley
keep going.
Ramirez. I thought this would be the case, that some of these
Wow.
guys would be so obscure. The catcher,
Well,
Rene,
the players aren't obscure. It's the fact they were here.
that
for a
they were
couple
here,
of-
yeah. Catcher, Rene Rivera. But Rene had been around the league for a long time, played in 21 games here, was signed in April, released in July. Backup catcher didn't work.
He hit 232. We could use him right now.
And you are the quickest Googler I've ever seen in my life.
I am not.
You're really good.
Keep going.
Your outfield is pretty good, so much so that I call it the outfield.
Good.
That's a Juan Uribe outfield.
For anyone the ages 11 to 13.
In 2018, Melky Cabrera.
All right, now, I do remember Melky coming.
They signed Melky April 26th. Oh, a couple of weeks into the season, they went, oops, we need somebody. He played in 78 games here. That was it. It was done. I loved when they signed this guy. And, man, it just didn't work because he was done. Carlos Gonzalez. Cargo from the Colorado Rockies, who was a stud out there in that mountain air. Came here in 2019. He was signed in March, late in spring training. They released him in May after he hit 210. Played in all of 30 games here in Cleveland. He played 15 more games in the season with the Cubs. He was done, retired.
210 would have been hitting fourth last year.
That's almost as good as your heavily marketed comment. The other
this bit's so good we ran out of music.
The
Keep
other
going, yeah.
player, Dan. Oh, wait a minute, we get that music going. I feel like, can we have martinis all around, please, with Dan's music?
I mean, it helps me get through the day. I don't know about the rest of
The other outfielder on this team, 2021, signed in February, Eddie Rosario. Eddie came in here and you thought, Eddie was great in Minnesota. He might be a really nice player for this team. They signed him in February. He played in 78 games. They traded him to Atlanta in July. And then he actually ended up playing fairly well for the Braves for a couple of years. And he's still kicking around trying to find something to do. And then the other Andy guy on this list, well, I'll give you a pitcher. There was only one that I thought might be the guy, and it was Jabba Chamberlain.
Oh, I remember that.
He came in the 2016 World Series season. Signed him in the offseason, played in 20 games. That was it. And he was done. The other guy who makes you scream, yes, Rhys Hoskins might work out. The DH on our All Guardians, let's see if this guy has anything left team, signed under Antonetti and Chernoff. Mike Napoli in 2016.
Yeah. Well, we had a party at his place.
He was out there and, needed a team like Rhys Hoskins. Guardians needed a right-handed stick like Rhys Hoskins. And Napoli played in 150 games, hit 34 bombs with 101 runs batted in, played the entire season here, went to the World Series, and was done. He left. So all these guys they brought in.
He was worth it.
Absolutely, he was worth
it.
And I hope Rhys Hoskins becomes that kind of a guy here. So out of this whole list, there are really only 2 hits. Mike Napoli, Yonder Alonso.
Yeah.
The rest of the guys kind of a bust. It
was kind of fun.
It didn't work. But coincidence that the 2 guys that did work played first base? I don't know. Let's hope so. Because I think they need Rhys Hoskins and they need Rhys Hoskins' bat. Ted's in Cleveland. Hey, Ted.
Hey, how's it going?
Well,
you know, you beat me to it. I was just going to say, I think the best that we can hope for from Rhys this year is something like Mike Napoli's season.
Wouldn't that be great?
12 home runs in 90 games last year. So what do you think the expectation would be for this year? Or, like, what's the best that we could hope for? And then, second of all, before I go, just wanted to give a shout-out to my Miami Redhawks undefeated season.
Well, they're having a fun year, man.
They are.
Oh, yeah. Anyway.
There you go, Ted.
Yeah, why didn't we talk to Chris Rose about that? We should have.
Well, Chris was at the scouting
I
conference.
know. You got to hit up Chris Rose about that. Yep.
Yeah, we got to.
All right, Ted, thank you. We actually have in the past.
Was that like a generic version of the Peanuts music that we were playing? Like, was it Vince Guaraldi? Isn't that the guy?
Nice,
who
good
did
call.
all that? Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
We had.
It wasn't quite as jazzy. That was more like supper club.
Yeah, we had
I
a
typed in
martini.
royalty-free bossa nova, and these are the things that came up.
So that was more like Vince Guaraldi.
So
it was like his cousin.
Can Rhys Hoskins repeat what Mike Napoli did?
Why are you looking so seriously at me?
Ted, I think he can hit 20 bombs and drive in 75 runs.
Jabba Chamberlain came in here like Pigpen with those stupid med flies all over him. Remember that?
I'll never forget him breaking his leg on a trampoline.
And remember, Ted,
all these guys that he went through all have stories attached to them that
if
make me
Aaron
laugh.
Boone wasn't a bad basketball player, we never would have had him.
the stat that I dug up a little while ago,
We're
Ted,
honest.
in the 5 years in his career when Rhys Hoskins has played at least 107 games, he's
so
averaged 29 home runs and 82 runs batted in. So
I'll take 30.
Shoot for average. 29 homers and 82 runs
Jeff,
batted
I think
in.
he's going to have his best year in the bigs because you wanted him so bad.
That'd be awesome.
And his parents, the way he spelled his first name was outstanding.
I think that would be awesome.
Should have somebody on just to
We
tell
have
why
Slade
based
Ciccone.
Did you like that? The All Guardians, let's see if this guy has anything left team under Antonetti and Chernoff.
I liked it, but
they've made more than a few signings like Rhys Hoskins, and a couple of them have actually worked.
We might have the all-name team this year.
Oh, good Lord.
Reese, Slade, Bazana. Come on, man. Seriously. I mean, they may not hit the ball.
2 guys.
Kyle.
Last name.
Kyle.
We have a Gavin.
We have a Brian spelled funny.
Steven.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, my God. Get out of the way.
Yeah.
Here comes Steven.
We have a Chase.
All right. Well, I tried. Slade, Reese, still pretty good.
A for effort.
Hey, Slade looked pretty good yesterday.
Chad Ryder works for the NFL Network. He's an analyst. He's smart. He's at the Combine. I think he's at the Combine. Dan, is he at the Combine? Yes, he is. He's going to join us next right here on Basket and Phelps.
find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
NFL Scouting Combine, where teams find gems that turn around the fortunes of a franchise. Does that sound okay, Andy?
Wow, you are like the beginning of a documentary. You're amazing.
We hope so, and we always try to get great insight into things. And so when we're looking for great insight when it comes to the NFL draft and the players and everything else, who better to go to than a guy who is the NFL draft researcher and analyst with NFL Media since 2011? He is Chad Ryder from NFL.com. He's the king of mock drafts as well, and he joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Chad, good afternoon to you, sir.
Hey, Chad.
Thank you guys for having me on, and thank you for the kind words on Alita, and I feel much better about myself now. Thank you.
Well, anytime you need a little boost, just give us a call.
We're like the Stuart Smalley of radio. You're good enough. You're a great writer. And gosh darn it, people like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, so you're in Indianapolis. Here we go. Browns need a lot. If you're looking at this draft class and you're thinking, boy, we know we need, in the Browns case, offensive line, wide receivers. But, boy, there are these defensive guys at the top of the draft, and we might be tempted to take one at 6. Which one of those offensive positions could you push down the road a little bit because there's great talent there? Offensive line or wide receiver, in your estimation?
I would say you could probably get value at wide receiver. I think it's crucial for this team to make sure that offensive line is in top shape. I think you can get playmakers. You can get. You could get a tall outside receiver in round 3 or 4, and then you can get a slot guy a little bit later in that area, or even a little bit later, because guys without the great size, they'll go later, but you can really find some contributors. So I would hit that offensive line hard early, unless you have a special player that ends up in your lab, and then you just have to go with the top guy on your board. So if they feel like Mekhi Lemon or Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate is the top guy on their board, and then you take them at receiver, you figure out an offensive tackle a little bit later in the first round, and then you hit the interior of the offensive line in the middle of the draft.
Wouldn't it be crazy for the Browns to take 2 offensive linemen in that first round? I mean, they have the big need.
I would not say it's crazy, because you can find a guy of value in both spots. So let's just say they love Spencer Farno out of Utah, and then a guy like Chase DeSantis from Texas A&M, tough-minded guard. Doesn't happen very often, but I'm a big fat guy, so I love the offensive line, and I think they're the pistons of the engine. So if you're gonna do that, and you want whoever your quarterback is, whoever your receivers are, if you don't like the value later at those positions, and these are the top guys on your board, they've done worse things in recent years. I'll just put it that way.
Good point. That's the best way to put it. But Browns, I get that. You're right.
Chad Ryder joining us from NFL.com. He's a draft analyst. He has a mock draft out. You're a brave man because you did a 3-round mock draft. That's brave, my friend.
I got a 4-rounder coming in a couple weeks,
a
5-rounder a couple rounds after that, and then a 7-rounder right before the draft. So we have only begun to mock.
Hey, you'll get the hits here if you
fabulous.
Keep picking Buckeyes into the 3rd round. Davidson Iguodala. I read that. I was like, all right, I love how deep he's looking into this. This is awesome.
You have in your 3-rounder you have out there, you have one of the guys at wide receiver who you just talked about coming to the Browns at 6, and that's Mekhi Lemon. Is it because you think he's the top wide receiver in the draft, or do you think the Browns would like him on their team?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with them because some teams don't like the athleticism. You know, he's not the tallest guy. He's not maybe the fastest guy. But here's what I know. If you throw him the ball, he's going to catch it. And if he has any kind of space, he can avoid and break through tacklers. And these are the things that get lost sometimes when talking about prospects. Oh, he's 6'2", and he runs a 4.40. Yeah, but can he catch the ball? Is he in the right spot?
There is that, right?
And these things cannot look. So like Lemon could end up going in the early 20s. We've seen that with guys like Justin Jefferson, who should have never lasted that long. But if they don't fit necessarily what a team wants. So I think a team that needs a reliable, competitive receiver, and I think Browns fans would agree, they could use that. That is the guy that you'd want on your team. Whether you get him at 6, whether maybe you trade up from him at 24. Like if you love him that much and he's available a little bit later, he is a kind of a guy they exactly need. And I think that would be a great fit for them regardless of where they can find him.
He's got 3 of the 4 qualities that the Browns have looked at in the past when it comes to wide receivers too. Just like you said, not tall, not fast, and if he could not catch, he'd be perfect.
Okay.
You said right out of the gate, you're like, not tall, not fast. I'm like, oh, man, the Browns are definitely taking him. Hey, let me ask you this.
By the way, Chad, Andy's been going negative all day.
I'm just having a weird day.
Well, and it's different. He's not 5'9", is going to run a 4.640. He's like 5'11", is going to run in the high 4.4
too tall.
Or something.
He's too tall.
That's plenty fine. Yeah, right? Yeah.
Now, if he was 5'4", he'd be in the wheelhouse.
Right.
What is the combine worth to some of these athletes? Like, what does it take for somebody to maybe come in the combine and be somebody that is probably projected 3rd or 4th round to make their way into the 2nd or maybe late into the 1st? Like, how does that happen? Does that make sense?
Yeah. In most cases, a guy will go. So what I try to do is I try to build tiers of value. And I think most teams have that, where you've got top 10 guys, top 20 guys, top 50 guys, top 80 guys. So within that tier of value, you can move up within it with a really good combine. Because what teams will do is if somebody excels, they'll go back to the tape and they'll say, okay, this guy is still a marginal starter or whatever they project him as, but now this athleticism gives him a little more upside. And so he'll get a little, so a guy could go from the early 3rd to the mid 2nd. Now, sometimes it's very strange because sometimes there'll be guys we project as late 1st that don't end up going to the 3rd round. Examples from recent years are Braylon Trice from Washington, who just ended up being too stiff. Landon Jackson from Arkansas, another edge rusher that people really like. Not the quickest twitch guy ever, so teams weren't sure if he was going to be a real threat as pass rusher. So, like, some guys we're looking at as late 1st may not go until round 3. And the combine helps sort some of that out, too, because if teams really thought, oh, he's a little tight and all that, but all of a sudden in these pass rush drills and his on-field work, he looks better than that. Then they go back to the tape and say, okay, maybe we can work with him. Maybe we'll look at him somewhere in the middle of round 2. So it's valuable. People will call it underwear Olympics and blah, blah, blah. It's valuable. Seeing these guys next to each other, comparing their relative athleticism, it's valuable.
I have 2 quarterback questions for you. You have in your
don't bother. There aren't any in this draft anyway, so don't even bother.
That's what we keep hearing. You have Ty Simpson going to the Jets at 16. First of all, a bunch of things on him. Should the Browns be interested, and would the Jets or somebody else take him mid-1st round because they think he's a 1st round pick or because they need a quarterback?
Yeah, I think demand is going to be a factor, and we don't. Until the veteran quarterback carousel stops, we're really not going to know what Ty Simpson's value is. Because if Kyler Murray goes to Miami and Aaron Rodgers resigns in Pittsburgh and all that, Malik Willis ends up somewhere, like, until all that happens, we don't really know. And if it's just the Jets that are looking for a rookie quarterback, maybe they don't even bother taking him at 16. Maybe they try getting him in the early 2nd round. But I think he's got enough tools. Coach's son, he knows the game. He didn't always make the right decisions at Alabama, but he really has all the physical tools. And he's not – just because he makes good decisions doesn't necessarily mean that he's incapable of being a good decision maker. It's a very difficult position. And I think he's got the chance – I look at it this way. If Mac Jones can go in the middle of the first round, there's no reason that Ty Simpson shouldn't go in the middle of the first round. But it's really just a matter of demand. If we think Arizona, Miami, and the Jets all of a sudden are looking for young quarterbacks, then the conversation becomes different. And you have to decide, is somebody going to trade up for him like the Vikings wanted J.J. McCarthy, so they moved up a spot to get him? Then you have to have those conversations. But as of today, I think the veterans will probably take some of those spots. So I think the Jets, they could take him at 16, or they could wait a little bit if there's just not a lot of demand, for Simpson at this point.
Chad Ryder joining us from NFL.com, draft analyst all over the combine, and has mock drafts that will entertain you wildly, where you have Carson Beck going in the third round. And I think of Carson Beck, I don't think of a Browns quarterback, except for the fact that he was with Todd Monken in Georgia, even though Stetson Bennett was the starter there. Should he be on the Browns' radar here based on ties to Todd Monken and need at quarterback for the Browns?
Yeah, I think NFL coaches might like him more than we in the media see, because I think he checks a lot of boxes for teams instead of like physical traits, confidence, experience, all that stuff, being in major programs. I just think he's a little robotic. He takes a lot of chances that I don't think his arm his arm can't cash some of the things that he's trying to pull off. But I mean, look, he's going to be a solid backup probably. I don't know if the Browns should be interested in that. I think you've got guys that are solid backups already. I really think at this point this year, to me anyway, it makes more sense to build the rest of the team, so that either if Shedeur, who knows with Watson, whoever they bring in as a late round pick or whatever, a veteran, you build the team first, and then you see what happens with these guys. And then next year you have maybe a better class of quarterbacks coming in, and maybe you get your future guy. But I think they have so many needs on that team that just taking a guy in the third round that maybe isn't much better than what you have doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Just looking through your mock draft too, this could be a banner year for Ohio State. Now, I don't know if they get to 6, but they could have 5 in the first round, and then you're talking about, and if Igmanosin goes at 39, maybe he pushes that. That's 6 in the top 40, and Max Clary got at 100. So, what are you looking at? 7 in the top 100. This could be a great year for Ohio State.
Oh yeah, and I think a guy like Claire. I really struggled on where to put him, because not a lot of teams have tight end as a major need. But he's one of those guys that a team may decide, like Kansas City, for example. He works out great. Travis Kelce retires. All of a sudden, a guy like Claire looks really good. And so I think he's one of these guys that could end up being that second round. But tight ends it's a tough position. It's hard to know which teams are going to be looking for a second really good tight end, or if they're just going to wait until day 3 and get a guy that they think could be, a solid backup or sometimes number 2 option. But yeah, no, I expect Ohio State names to be all over the place again. You don't get a lot of drafts where 3 of the top 10 picks are, from one school. And I think that's likely. It wouldn't shock me if 4 go in the top 10. And that really just doesn't happen often.
Last thought. You're the Browns. You're sitting at 6. You also have 24. Is this draft deep enough at places where you have some needs, along with just wanting to get good players, where you should trade down if the opportunity presents itself?
The weird thing about this draft is picks 3 to 17 are really not a huge difference. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be looking to trade into 6, for example, so I think the better move, if at 24 they get a significant offer from some, like the Jets, for example, want to move out the second round and find somebody, that's a trade I've considered making in the next draft is having the Browns move down into the early second and pick up some more premium picks this year and next year. By the way, I think you can get some of that. So I think that's the spot where you can make some hay with a trade.
Awesome, Chad. Mock draft out right now. 3-round mock draft. The 4-round comes out when?
2 weeks after, like the 21st or 22nd, whatever that day is.
Okay, terrific. We'll be paying attention. I love the way you guys do your mock drafts because if you click on anybody from NFL.com, it plops everybody's mock draft up and you can click on those and compare and contrast. It's always a lot of fun and great read. So thank you very much, Chad.
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, guys.
Chad
thanks
Ryder.
for having me on.
You got it, buddy. Chad Ryder, NFL.com, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. And again, in his mock draft, he's going with Mekhi Lemon for the Browns at 6. And when you drop down to 24, he has Caleb Alomu, the other tackle from Utah. And he's just a sophomore. What'd you think? Might not be a bad draft to trade around a little bit, especially at 24. So. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan.
Chad Ryder from NFL.com was just with us. Daryl Ryder from 92.3 The Fan was with us at noon. Chris Rose from the NFL Network was with us at 11:20. If you missed any of those interviews, you missed any moment in our show. In fact, if you happen to miss the let's see if this guy has anything left team.
Oh, for sure.
You can go back and use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. I thought Chad had a couple of really interesting thoughts, and I want to discuss a few of them.
Okay.
But first, let's get to Anthony Richardson. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Being reported that the Colts have given him permission to seek a trade. That to me means, okay, they are re-signing Daniel Jones and bringing him back and going to wait until his injury heals, and Daniel Jones will be the starting quarterback for the Colts. And Anthony can go and try and find another gig. Now, if you want to go back a few years, his draft profile, he had a good prospect grade, and the little line was, will become a good starter within 2 years.
Okay.
Well, he hasn't yet. He's 6'4", 240 pounds. He is big. He is strong. He is fast. He can throw the ball like absolute crazy. Lance Zierlein had the NFL comparison, Cam Newton. It hasn't worked yet.
Mm-mm.
If you're the Browns, you interested?
Based on everything that they've said over the last 2 days, it sounds like they would be interested in him. I just don't know if it's worth bringing him in knowing what you already have in. Does that make sense? So are you bringing Richardson in to compete with Shedeur Sanders? No. You'd probably be bringing him in to start, wouldn't you?
I would think you would give him the opportunity to start. I don't think you could just say, we picked up Anthony Richardson and he's our starting quarterback. And Andy, with both Shedeur and Dillon here, you're not gonna bring in Anthony Richardson and keep those two guys. Somebody would have to go. You'd either release them or trade them or something. At some point, you would have to do that.
And then the other question is, what's the value, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are you giving the Colts to get him? Third? Fourth?
My initial thought said third.
Okay.
But he's not been very successful. And you could maybe get him for a fourth. And sometimes you see trades in the NFL, you think, how in the world did you get that guy for that?
Yeah. And then we're looking to get rid of it and try to get anything in return, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have 3 fifth-round picks. If I'm Andrew Berry, I'm picking up the phone and I'm calling the Colts and saying, you know what, we like Anthony. He's an interesting guy. How about Dillon Gabriel in a fifth? Because again, I don't think you'd keep both Shedeur and Dillon and bring in Anthony Richardson.
No, you're right. That's actually makes more sense. Like I was wondering why you were throwing Gabriel in there for a second, but if he's is he a third round value?
Whatever he was taking there.
Yeah.
But that way the Colts have a quarterback who they might be able to develop into their backup quarterback, because you're not going to let Richardson go, I don't think, unless you're going to bring in Daniel Jones. And so, or unless you're going to keep Daniel Jones. So that way they could have a guy that maybe if they happen to like him in the draft, they could develop him into their backup quarterback. He might have to play at the start of the season. He has talent around him there. Jonathan Taylor and some good wide receivers.
I was told by somebody that trusts history that Richardson that there was talk of Richardson in Berea. Now, whether they would go through with it or what the value would be is another. I don't know. I mean, if you bring him in,
he ran a 4.43 40-yard dash at the combine. He's 6'4", 240. I mean, the physical attributes of this guy are enough to make you think, gosh, Todd, do you want to give it a shot? And
you think he's going to tap out in the fourth quarter, though? That's
Well, Andy,
that's
a lot of young guys figure things out down the road.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
with that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to bury a guy because of one or two things that have happened when he's in his early 20s.
Oh, that's fair. And you have a head coach now that if he walks in the room, he's not giving him a grade, right? That's what we found out yesterday.
He's going to be wide open and give him a chance. So if I were the Browns, I would call him and say, "You want Dillon Gabriel in a fifth?" And I'd be real tempted to say, you want Shedeur for Anthony Richardson? I don't know. And
if you think you're taking your quarterback next year, maybe then. Is he?
Yeah.
If you're going to get Richardson, there's no guarantee past this year, right?
I would think that's absolutely true.
So
it would be a 1 year. Can we make this guy work? Which might get back to who does Monken think is more appealing,
right? But if you've got Watson
and
on
who might
board
Richardson resemble a little bit? Lance Zierlein said Cam Newton.
Mm-hmm.
How about Lamar Jackson? Dan shaking his
Doesn't
head no.
have the accuracy Lamar even had coming out of college.
Well, yeah, but Dan?
Lamar's number one trait was he was accurate as all get out of college.
You just hired a guy to be your head coach and passed up the defensive coordinator you loved because he's going to fix the offense. What if he tells you he can fix Anthony Richardson?
I would bring him in a situation. Well, first I'd look at him and go, seriously? You're going to bring him in here and try to do that? Okay. That's a choice.
Very least, he's intriguing.
He needs
right?
Anthony Richardson needs to go somewhere where he will have no pressure on him whatsoever and a complete clean slate, and he won't get that here.
Why not?
Because every quarterback on this roster plays every year. This is the Cleveland Browns. We know this.
There's a new coach. It's a new era, Dan.
Right. Did they change the colors and where they play, too?
All right.
I'm sorry. This is it's the truth of the situation.
We got to quit living in the past, guys.
I love the intangibles of Anthony Richardson.
Jeff, if you don't know your history, you're not going to be able to figure out what your past or what your future is.
Your offensive line is in tatters, and you've got a guy in Anthony Richardson who the last time we all saw him play, it was peaks and valleys, and a hell of a lot more valleys than peaks, though the peaks were a good time.
Peaks were a good time.
You have no offensive line here. He's coming from a place in the Colts that had an offensive line. You have no offensive
But Dan, that doesn't mean you can't get a quarterback. You have to have a quarterback even though you don't have a line. You're going to play somebody.
I just don't love the philosophy of, okay, let's buy 7 used cars and maybe one of them will turn over.
Well, that's kind of where we are right now.
I'd rather go, all right, let's look at one of these used cars and then really give it a shot.
They keep talking about external veteran option. Well, even though he's a young guy, he would be one, so we'll see. And for whatever it's worth, his record with the Colts is 10-7. I asked Chad Ryder about Carson Beck, and he gave me the answer that I thought would be the right answer. And I thought that he would say this, and he did. It's like, yeah, don't know if you want to bring him into the situation in Cleveland because you probably already have a couple of guys that can do the same type of things. In other words, fill the role as a good backup quarterback. And whether that's Shedeur, I don't know. Shedeur might be the starter. Might be Dylan Gabriel, So you don't want to add another quarterback of that ilk to this mix. I thought that was absolutely right. Andy, I thought it was intriguing when he said 3 through 17 prospect-wise, real comparable, which means you might not have a market to trade for that 6th pick. But it only takes one team who wants one guy to move up to get him before somebody else does.
Well, what are you saying? Are you saying for us to drop back or for somebody who wants to come?
For the Browns to drop back.
Yeah.
But you have to have a trading partner, which means somebody needs to want somebody bad enough to trade up.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
I still think that if they felt like they could get 2 offensive linemen and try to get a first-round pick for next year, they'll trade back.
Interesting. Joe's in Strongsville. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
Right.
Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
I agree with just about everybody in the room on certain, parts of this whole Anthony Richardson discussion. I feel like we've gotten to a point where we're so open to a mid-round rookie or a veteran flyer or anything like that, that it kind of, we don't want too many cooks in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like these quarterbacks, especially if we want to give Shedeur a legitimate shot, he's going to need reps. He's going to need time. He's going to need more focus. And, going to Anthony Richardson, the big thing for me, because I agree with Jeff completely. Like, we need to be open to this stuff. We need to look at the guys with the physical traits who have what the Browns are looking for. And, I mean, you look at the size, the speed, the arm, all that stuff is so tantalizing. Well, you have to ask yourself, why is Indianapolis so willing to let him go? And they're so willing to bank their future on Daniel Jones coming off of an Achilles surgery that they're willing to let him walk out the door. And not to give you too much pushback, Jeff, on the third-round notion, a third-round pick for Anthony Richardson I think would be wild at this point because the biggest issue that he had in Indianapolis is the locker room. He's not a great worker. He hasn't been good on the field. He hasn't played through injuries. He took himself out of a game. I want to say it was his second year because he was tired.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean the locker room, especially the dudes in the trenches that are protecting you, that's never going to go over well.
Joe,
So
let me give you
Jeff.
one thought though. You ready for this?
Yeah, fire away. Yes, sir.
He's younger than Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, but if he doesn't have the mental stuff that you need your quarterback to have, I mean that's the thing too. You're bringing him into a building that doesn't have a leader in that room. I mean, the closest thing we have to it is Deshaun, and if that's what we want to classify him as, then we need to have a whole new conversation. You know, Anthony Richardson needs structure. He needs to go to Buffalo, and he needs to sit behind Josh Allen and see how a professional approaches the job day to day.
That would be a great spot for him because he'd be playing. And Joe, thank you. He'd be playing with a quarterback who has a real similar skill set. I think, just somebody to keep in mind. If they're going to make him available, if I'm Andrew Berry, I'm at least picking up the phone. I'm going to kick the tires on that and see what's there. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
committee, saying it was done for precautionary reasons. Rhys Hoskins not in the lineup for today's game. However, Stephen Vogt told the media they plan to have him debut as DH in tomorrow's contest against the Cubs. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, my buddy Andy Baskin.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I know the answer to this. I'm just going to ask you anyway. Mean anything? Guardians have won 4 straight. Even though they split them up.
Sure it does, Jeff.
Okay, good.
I do think you want to establish winning. It's not good to lose,
Yeah,
even
well,
if you're going to play 100 guys.
It's probably true. This spring training report brought to us by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. They won 2 yesterday. Split them up, Cincinnati and Milwaukee. That's good. Our guy Rhys Hoskins getting ready to play in his first game coming up. I hope he showed up ready to go. Most players do. They stay in great shape and they work on their baseball skills all winter long. A lot of indoor facilities.
Unless he was barnstorming somewhere. Because that's all the kids are doing that these days.
Barnstorming.
All the kids are barnstorming these days. It's the latest rage.
I see Kyle Manzardo and I think 500 at bats. And I see Rhys Hoskins and I think 500 at bats. And I see Daniel Schneemann and nothing against Daniel. And I see Angel Martinez and I think you're going to bide your time while these 2 guys get 500 at bats.
Unless it goes ugly.
David Fry, same. He's in that group as well. You guys sit and watch these guys get 500 at bats.
At least until end of May.
End of May?
Yeah,
doesn't even warm up.
If Hoskins starts out super slow, sub 200, they'll be done by the end of May. He'll be on that list.
But he's not.
I don't think he will. I don't think he will, unless he's not healthy.
He's not shown that. You know, he's not really shown that in his career. When he's healthy, he's been pretty consistent. And as we went over earlier in the week, his injuries aren't like chronic things. Doesn't have a chronically bad elbow. Doesn't have a chronically bad knee. He busted his UCL in his thumb and he tore his UCL in his left arm in collisions at first base. And maybe you should DH him, but who knows?
Well, you switch every other day, right? I mean, you can.
Well, you can. And I would, as far as I recall, Dano, agree or disagree? He's a better defensive first baseman than Kyle Manzardo.
Agree.
Yeah. So if Kyle has to play 1 out of every 3 games at first base while Hoskins plays first and they're either DHing or that's okay.
I'm okay with that. I have no problem with it.
It takes some of the heat off the organization to make sure Kyle Manzardo is a good defensive first baseman.
Look, if Hoskins,
you have another guy.
If Hoskins can hit between 25 and 30 home runs for the season,
he's in the lineup.
Yeah. Why would you not?
I have no idea.
I love the thought of being able to put somebody in there that could hit between 25 and 30. I'm totally down with it. How could you not for a team that could? I mean, we were the sub 200 team of all time last year.
He gives off Mike Napoli vibes. That would be wonderful. And supposedly great in the clubhouse. And again, has been in Cleveland before because his wife apparently interned for the Browns.
That's kind of weird. That was kind of a cool story.
Yeah, and he lived in Lakewood when she was interning for the Browns in a little apartment and liked it here. Posted a picture on social media of him with his feet up looking at the big scoreboard at Progressive Field.
When was this?
Was late in the season after his minor league year ended.
Oh, after his first minor league year?
He was in the minors.
Okay.
I think he was in the AA Eastern League.
Also, don't get me wrong on this either. It's not like Rhys Hoskins going to win a Gold Glove over there, but at least from what we saw out of Kyle Manzardo last year, you'd probably take Rhys Hoskins.
Yeah, and at the very least, doesn't hurt to have somebody else who can competently play the position. So there's that. We'll start to get our first look tomorrow, and then we go from there. This spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. That's a good thing.
Yes, it is. I'm looking forward to watching him play. I will say that. So Friday's his day.
Yeah.
And then we'll jump in with that, and we'll go from there.
I hope you're right at the very least, Andy. He's a veteran, young enough veteran where you got to give him time and let him go, and let's see what happens. And I think he could be really good. One last thing I wanted to throw in on a completely different subject.
Sure.
Did you see? And it's something about these real estate moguls from Michigan, man. They don't mind trying to get things right. Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia has offered a $1 million prize for the winner of the NBA Slam Dunk Contest and the three-point shootout at the All-Star Weekend. And he was on the Pat McAfee show.
So wait, he's going to offer $2 million. He's going to give $2 million out of his own pocket.
Yep.
To the winner.
Yep.
Isn't the league embarrassed by that?
$1 million to each.
It's embarrassing.
$1 million to each winner. Well, it might not be embarrassing. It might be illegal. That's the problem.
Why?
Because such a prize would not conform to the existing bonus structure in the NBA. But he came out and.
What about $1 million to their charity of choice?
His quote. Well, he's also giving another $1 million to charity for each event.
So
the dude's
$4 million total.
The dude would pony up $4 million, and he said this. And who's going to argue with this? Let's get the best guys in. Let's make it awesome. Who's going to argue with that?
Nobody. Dan Gilbert might argue with him, right?
Oh, they might go back and forth and duke it out.
That'd be awesome.
They'd duke it out.
Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't the league just step up and do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why does it take one individual owner to tell the league what the league should be doing? You gonna tell me the league couldn't have the league doesn't have $4 million sitting around? And by the way, they'd have to come up with a real judging system too, right? I know what it is now, and it's like, okay. The three-point shootout speaks for itself. So
yeah, that's the beauty of that event. Did the ball go through the hoop? Points. There you go. That's pretty simple, isn't it?
And then the money ball.
And they got to have the money ball. Money ball is actually a fun idea.
I think it's a great idea.
Is it bad that Damian Lillard is the guy who did it and he hasn't played all year? Anyhow, and the guys in the slam dunk contest are just young guys. One of the problems in the NBA with this, and even what Ishbia wants to do.
I'd love to have WNBA players in there too on the three-point shootout. But
think about how much these guys make. $1 million might not be enough to get the best guys to do it.
Yeah, I believe that. I thought about that too.
Right? As much as some of these guys make, $1 million, run the risk of falling flat on my back like Johnson did from Miami. I think it was Johnson who fell, and he ended up winning it. I think it's the same guy.
What about $5 million?
I don't know. It's a shame.
It's a lot of money.
It's a shame that you have to bribe guys to participate in these things. But, Andy, I'll be completely honest. I get it with the slam dunk contest. When Mac McClung is jumping over cars and stuff and Blake was jumping over cars, sorry, your career can come to an end.
Sure.
Your career's likely not going to come to an end by participating in the three-point shootout.
But I wonder how much Michael Jordan made on his posters from All-Star Dunks.
Or how much NBA Properties did or whatever.
That's probably true, too, yeah.
Moment of the show. Meredith
PA.
Kane. Enlighten us, won't you please?
Our moment of the show comes from Chad Reuter. You asked him about the Browns trading out of their number 6 pick, and he had a really interesting answer about where they could find more value.
The weird thing about this draft is picks 3 to 17 are really not a huge difference. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be looking to trade into 6, for example. So I think the better move, if at 24 they get a significant offer from some, like the Jets, for example, want to move out the second round and find somebody, that's a trade I've considered making in the next draft is having the Browns move down into the early second and pick up some more premium picks this year and next year, by the way. I think you can get some of that. So I think that's the spot where you can make some hay with a trade.
Okay. That was Chad Reuter. He joined us at 1 o'clock. And Meredith, I agree with you. I thought that was one of the most interesting things to come out of today's show. Just keep it in mind. The Browns are not afraid to move around on draft day. Of course, NFL teams aren't afraid. They go like absolute crazy on that. Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps? It's brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Head. Smarter Today, courtesy of Daryl Ryder. A lot of interesting stuff with Daryl. 92thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts.
Meredith.
Okay, I need to see if I can get the wording right on the team that you put together, Jeff. Was it the all-time, let's see what we still have out of these guys, Guardians team?
Close enough, Meredith.
That's why I'm smarter.
Thank you very much. Two guys actually became something. Yonder Alonso was great, and so was Mike Napoli. And Reese Hoskins plays the same position, Andy.
You're like a proud father.
Maybe.
Why am I smarter?
That's what the whole
so
bit
the segment's
is.
called, yeah. Because of both of our interviews today, Chris Rose and Daryl Ryder, and I asked them both, who if the season started today, who's the starting quarterback? Chris Rose, Jeff Phelps, and myself, we all think it's Deshaun Watson. Daryl Ryder,
if he's healthy,
and
shows he's like competent.
Daryl Ryder said Shedeur. So I think we're going to be going back and forth on this
Dan
debate.
Mennigan says the same thing.
You think it's Shedeur?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It could be.
Well, we're still winning. There's three of us.
Could be.
Two of them.
I'm smarter today because the Indianapolis Colts have cut loose a very intriguing young quarterback who certainly has not succeeded yet in the NFL, but some team might take a chance on. I think Dan and I had a conversation in break, and I think it's more accurate. A team with a successful number one quarterback right now, like Baltimore or the Rams or Buffalo or Kansas City, make perfect sense for Anthony Richardson. But if I'm the Browns, I'm making the phone call. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. Afternoon Drive takes you home next, right here on 92.3 The Fan.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey.
wouldn't be displaced right now. You ever have a numb thumb, Peterlin?
I have. That's not great.
Yeah.
We're in great big toe area with this discussion.
We are
deep into this.
Toe, a thumb,
distal phalanx. It's all going to be there.
Baby, I can't tonight. My distal phalanx is down for the count.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and Jared Allen made it. Somebody needs to say it on the show today.
He didn't make it.
That was a Milwaukee-ass call. I saw with my we're talking the screw job of all time since Montreal. Wrestling fans know what the hell I'm talking about.
I mean, they slowed it down. It's about as slow as you possibly can. The ball was still in his hand.
It was an optical illusion. It was clearly like the angle was wrong. The sun was in my eyes. None of this is good. But we got a big show for you. The Combine rolls on out in Indy. Cavs were jobbed last night. Just as 30 years ago, that's all what today would have been, because we didn't have 17 replays, and we liked it better that way. But that opened, courtesy of FanDuel Sports Ohio and Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Happy birthday to the birthday boy, Jax Gregory there. Jake Murrin handling the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing for us today. As always, like our videos. We like to be liked. Make sure to ring that bell and subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube and the channel. It is free. And Mackenzie Flume playing hurt today. It's her flu game. It's her Flume game with the wrist injury here on 2020's. Hi, JP.
Hi, how are you? Instant Replay first debuted in a sporting event December 7th, 1963. Army-Navy game. How about that?
God, that was like the most slow-motion, boring instant review ever.
I mean, because all you needed was one replay to figure out that Jared Allen didn't get that off in time last night. But
disagree.
Disagree.
I needed 5 more reviews.
We you just needed the one time. That was it. That's all you needed to see.
I guess
Poor Jared Allen. He really thought he beat it too.
I guess I just really believe in the Cavs. I guess that's just the difference here.
I mean, I got like 2 weeks worth of radio that suggests otherwise, but that's okay. Army-Navy.
The real Cavs.
1963. Is that what that was last night?
Jared Allen.
That was the real Cavs?
Little Schroeder. Come on now.
The guy you kicked out of the Core 4. Now you're the fan group?
I motivated him.
Okay.
And some have said, I think it was Jarrett that said, when I got kicked out of the Core 4 by that fat guy.
Yeah, that's the turning point for him.
And then that's why he dipped for a little bit, because he took a confidence hit, but then he realized it was just me believing in him and manipulating him to greatness.
Okay.
And now all of a sudden, Jared Allen's all the way back.
All right, good.
You're welcome, Jarrett.
Yeah, but what a way to really just make Jared Allen the best he can be.
Yep. Like, I've considered. No, I'm just going to say something that I just don't need to say. It's not a no shots fired day, but we're in a good spot here. We're in a good spot.
Go ahead and try to go ahead and throw down in order to prop themselves up or get themselves higher up.
Would have been you. Well,
all right, that would have been mean.
Exactly. I didn't want to be mean to you to start the show. I'll wait till like 3:20 for that.
I don't think it was me. I think you were thinking of somebody else.
It absolutely was you. And then in my head, I pivoted to Mac, and I'm like, well, he's not here today because he's at the Combine.
So you didn't want to go to Jax because no one takes shots at Jax because why would we? He's a delightful human.
Same thing with Jake.
And
I was
so
like,
here I am. So are we just going to do barbs back and forth together all day? Is that the idea?
I don't know yet. We're going to kind of find this out. Because I think we're definitely getting to the point where it feels a little bit of Groundhog's Day with the different conversations we're having with the Browns. Like,
oh really? I kind of feel juiced up today. Like all week long, it feels like it almost feels like a game is back for some reason, and I love this.
Oh, so it's interesting. I don't necessarily mean you and I, although there is some kind of consistent talking points that everyone's had. I just mean like in general. Like, it does feel like the bigger conversations that we happen to be a part of, but that we don't necessarily steer, feels like a lot of people are just stuck in one or two lanes. And I think that's an interesting spot to be in for the Browns, because I think the Browns are actually way more interesting than the kind of, I'll say, limited conversations that I hear people have where they kind of just go back to kind of the well with like singular ideas that I've heard for like 3 weeks now.
Oh, you see, I'm just kind of excited that we're talking football for the majority of the shows. We typically do anyway, but it just kind of feels like when you throw Munkin's thoughts in there and then you throw even Andrew Berry speaking on Tuesday, I don't know, it just kind of has a vibe of a week. We're not playing anybody, but it has a vibe of a week. But I also think what's interesting about this week is that we've tapped into what turns out to be a real wild, wild west with this quarterback market and what's going on across the NFL and then with this Browns team. I think that's incredibly interesting.
I just think what's funny about it is the wild, wild west, but yet we don't have any really interesting gunslingers.
Well,
It's like
no,
we
so
don't
none
have
of them-
Billy the Kid.
none of them are
we don't
great.
have Clint Eastwood from the Unforgiven. We got Pat, and he's only got one bullet.
Well, but that's kind of what makes it so interesting to me is because then we're finding out people that if you don't want to have Shedeur Sanders be QB1, you are attaching yourself to a lot of people that you normally wouldn't attach yourself to. And in the meanwhile, you're saying, this is better. I know this is better, while you having no proof of it being better. And I find that to be very interesting.
I just think like the Anthony Richardson thing today, which is the Colts have given him permission to seek a trade. Yeah, which is what you do when a guy's not any good. And listen, there are always levels to this, but like my frustration with Kenny Pickett last year was, well, he fits an archetype. He's a former first-round pick, and it's like, okay, but when you have to have a bare minimum of production.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, or amount of starts versus what the stats actually say, and that includes, have you ever consistently hit like 62% completion percentage? Have you been on the positive side of a TD to INT ratio? Anthony Richardson's had one season where he's the starter, and it was 47% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns to 12 interceptions. He's got a howitzer for an arm. He is incredibly athletic, but the biggest doubt about the guy is, does he really want to be the face of a franchise? Is he mature enough? And I've already seen a couple of people on social media suggesting, like, hey, this could be part of the plan. And I was like,
that's not a plan.
This is objectively a worse idea than Kenny Pickett was last year.
It's not a plan. I joked in jest with you yesterday, but I really do believe it. If they sign Anthony Richardson, you're like, what does that mean to you if they sign Anthony Richardson? I'm like, well, it means Shedeur Sanders is starter week 1.
See, that's why I figured you'd like it. You should just be waving the pom-poms for Richardson, because there's no way in hell he's beating out Shedeur.
It just doesn't change anything for me, is the idea. Like, if right now it's Shedeur, Deshaun Watson, and then Dylan Gabriel, if it's Shedeur, Deshaun Watson, and Anthony Richardson, okay, then it's a Shedeur versus Deshaun Watson camp. Nothing has changed. Whereas if you do Malik Willis, or if you go in there and you get any of Kyler Murray, for instance, then yeah, the math has changed, and it's changing a great deal, especially for Shedeur.
Maybe that's where I'm at with the entire landscape of the quarterback conversation. I have some degree of interest in almost everyone we've talked about. Even Anthony Richardson, if I had a third quarterback spot and could just kind of just hide him there for a year and it's the Sam Darnold, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I could get behind this if you had enough quarterback spaces. As of right now, you don't. But I guess my thing is, let's not tribalize, right? When it comes to Ty Simpson, we don't need a Ty Simpson tribe. Malik Willis, we don't need a Malik Willis tribe.
This is just kind of how this all works with everyone.
Well, no.
I mean, everyone gets in their own little tribes, and it is what it is.
Most years, you should be right about this, right? I'll be a C.J. Stroud guy. You be a Bryce Young guy. Or Kirk Cousins, I think, was available that offseason. Actually, one offseason early. But that I understood. When we're arguing over Malik Willis, Kyler Murray, Anthony Richardson, and even the guys that Browns have in the room, it's like, I just am not going to get pissed about the direction of this thing, because I just think you know what? We need to preemptively allow the Browns a Peterlin pass. We do. Because we have to all look at this and go, this is a vast wasteland of any options that we should really be able to sink our teeth into.
Okay, as if to be like they're not going to be able to fix it anyway.
No,
is that the idea?
They might.
Because like the onus is on them to identify a quarterback they like, one they think they can fix, and then go from there.
They might, but it feels like anybody who pulls the sword from a stone with any of these quarterbacks. I mean, there might be one or two guys that maybe this doesn't pertain to. But real quick, guys, if they might pull the sword from somebody, theoretically might find a quarterback this offseason. But I almost feel like the entire NFL deserves a Peterlin pass. The rule should be, don't do something so stupid that it impacts next year as well.
Well, and so that's where I think a lot of people are so cavalier about this whole thing, is because it feels like 2027 is the true mission. It feels like we're on a runway from 2026 to 2027, and then what happens in 2026 is what it is. And so part of my thinking in this, so I got so heated about with Daryl on Monday, don't do anything to screw up the idea that if you see something you like in the 2027 class, you should be able to get it. And unless something falls into your lap, or someone develops, or someone has a great season that you're not really expecting to have, like, you have to be ready for 2027.
Well, and that's kind of at the heart of my Malik Willis part of things, right? And Zach Jackson has said, and we'll have him at 420 today, he has said multiple times that he thinks Malik is kind of plan A for the Browns this offseason. And if that doesn't work out, maybe they'll pivot to Anthony Richardson. And we got an interesting James Palmer cut that we got to get to as well with the Browns quarterback position. But when it comes to the Browns and where they are, and we talk about, it's like the reason why it matters, it's not my money, it's not your money with Malik Willis. But entry point does matter in the NFL. And when I say entry point, I'm saying if Malik is an abject failure and you've spent $7.5 million over 2 years, I'm not going to look at this and go, what a boneheaded move. If you get yourself into a bidding war for a guy that was a third-round pick who's had 155 passing attempts, and even if you win and then he doesn't work out, I'm going to be saying, why the hell am I paying that guy $30 million? That's where dollars and cents need to equal common sense for me with the Browns.
Well, on top of all the money you're paying for Deshaun Watson. And that's where, like, when we bring Anthony Richardson in the equation, if that's a fourth-round pick or a third-round pick, are you giving up capital for somebody just to be in a quarterback competition? Or are you just going to go ahead and run it through with Deshaun and really what would be Shedeur Sanders?
And that's, okay, Kyler Murray's another name we can throw in here. All right, Kyler Murray on a Russell Wilson deal? Oh,
and it might end up happening that way.
Let's do that. Kyler Murray making $25 million this year, or getting $25 million a year from anyone, feels like you're trying to do the hope machine thing.
You see how there's so many layers to all of this that we don't really know? I mean, I get a lot of what we do is a big guessing game to begin with anyway, but a lot of what we're talking about comes with stipulations that we just can't be 100% sure of to begin with.
No, and that's what I do think at the heart of it makes it all very interesting. Malik Willis at $30 million versus Kyler at $10 million or whatever it is. I don't know how anyone could look at that and go, give me the guy with 155 passing attempts for, $20 million more a year. Mm-hmm. So, like, everything is relative to the positions, but I do think, like, even, like, the greater conversation about this, like, I'll say it again, it's not just the Browns. Every NFL team deserves some level of a Peterlin pass because the quarterbacks in the draft and in free agency and trade, we shouldn't look at this vast wasteland and think, these are all good ideas. Most of them are bad ideas, and the success is not going to be necessarily about the player, but more so than anything, the context that they're put in.
Well, I think a lot of fans also live with this thinking that you can turn something or nothing into something in the snap of a fingers, and it's like there's a reason why these guys are available, and there's a reason why you're having a chance to even get them to begin with. Like there's ceilings for a lot of these guys. Malik Willis, at the very, very apex of Malik Willis, might in fact just be the 27th best quarterback in the sport. We don't know. We don't know what that is.
You mean the best running quarterback in the NFL right now, which I've heard 15 times this week?
I saw it once in print. I don't know who else is running with it, but I saw it once. I saw it once in print.
I've heard a few people parrot that now.
They're idiots then.
There are actually a few people before Greg Rosenthal put out in print. That's where you saw it, right?
We talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the week.
That was 2 days ago. I'm supposed to remember that. You're very chippy here early. I didn't take that shot. Now I regret it.
You did take that shot.
I did not.
You 100% took that shot.
No, you got it out of me, but I didn't take the shot.
That's counted as a shot. That's counted as a shot.
Then you no, not if you bring it out.
When you deliver the shot, that counts as a shot.
I never delivered the actual joke.
No. I believe you turned on it to make it about me in the moment because you got mad. I wanted to bring the shot out of you.
I don't remember.
But then I don't even know what the shot really means.
I don't think the listeners brought it.
If I'm Jared Allen, am I on the come up? Is that what you're telling me? Am I on the rise if I'm Jared Allen? Or am I kicked out of the core four? I don't even know what that means.
Depends on the day. 216-474-0092.
I'm hosting with the Dean Wade of Sports Talk Host over here.
Now we're getting hateful?
Yeah, I said it. Good luck, Dean Wade.
All right.
Good luck.
All right, Bronny James. Now, you want to get personal?
Dude, Dean Wade is at least tall.
Bronny's tall for normal people.
Dean Wade is at least, I mean, have you been in those lockers?
I actually think you are at Bronny's height, by the way.
I think I might be a half an inch taller. I think Bronny's like 6'1".
I think you're giving yourself a half inch. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Zach Jackson, who says Malik Willis is the number one target for the Browns at quarterback. He joins us at 420. We'll ask him if he thinks that's a smart idea. And, of course, all the different buzzings that you're going to hear from the Combine out in Indianapolis. We got Lance Reisland coming up at 6 o'clock as well, one of our great many draft gurus. He's got a lot of takes on this class as he's watched even more film now. But are you confident that this quarterback conversation is going to come down to Deshaun versus Shedeur? We got quick hits coming up at 2:40 as well. Interesting update. I don't know you're going to like it. On LeBron James's future. Much Monken to come as well, but are you confident it'll come down to Deshaun and Shedeur? One major reporter says, not so fast, my friends. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey,
700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, rolling along here. But Matt Verderam just posted 6 storylines to monitor with free agency and the draft ahead. The name Malik Willis continues to be tied to the Browns in free agency, something we'll talk with Zach Jackson at about 4:20. I thought it was interesting because Matt Verderam is saying that Malik Willis to the Cardinals makes too much sense.
That was my initial, not initial, but I think, what was it, last week or so? I was like, I had that epiphany. I was like, I had my aha moment. I'm like, him to Arizona, one LaFleur to another LaFleur, that's got to be the place.
All right. So my thinking here is, if you're the Browns, and maybe that's fait accompli, are you trying to rise up the price here on Malik Willis, and then maybe that allows Kyler Murray? Maybe you're hoping Kyler Murray gets cut and you get the Russell Wilson situation. Is that ultimately the play here?
I mean, I think they have to operate with the assumption that Kyler Murray's as good as gone. I don't think Malik Willis is going to change that necessarily. But like, if you like Malik Willis, don't you have to up the offer? Isn't this where Malik Willis gets a $30+ million deal? Don't you just have to keep going for it?
I mean, David Mulligetta certainly is. He's getting some work done.
I mean,
here.
The sorcery that's happening around here is insane. But like, if the way that he benefits is how the market perceives him, but then also how many people get desperate enough. Like if what Zach was saying earlier, and he's going to join us obviously later in the show, that he thinks the Browns' plan is Malik Willis, well, you're not going to let a couple $1 million stand in the way then, and you're just going to up the offer.
So with that conversation to come as well, James Palmer was talking about the Browns and what he's hearing about the Browns in Indianapolis, and the Browns feel the need, apparently.
They are looking at other quarterback options. They're also looking at many others. The plan was never, I'm told, to go into 2026 with Shedeur Sanders as the quarterback, and then you'd look at using Shedeur Sanders throughout all of 2026 as your starting quarterback with nobody else in the room or having no other looks at other quarterbacks. They are in need of a quarterback. They are doing their work on quarterbacks. Doesn't mean Shedeur Sanders won't be the starter week 1. I'm not ruling that out. I'm not saying they're moving on from Shedeur Sanders. I'm just saying they feel like they need a quarterback. They'd like to add a quarterback. We'll see if they do it, and we'll see what avenue they go. But they're looking at all their avenues, from the likes of Malik Willis, the likes of Ty Simpson. A lot of people think he can move up into the first round.
Every time I hear this, people hear a lot about Shedeur. Every time I hear it, what I'm hearing is the Browns want competition for Shedeur, which means that Deshaun Watson is really, truly non-existent in this conversation until he becomes existent, break glass in case of emergency.
Oh, so I took it a little bit differently. And this is, by the way, if I'm taking it the way that I heard it, and I might just not be hearing it right, that's not good news for Shedeur. Because that tells me that the only way Shedeur is starting week 1 is by accident and not by intention. And I don't love that for Shedeur.
I don't know how you hear it that way.
I
hear
how
competition.
How else do you take it?
I hear competition.
I'm
for
told.
Shedeur.
Okay, the plan was never. I'm told to go into 2026 with Shedeur Sanders as the quarterback. Yeah. How else am I supposed to take that?
Let's play it again, Jax. Let's go ahead and run this back in a second. We'll get to that. It's his birthday.
And it is his birthday. Happy birthday, Jackson. I mean, I have the quotes here. The plan was never, I'm told, to go into 2026 with Shedeur Sanders as the quarterback. How else am I supposed to take that?
He continues talking after that, though. And
then
that's the additional context.
So the look at using Shedeur Sanders throughout quarterback, and then he continues to say, you look at using Shedeur Sanders throughout all of 2026, you're starting quarterback with nobody else in the room or having no other looks at other quarterbacks.
That's the point. That's where I get we can't just ride forward with Shedeur. We'll bring in competition for that room.
I mean, but this is part of what he's saying is not the plan. Like, the plan is, we got to hear this
Shedeur
again.
and Shedeur only. I think that, which makes sense. Like that, shouldn't this all be kind of part of the plan? It would be. I mean, I get we have Shedeur fans and all that. And listen, as of right now, I'm riding into Shedeur. I'm riding with Shedeur into week 1 because I sure as hell don't want to watch Dylan Gabriel or Deshaun Watson play for the Browns ever again.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea that it was just going to be Shedeur's job and Shedeur's job alone, that never really made sense. Like, you have to. Yeah, basically, how I took it, and again, we'll play it here in a second. How I took it is, we're going to bring somebody in here because if we went with Shedeur week 1 and then it didn't work out, we need somewhere else to turn.
And that's where I always thought that's where Deshaun Watson came in. And it's also where I thought it'd be a legitimate, between the two of them, they can figure it out, and then you go from there. And but I don't know. I heard a little bit different.
Let's go ahead and play it again.
They are looking at other quarterback options. They're also looking at many others. The plan was never, I'm told, to go into 2026 with Shedeur Sanders as the quarterback, and then you'd look at using Shedeur Sanders throughout all of 2026 as your starting quarterback with nobody else in the room or having no other looks at other quarterbacks. They are in need of a quarterback. They are doing their work on quarterbacks. Doesn't mean Shedeur Sanders won't be the starter week one. I'm not ruling that out. I'm not saying they're moving on from Shedeur Sanders. I'm just saying they feel like they need a quarterback. They'd like to add a quarterback. We'll see if they do it, and we'll see what avenue they go, but they're looking at all their avenues, from the likes of Malik Willis, the likes of Ty Simpson. A lot of people think he can move up into the first round.
I still think the Ty Simpson thing's a bit of a red herring. I still think that's about the other picks that you have, but I think this is about putting yourself – one, I do think it is trying to give yourself some room here if Shedeur just proves all the way through OTAs that he's not ready. But I also think it just puts you one extra player in between having to play Deshaun again. And I think that makes a tremendous amount of sense for them.
Yeah, and that's why when you talk about Ty Simpson, I think he means so much differently, or so many different things than if you go with someone like Malik Willis. And I think that's the interesting part about where the Browns are kind of shooting from right now is that and I know we've disagreed on this in the past, but I think if you sign Malik Willis, I think you're signing him, that's your week one starter, the competition's gone. If you draft Ty Simpson, though, that's a different story. Then Shedeur should be the front runner unless Ty Simpson just blows you away to begin with, and then you continue to go from there. And so, there's so many different ways they can do this.
Yeah, and I think if I'm Shedeur and I'm hearing this, or I hope what Shedeur hears is, hey, Deshaun right now is the odd man out, and they're going to try and find somebody to compete with you. Because I think with Shedeur, given what you did last year, and I think he's even kind of said something similar to this, that he's like, I didn't do enough to close the door on 2027. So, obviously, if they sign Kyler, and I think when I say I actually think you're right. I think if they sign Malik Willis to a $30 million deal, they're just going to close the door and say Malik's the starter. That's the kind of thing that could change this from an open competition to it's no competition. I just look at it and go, well, I wouldn't do that. But personally, I think you're right on it.
Okay.
So
good. All right.
It's just we're in an interesting spot here where I think 90% of the options that are out there to me are, all right, it's Shedeur versus this guy, and then Deshaun's way off over here. And I think it's really interesting what 10% of options. I think Kyler Murray is one of those 10% where I think Malik Willis, I think if they were to trade for Mac Jones, I think Mac Jones becomes the starter. Mm-hmm. But for Shedeur fans out there, I think you're in luck because I don't think one of those options is going to shake free in a way that makes sense to the Browns financially or even just from the draft collateral side of things.
So I don't think so either. So that's why when I hear Jesse say something like that, my ears perk up in a way where I'm like, wait a second, I don't think this is feasible. I don't think this is actually going to happen. What are their plans for this? How are they going to take this? And it's interesting you bring up how is Shedeur feeling about this because that is, and I love Shedeur, but that's part of this equation. All of this is if you're Shedeur, what's your reaction to this? And I would just say that's tough. I'm sorry. This is the NFL. This is how this works. Sometimes things are out of your control in life.
So if we're going to do this, there's another part that's Deion in talking about why he didn't come into the NFL as a head coach or why he's no longer interested in coming to the NFL as a head coach.
I like that he phrases it that way.
It's not that he's not winning enough at Colorado. It might not be in Colorado a year. It's because of how they treated Shedeur. Wink, wink. But I do think I was like, okay, what am I going to hear from Deion and Josina and all the many people who are so obviously in Shedeur's camp that have pushed a lot of narratives about how mistreated Shedeur has been? Do they feel like Shedeur's getting a fair shake? Because quite frankly, he's getting more of a fair shake here going forward. Not talking about last year, but going forward with Todd Monken, having a guy that wanted to draft him in Baltimore, having a guy that certainly has said things about his playmaking skills. He seems like he's getting an open chance here, maybe a little easier chance than last year.
Yeah.
But
as of right now,
the narrative's kind of got to match up to that.
Well, as of right now, I think you're right. As of right now, he's in the driver's seat, I would say. And is that a hot take at this point to say Shedeur's in the driver's seat for week one? Because anywhere I look right now, I feel like I'm not taking crazy pills with this. I just feel like everyone's got the Browns having a different plan. They got the Browns having Malik Willis. They got the Browns having Kyler Murray. We'll know 3 weeks from now what direction the Browns are actually going with this. But as of right now, it does look to me like it's Shedeur Sanders week 1.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that makes sense. Meaning like makes sense for where you are right now. And, you know, again, like they're not sitting in the catbird seat, because the catbird seat is something everybody wants to be sitting in. But they are sitting in a spot where if 2 weeks from now Kyler signs in Minnesota and Malik goes to Arizona and Mac Jones is either traded to the Jets or maybe the 49ers are keeping him, I just think it would be foolish to blast the Browns for this. Like you don't need, this is not the situation where you're not in such dire need of winning in 2026. I think it's important for Todd Monken to win for his security long term, but in terms of holistically the Browns organization, you don't need to do dumb things. And I classify giving Malik Willis $30 million in the starting job, I classify that as dumb.
And I just hate the commitment that's attached to that. I really do, especially with the years. And I know I disagreed with a lot of people on that as well, the amount of years that Malik Willis would have. But I think it's just stupid to give him 4 or 5 year deal and really put your franchise behind Malik Willis. It just doesn't make sense to me. And maybe he ends up being all right. Maybe he does. I just have a hard time seeing it right now.
I think maybe that's what it is. It's always about the risk proposition, right, and the probability of it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's a high probability he's going to be a really good starting quarterback. But let's say he's the 15th best quarterback in the NFL. Man, you're moving heaven and earth to get a guy that, again, you're going to want to replace in a year. That's what Malik Willis feels like. Malik Willis feels like to me of a guy who's got enough to say, hey, we at least gave it a go this year.
I think if things work out great, he's the 15th best quarterback in the NFL.
No, exactly, though. That's like the best case scenario.
I agree with that, yes.
Like at least when you're retreading somebody that used to be a first-round pick, you can go, well, somebody thought he could be a franchise quarterback X amount of years ago.
Well, and the hard part about that is then what? Then are you going to turn around and then give him some sort of 4-year deal on top of the whatever deal you came to get him here with? Like, and then it just becomes a slippery slope very, very quickly. And the Browns, it doesn't make sense to me. Well, I can't get my head around it. It doesn't make sense to me.
And this is where I come back to. I actually think the Browns are probably more sober and level-headed about this than all the noise and hysteria about this gives on.
Well, because right now everyone's got him in all sorts of different quarterback pots, and they are just playing around, and they seem like the guy that's we talked about the flea markets the other day, at the flea market just going around there buying everything. Like, they have interest in everything and anything right now is what it feels like.
And listen, they should, but at a price. Malik Willis at $30 million is not the price. Kyler Murray at anything more than $10 million isn't the price. Ty Simpson at 39 is more palatable than Ty Simpson, far more than at 6, right?
Well, again, a lot of this stuff is if you're going to get a quarterback of value, you have to then commit to him to a certain degree. And if you're not going to, he's not going to come there. Like, that's part of the deal. Like you're not getting, you said like a 1-year deal for Malik Willis or have him for 1 season. Like, if I'm Malik Willis, I'm going to try to get Arizona to give me a 3-year, $100 million deal. That's what I'm going to try to get. I'm not going for a 1-year deal.
Go get that money, kid. I'm rooting for him to get that bag, just not here.
Just not here. I mean, my goodness.
That way I can also laugh at whoever gives him $30 million a year. 216-474-0092. You heard from James Palmer saying the Browns feel like they need to add another quarterback. I think we're in agreement with that. That makes a lot of sense. I think then it comes down to what's the quarterback, what's the price, and who's the odd man out. I think Dylan is the obvious odd man out today. After listening to James Palmer, I think Deshaun... If the message to take away from this, which is how I heard it, is we're going to be one more guy away from playing Deshaun Watson in his last year, that does make me a happy man.
Well,
that does.
There's another way we can spin this and look at this, and this is not going to make anybody, including myself, happy. It could be the reverse on this, and it could just be one more guy away from playing Shedeur Sanders.
You don't like that. Not one bit.
You didn't like it when I said it, but there's truth to that. I hate saying it. I don't like saying it, but there is something to that.
I hate this because I'm so Switzerland on so many of these quarterbacks.
But it's so true.
I need to know the name before I have a reaction.
We got to Uno reverse this whole entire scenario. You saw Albert Breer's mailbag piece today and all the lengthy article he had written and nice things he had written about Deshaun Watson. It's the same thing he's been telling us for a year and a half about the idea that all these evaluators and all these people across the NFL still think you can get something out of Deshaun, and for $46 million a year, they're going to try to get something out of Deshaun. And it's like, maybe we got this read backwards. Maybe as high as I think it's a good thing for Shedeur that he's in the catbird seat to be quarterback week 1, maybe adding another piece is driving you even further away from Shedeur even getting an opportunity, and it is, in fact, Deshaun for week 1.
Deshaun's the greatest red herring ever. Just the greatest ever. I won't believe that he'll be the week 1 starter until I see it with my. They can name him the week 1 starter.
And you'll still
the week 1 of camp, and I'll be like, ain't happening.
He's going to be in Italy that week. He's not going to show up.
No. There's a swerve coming here, and then when he does, then I'll be like, well, maybe it's time to move to that monastery. 216-474-0092.
You'd be like Wenby playing with the monks.
They would kick my ass. Monks are like. They're serious, and I'm not. It's the plan right now to leave Deshaun or Shedeur.
Deshaun. I'm not Deshaun.
out of the starting mix here. And when we come back, quick hits with a homecoming leading off there in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryan.
at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We got Zach Jackson coming up talking Malik Willis. About 4:20 today. I do think what's the goal of Malik Willis, I think, is a very fun conversation we can have as well. Browns also tied to some big names on the wide receiver market in Indy as well. Another thing we'll get to here, but let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel, Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Well, JP, yesterday, linebackers talking in Indy. Today, they're actually getting tested. Not for that, for with how tall are you and whatnots. Ohio State dude Arvell Reese has reportedly met with the Browns amongst other teams and spoke at the Combine yesterday on what it would mean to be a Cleveland Brown.
That would mean a lot. That would mean a lot because I'm from Cleveland. That would be crazy, but it'd just be a blessing to go anywhere, honestly. I've been playing for the Titans since I was 5 all the way till I was 13, so it just means a lot to me to be one of those guys who kids can now look up to. Because there's a bunch of guys I looked up to growing up and wanted to be like, and feel good to be doing something good.
What would your reaction be if Arvell Reese was the 6th pick?
I'd be very surprised. I'd be surprised if he falls to 6 to begin with, but I'd be surprised if that ends up being the case. You know how I feel about going defense right now with this draft, but he's a much better player than when we're talking about impact guys and we're talking about at least premium positions. I can swallow that one. I can swallow that one a lot easier than I can, let's say, a safety.
Oh, that's interesting because I by the way, I think people probably agree with you about the 6th pick. What's interesting about Arvell Reese is some people look at him as, well, is he an edge or is he just a true linebacker? I know that does matter, and there have been guys like Isaiah Simmons. Is he a linebacker? Is he a safety?
The old Swiss Army knife, Isaiah Simmons.
This is a real question. If you can rush the passer and you can play multiple spots, the NFL will find a spot for you.
Yeah, and I mean, in many ways, it also becomes like a hybrid role too. And it just, I always think that's unfair when. I was going to do a whole contract thing about linebackers and defensive ends. We don't need to go down that road. There's a very unfair settlement that happens there. We don't need to do that though. Omaha! What I do want to do, though, is get to this. Todd Monken on CBS Sports tells a story about what Shedeur got him as a birthday present. Here we go.
In fact, for my birthday, I got this package. I thought it was for my wife. It's like this package, and opens it up. It's like this porcelain, horse head. And it's from Shedeur. He sent me a gift on my birthday. And I asked him, I said, what was the meaning? He said, well, I just really liked it. He said, I got myself one. I said, well, great.
I mean, it's kind of unhinged. It's like a horse head. Now, obviously, we all know what that means in mafia movies. Horse heads, that's not a great gift in any sort of way. But we know Monken. The funny thing about this is I think Shedeur is tapping into what I think is one of the big moments of Todd Monken being hired was the whole, was Ken's big line. If we're being honest about it, you guys were looking for planes in the air, but you should have been tracking the horses on the ground. Moving the horses from Baltimore to Cleveland was the big tip-off that Monken was going to be the head coach. He knows he likes horses. Here we go.
Is Todd Monken a 12-year-old girl? Because that's when I think of
porcelain horses.
When I think of porcelain horse heads, I think that sounds like a great gift for one of my 12-year-old daughters, not for a 60-year-old man.
It sounds like an expensive gift for your 12-year-old daughter, if I'm being honest. What does a porcelain horse cost? You're giving me a look that's not an expensive thing.
Well,
it seems like a pretty expensive thing.
I think there's a wide gambit of porcelain dolls and how much they cost. I'm going to go ahead and say Shedeur didn't get one of the cheapos.
Is this a cheap gift? I don't know. I assumed that's the assumption I made as well. He spent a lot of money on this porcelain horse. You're probably right. You probably get it pretty cheap.
What's your reaction if another man gave you a porcelain horse?
I just think it's an unhinged gift. I love Shedeur. You can't give another man.
Hey, Coach, when we see each other in Berea, we can play with our porcelain horses together while watching film.
I don't love the idea of getting gifts for bosses on birthdays either.
You are the company man here. Between the two of us.
I'm definitely the company man. I don't ever give gifts to any boss or any higher-up person ever, though.
Yet.
No,
maybe
never.
Maybe Shador's going to lead you to the trough on this one.
I asked ChatGPT about getting Keith a present for Christmas.
Yeah,
because I wanted to show him how much I appreciate everything he does and all that. And ChatGPT was like, "That's a bad boundary."
Huh?
ChatGPT was like, "Don't do that."
Keith would respect you less if you did that.
ChatGPT was like, "They can give you a present, that's fine. They can give you a gift, but the moment that you start giving them gifts, it sets a weird balance there that you don't want to go down." And I'm like, "All right, ChatGPT."
I think Keith,
way to save me on that one.
I think if you gave Keith like a really funny insult on Christmas, that's a better gift for him
That's
in terms
not
of
me,
his
though.
respect.
That's your personality. That's not my personality.
I know it works very well. We like to insult each other and tease each other, and that's why we like. But yeah, if you did it,
That's not me.
There's a certain chair in a hotel room for people to get their bosses gifts for Christmas.
You would gift him the actual chair and say, "Use this for what I know you like to do," and get away scot-free. Get away scot-free with it, and I'd get fired. That's the Nick Wilson principle.
No, you just get written up and.
So I didn't get him a present is the point, and I also think in this instance, a little bit of brown nosing here by Shador.
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
The Athletic is reporting that if Prime Video moves off of Kirk Herbstreit, if Al Michaels, a lot of ifs here, if Al Michaels retires at the end of this next season, they could look to Greg Olsen and J.J. Watt as replacements while mentioning Travis Kelce and Sean McVay are considered wild cards for Thursday Night Football in the future. Do you find Travis Kelce in the TNF booth appetizing?
This is the main broadcast booth for TNF? Like, this is like them getting rid of Al and Herbstreit.
Yep.
I'll take anybody that is not Al and Herbstreit. So you could put Muppets in the booth, and I'd be happy if it's not Al and Herbstreit at this point. I don't think Kelce would be that great at it. I really truthfully don't, but I would be more interested in hearing what he has to say than Alan Herbstreit.
I'm so annoyed at this idea that because what happens is these leagues get really, really cute about trying to, well, everybody expects us to do X, so we're going to do Y. Right? Instead of Greg Olsen, who is arguably the best analyst in the game right now, we're going to go to Travis Kelce because he's got a podcast. And it's like, stop. Just build a good booth. Get out of your own way. The only thing about TNF I don't like is the booth. Greg Olsen with the partner of his choosing would be absolute. It just makes too much sense. J.J. Watt stinks in the booth. He's fun on the panels. And Sean McVay is never going to leave the Rams. That's just a clear money ploy.
He threatens it every couple years. I'll never actually go.
I want to see Travis. I don't like giving these guys, just because of their brands, I don't like giving these guys these prime spots because then they stink for a couple years, and that does impact broadcast quality. Let him be on the fourth. Let Travis Kelce be the fourth guy on Fox's coverage, and then work his way up. I think that's a better area for success.
Well, what used to happen, like Troy Aikman had to go broadcast NFL Europe for years before he then got a big opportunity. Like, we used to have all these different places that they'd go and do it, and now it feels like the prime and biggest spots you don't even have to do a year of awful games to begin with.
I mean, in fairness, at least it's just not another quarterback. Like this, we went through a stretch there. It was like, Drew Brees, you have no personality. We're going to put you in the booth for all these games. Or we're going to put you on the Notre Dame coverage.
I mean, look at the people that have been lining up with people that are lining up for Kirk Cousins right now.
Yes.
Kirk Cousins has no personality at all, but he's a quarterback, and people, they think they want to hear from him.
Kirk Cousins makes Kurt Warner look like Lamar Odom.
So wait, are they getting rid of Al and Herbstreit, or is that just like the rumors on this?
So the report here is that Al's considering retiring at the end of this year.
Oh, okay.
And that if Al retires, that's going to mean Herbie's going to get blown out too.
That's good. We can treat Al like I treat Lee Corso, and somebody in that family needs to step in and say, Al, you've done it, buddy. Good for you, but you got to get out of here.
Send Lenny to the Rabbits.
Let's bring Jason Benetti and Travis Kelce to the booth immediately. All right, let's stay with a little broadcasting because Tony Dungy's out now for the old pregame show and everything like that. And the Athletic reporting, get this. There was names. Travis Kelce got brought in the mix. Kirk Cousins got brought in the mix as well. It was predominantly former Steelers people that got brought in the mix, though.
Oh, Cam Hayward?
Mike Tomlin, Cam Hayward, and Aaron Rodgers could all become NBC NFL analysts in 2026. Either one of them to replace Dungy.
All right, I can kind of handle Aaron Rodgers, although we're all going to hate him. At least he'd say something. What about the Cam Hayward thing? I just don't get this one.
It's his podcast, maybe? Is that all that is?
You know what? By the way, it's way better than footballing with Ben Roethlisberger. Mike Tomlin's going to be bad at TV, and it's just so obvious.
I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's mocked TV people for too long. I don't think he's going to do it.
It would make him vulnerable to do it.
I think it would make him a hypocrite in many ways. I think it would also make him. I think it'd be a real pain in his ass, and really embarrassing if he sucked.
Yeah, I kind of
because he's taking too many shots at TV, just being too easy, and not something he really cares for or wants to do. That if he ended up doing it and then was awful at it, I think that would be. I don't know that he could live with himself.
Honestly, I think they should try and because NBC of all the coverages has the worst. Like they listed out the names in there, and it's like Jack Collinsworth, and it's like.
Well, you mean for the pregame shows? I disagree with that though too.
Show your work.
Well, I mean, I like their booth. I tend to think Tirico and it was better previously when Al was in his prime. And that was like the gold standard, right? Like that to me was great. But the Sunday night booth and the Sunday night production and everything with it, Sunday Night Football is still really good. And even the lead up to that, it's Maria Taylor. I think Sean Payton does a decent job on that as well. Like I don't hate that. Plus I like Florio. You know I like Florio, and he's thrown in there intermediately as well. I think that's a fine production.
I'll give you the booth and I'll give you the production, and I like John Fanta and Maria Taylor. The football players they have on there are boring, don't say anything, and never were. They're just, it's not good.
I mean, compare the Sunday night pregame show after you've done 1 million hours of Red Zone already. Compare that to what like Fox and really CBS put out there in their pregame shows. Like 75 hours of Terry Bradshaw just vomiting all over the desk.
TNF is still the best. Little Sherman, little Andrew Whitworth.
Still the best. I mean, I don't know.
Agree to disagree. I think that's where we got here.
I mean, Thursday Night Football pregame. I mean, it's all right. It's fine. I didn't know you're a big Whitworth guy.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. And Fitzmagic. Come on now, baby.
Yeah, no.
A real quarterback and a real man.
No, they're like, oh, let's get hokey and let's have Jameis Winston do a bunch of snow angels after this game.
So you don't like Bradshaw?
We're gonna really ham this one up, guys.
That was 3 years ago.
I got a great bit for you guys. Let's have. Hey, it's snow on the ground. Let's do snow angels. Got a great bit for you guys.
Wide receiver reinforcements could be
so funny.
coming sooner than expected for the Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
remember? And then if we stay at 24, we can get an offensive lineman or another wide receiver, and we can have the 10 picks going in. And if he works out, if he's as good as what Ben Solak says he's going to be, what Greg Rosenthal says he's going to be, what Todd McShay says he could possibly be, then we're laughing.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Zach Jackson coming up at 4:20 today of The Athletic. We'll get his take on what a Malik Willis signing might mean. Malik Willis' name all over everywhere in Indianapolis. Browns heavily connected to Malik Willis as well. We also have to get into some buzz around LeBron that I don't think many people are going to care for here. But speaking of buzz coming out of Indianapolis, Jared Miller, Dogs by Nature, put out a pretty comprehensive what he's hearing notes section yesterday coming out of day one of him being in I almost said Berea again, in Indianapolis. And basically saying that the Browns have had a lot of preliminary conversations, a lot of extensive conversations on a wide receiver market, and kind of goes through names that he heard out there. So Jordan Addison, Chris Olave, Quentin Richardson, Marvin Harrison Jr., those are just some of the names that could be on the move. Mm-hmm. We've got another report saying DK Metcalf could be in that as well. So Browns need a wide receiver, and it looks like there's going to be some veteran guys available.
So what's interesting to me about this is that it's not just the names that are all very appealing that way. Like Marvin Harrison Jr. is very appealing. Even DK Metcalf we can talk about because after he punched that dude in the face last year, all his guarantees are just gone. And so if you trade for him, you have a pretty sweet setup for someone like DK Metcalf. But the names is what I find so interesting. Jalen Waddle, Brian Thomas Jr., A.J. Brown, George Pickens, Alec Pierce. We obviously talked about MHJ. We talked about Olave. Like, I don't remember an offseason, Nick, where it feels like this many wide receivers have been open and available. Maybe none of them end up getting moved or traded or to a different team, but the volume of wide receivers that are apparently out there right now is large.
Yeah, and I think for the Browns to be able to upgrade, I do think one thing to watch here is what happens with Pickens and Pierce specifically, because whether the Browns have a chance at either guy or intentions on signing either guy, if both guys are tagged.
And I really think Pickens is going to get tagged. I told you, I've talked to a lot of people in Dallas about that team and where they are. And Jerry likes to make drama. We know that. And even with this, he's not even doing the greatest of jobs.
Yeah, I would agree, by the way. The Pierce thing, it's kind of all over the. But one of those guys hitting the open market, I think, is good for the Browns just because there's only going to be so much money spent on wide receivers this year. And I think the Browns veteran is much more likely, if it's going to be a bigger name, I think it's so much more likely to be one of these pick swaps, the Amari Coopers, so more like a Jordan Addison, a Chris Olave, or even a Marvin Harrison Jr.
I mean, but I look at Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, he's got 2 more years left on his rookie deal. His dad had been as disgruntled bit. Like somebody like that, I think that's a slam dunk. Like that's a. First off, I don't look at that as like an Amari Cooper thing either. That's a significant capital that I feel like you're paying, but that's somebody that I think makes a big difference on the team and could be really valuable. I look at this wide receiver group, and I think if you want one, this is not like quarterbacks, where with quarterbacks you're trying to make something out of nothing. There's a lot of really good receivers out there.
There are, but they're all defective for like Olave. Obviously, he's had health issues, and he will be commanding big money in the very near future because I think he's in the last year of his deal.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we're talking about him is because they get to be open for some reason or another.
No, but I mean, I think there's probably more risk in Olave than there is in a fair amount of the other guys we've talked about.
Sure.
And that doesn't mean that it's a no. It just means like if you take Olave or if you do a pick swap for Olave, I'm not taking anything off the board at 6. And by the way, I'd still probably draft multiple wide receivers even if you do get Olave.
All right, yeah, so which wide receivers would take you out of the running for 6? A.J. Brown takes you out of the running probably for receiver at 6.
Yeah, I'll lean yes on that, but I don't know.
That might be the only one I can come up with, by the way. I don't know that I have. Jalen Waddle might.
No.
But I mean, even within that, I mean, in Miami, he had number 1 production. He was always a number 2. Like, I think that might be the only one I can come up with.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. I had one and then I lost it. Jordan Addison's an interesting name because he's gotten in trouble quite a bit, which is part of why he's available.
Yeah, he doesn't move you off as a wide receiver at 6.
But I think Jordan Addison, I think he's been He's been a little bit overshadowed by Justin Jefferson. I don't know Jordan's a true number one, but I think he's more of a number one than Olave is at this point in their careers.
Yeah, that's fine. But it's going to be interesting to see because the Browns are going to have options. Like if they really want to get wide receivers and really want to make this room different, it's not because they don't have the choices. There's been years where there just haven't been the choices out there, and you couldn't do anything, and you're just stuck. That's not this season.
216-474-0092. Would a wide receiver trade impact the Browns at 6? I will say, I think most Browns fans are going to say, don't care what you do at wide receiver on the veteran market. Go ahead and bring me. Actually, no, that's it. By the way, now to bring it back to your original question, Alec Pierce. If you sign Alec Pierce to a $20 million a year deal, which still might be a little heavy for him, but it's a wide receiver. It's very possible. That's you will have a little bit more freedom to me than trading for one of these guys who feels like a salvage it or fix it kind of scenario.
The Yak King, Alec Pierce.
He's fast. Like you need playmakers over the top. I actually think Alec has kind of been
led the NFL in yards per reception. Like he just makes plays.
But I don't think the casual fan, like the casual Browns fan, might know that he does that. I think NFL people do, but I think a Browns fan hearing Alec Pierce might not be thinking, "Oh, that's going to fix the." He might actually fix the room.
A lot of indie players get hidden for some reason.
Might be the fact that Daniel Jones was their quarterback, and I don't even remember who the hell it was before.
They were the belle of the ball for the first 8 weeks, though. Like that was a real thing. And then when he got injured, it just kind of went downhill. And then people laughed at Phillip Rivers being old and trying to do this.
Well, I also think Anthony Richardson was the quarterback before. Oh God, who did they have competing with Richardson 2 years ago? It was somebody actually worse than Daniel Jones.
It was Joe Flacco,
who I thought was great there. But the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing is really interesting because I would even have my limits on Marvin. And I'm actually pretty sympathetic to Marv. Like, I don't know why I'm calling him Marvin.
I mean, you watched him play for so long. Now he's like a buddy.
But like, this is my opinion on the Drew Petzing, Kevin Stefanski offensive philosophy. For guys that fit what you want to do as a wide receiver, it really does work. But I think one of the reasons Odell didn't have great numbers here under that second half beyond the injuries from 2020 on is I don't think he liked the structure. I think Odell Beckham Jr. was kind of, I don't want to say a free-flowing wide receiver, but he's not an on-schedule wide receiver. I think there are certain guys, and honestly, I think this is why you saw Jerry Jeudy have a career year in a spread offense 2 years ago here, and then the on-schedule throw offense, you must be here at this time. I think Jerry Jeudy struggled. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. might be a victim of that, and that's where I see the value with him.
I mean, I think he was more a product of, one, not playing as many games last year, but obviously Kyler being injured, and then his dad just being a complete... His dad got pissed. And his dad was very vocal about getting pissed about his role in the offense. And it didn't seem like the Cardinals wanted to do anything about that. I felt like almost at times they just kind of took him for granted. And there were definitely games where they just didn't throw to him in a whole half. And it was just kind of weird. It was a weird situation for as talented as he is. Because everyone listening here knows how talented he is. How often they would just ignore him in games was just wild.
Well, that's ultimately why I would be surprised. Like, I don't understand why the Cardinals would want to move off of Marvin. And it's the same thing with Brian Thomas Jr. in Jacksonville. It's like... Those guys have shown, again, they haven't maybe lived, Marvin has not lived up to being the number 3 pick in the draft. Totally fair.
No, not at all.
But that rookie year, we're still really close to that. And now you do have an offensive head coach coming in who has been on some staffs where they've really done some damn good work with wide receivers. I'd
look at him as a feature.
Shocked.
Yeah, I'd look at him as a feature of the whole thing. I'd be like, all right, you Monty Ossenfort, you want to get rid of Kyler Murray? Okay, fine, we can have that discussion. But I wouldn't want to do it with Marvin Harrison.
Well, what's funny about it is that's the other part of this. It's like Monty Ossenfort drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. So that's the other part of this that's so curious of like usually when guys like this who are top 3, top 5, top 10 picks, they just haven't been productive at all. Marvin didn't have a very good year last year, but he was really productive as a rookie. Okay, did the GM that drafted him get traded? Or get fired? Well, no, Monty Ossenfort is still there. The head coach got swapped out, but you would think Mike LaFleur might see a little more value in Marvin Harrison Jr. than Jonathan Gannon did.
I would think so. You raised an interesting point about, we were talking earlier this segment about does it take you off for number 6 or anything like that. And I do think there's a segment of Browns fans, Nick, that they have such little belief in Andrew Berry being able to draft a wide receiver that they like these options. Mm-hmm. Whether that is Marvin Harrison, whether that is, or let's even talk about an Alec Pierce or some of these other guys, DK Metcalf, some of the other guys we've brought up and just passing with names, they like the idea of what you've already seen in the NFL, because there has been a real problem with Andrew Berry in drafting wide receivers and getting them to a spot.
And I think that's totally fair.
That trust just might be eroded with fans.
But I think maybe those fans are also thinking, well, let's see if we can figure out the quarterback position this year externally, where I don't want to say I've set sail, because again, I expect them to bring in another player into this room, and I expect whatever your quarterback room is to be very competitive with each other and this to be an interesting search on some level. But I don't see a lot of like guys who change the math at the quarterback position that you might get this year. So change the math around the quarterback. Mm-hmm. Because that way, like if you get in Jordan Addison and you took Jordan Tyson, so we got just a couple Jordans here, and you fix the O-line, and Shedeur falls on his face, or whomever the other quarterback is, gets you 3 wins, you have your answer.
Is Monken tipping his hand wearing all this Jordan gear?
He's just all Jordan. Just we got to find.
The signs were there, guys. The signs were right in front of you the whole entire time.
And this was all coordinated by Andrew Berry to mess with the media. Then they'd be like, guys, the signs were there. You didn't see it.
How did you not see it? You have to have like next level sleuthing in order to crack the case. And then we just stumbled on it, Nick. Just on a Thursday. Who knew? All
right, Jordan Tyson and Jordan Addison will be here. We are reporting that as fact.
And you Muppets fell for a $500 gift card story like Patsy's. I can't believe it.
Man, that's why you can't trust the media, but you can trust Nick and Jonathan.
Exactly right.
216-474-0092 with a wide receiver trade. And again, some of the names mentioned by Jared Miller that the Browns have touched in on are Jordan Addison, Chris Olave, and Marvin Harrison Jr. Quentin Johnson of the Chargers is another name out there. Would any of those names impact the Browns and what they want to do at 6? And when we come back, Todd Monken saw what he liked. Didn't see a lot, but liked what he saw. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
listed as day-to-day, but reports say he's expected to eventually try and play through the injury. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital's sports desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Zach Jackson coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk his thoughts on Malik Willis. We'll talk about the wide receiver market and how it could impact the Browns with the 6th pick and the 24th pick, and many on that. But we've had Monken Mania. I feel like Todd Monken has talked to just about everybody in America, in the American media at the Combine over the last 2 days.
Yeah, he's loving it. You can tell it's what he's always dreamed of.
Am I gonna?
He just wants. He likes the attention.
Okay, so I don't hate that. Like yesterday when he was starstruck a little bit about being on the dais, I thought that was a little charming.
I thought that was a little chotch if we're doing charming versus chotch.
All right, so which is funny because when he did the thing on Pro Football
He's 59
Talk,
years old and getting starstruck by Mike Vrabel. Come on,
I think it was Mike McDonald. He started with the one mic because he knew the one mic, and then he's like, I'm on the dais next to Mike McDonald. What a trip.
I'm going to hope that it was just a moment that he just didn't see coming, and so he was taken a little off guard, and that's why he seemed like maybe a little bit more than he should have. Like, I'll give you an example. Once I was talking to people within the Guardians, and there's like a suite that the Guardians have that they like you can go to in games or whatever, and you're right next to the announcers. And I just had never had these convos with them. I'd never been there before, and so I didn't know, right? And so we go into the suite together, and we're going to have this conversation. I'm sitting down, and I look to my right, and there's Len Casper. Now, Len Casper was the play-by-play guy for the Cubs, and he's not the one I grew up with, but he'd been the one for like 10 years, right? At this point, he was with the White Sox, and I looked over, and there was Len Casper right next to me, and it just, I was like, it's like, oh no, there's Len Casper. And when I said it, I knew I sounded like, oh, you idiot. You're just out here stargazing now. Like, come on. Len Casper got your boot shaken? And it seemed like a goober move. But I was not actually starstruck by Len Casper. I just didn't see it coming. And so I hope that's what happened here.
Sounds like you were starstruck by Len Casper.
I did not see it coming. Len Casper is not enough to move the needle for me.
Well, if we're talking about what was charming or chotch, I thought the reaction to Todd Monken being like, yeah, I bought this because I had $500 left to spend on. I thought it was funny. People acted like it was like the top 5 joke, from Shane Gillis this week.
That was supposed to be humor?
Yeah, they're like, knee slapper. I was like, no, it's funny. It's funny. It was funny.
Oh, I didn't get any humor out of that. I thought he was just telling an honest story.
Well, no. He wasn't telling it like a joke, but everybody reacted to it like it was the funniest joke ever.
A guy gets fired from one job, wants to spend gift card that they gave him in a balance, and does so on Jordan?
Yes. I also, by the way, you saw that there was an actual real outrage that Monken wasn't wearing Browns gear?
I did see that. And I think it's funny how the people that have gone back and looked at everything that Stefanski was wearing, and he's not wearing like any orange and brown either.
Stefanski got really gray like 1 month in Atlanta, and the man is almost completely gray.
Didn't see one photo of Stefanski, oddly enough, and I noted that in my head, the idea that I thought we were going to do like Stefanski tracker. I thought we just wouldn't be able to let him go, and we'd just be monitoring everything with Stefanski. No, people turned the page really quickly.
I mean, some people did want to play his press conference on their show, so...
Was that the midday guys?
Yeah, it was. I don't want to joke around that the morning show might think I'm talking about them. No, midday guys. Yeah,
they want to play Stefanski's press conference.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that.
They just like press conferences. But what was the angle there?
His press conference.
We care about his thoughts on Michael Penix.
I think they got to hear about how's our old buddy Kevin doing. They miss airing Kevin Stefanski.
They just didn't want to do 10 minutes of work is all that was. That's all that was. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
That's the same thing with every other press conference they play.
I mean, I'm judging them. I love them both. I'm judging them. That's a ridiculous waste of time.
I can't believe I didn't tell you that.
I don't know why you didn't tell me that.
I swore I told you that. Maybe you just didn't shrugged it off like you didn't believe it.
I would have brought it up as the problem, and that might not have gone well for me.
I would love...
I totally would have bring that up with them.
Honestly.
Like, what are you guys doing?
Maybe they're just trying to kill Keith. Because that would.
Between that and Eddie Rosario convos today, their big plan isn't to get ratings and to have big sports drama. Their big plan is just to see if Keith can have a heart attack on the job.
Well, the funniest thing is about the Eddie Rosario thing is they were having it while Jeff was like, you need a real impact right-handed bat, and it's like Eddie Rosario is from the left side.
What's funny about that too is that I was expecting them. I sometimes like to play the game. I'm sure you do too. Of like when I get ready to tune in to a different spot or something like that, I'm trying to predict in my head what they're talking about before I actually tune in.
Mm-hmm.
In my head, I was like, these Muppets. Because I call them that in my head. I don't say it to their face, but I call them that in my head. I said, these Muppets are probably talking about the Anthony Richardson news that happened. And I'm going to get irate about them. I was preemptively going to get mad about them talking about Anthony Richardson. And then there goes Eddie Rosario.
Yeah. Well, listen.
Which was 12 times worse by a lot.
I'll actually say this. You weren't too on brand there. Yeah. Actually, no. For them, they are on brand. I meant for sports talk in general. All right. So while we're talking Todd Monken and his different conversations with the media, we mentioned that he was on Pro Football Talk, and he talked about how much or what the Browns were doing, how much he needed to see to be convinced to take this job. And the answer might surprise you.
I'll never put a cap on winning or losing. I think that's unfair to the players that we have and as an organization. All I'll say is this. When I looked at it, the back half of the year, for a team that at that time had 3 wins, only had 3 wins.
Yeah.
You lose to the Bills at home by 3.
Right.
You beat the Steelers at home, and you go on the road and beat the Bengals. 2 divisional teams to finish with 5 wins. To me, that's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
Right there and then.
Right.
You're not really that far away. What if those were the 3 games to start the season? What if they'd have just lost the Bills by 3 like we did? Whatever it was, or a field goal. And then you win the next 2, and then you're 2-0 in the division. Momentum's a powerful thing, right? And belief in where you're at. That's all I needed to see with where they were at to say we're really not that far away.
I would yell at him so badly if that was a caller that brought that point up. At the very end, like, well, think about it. If you just put them losing to the Bills by 3 in the beginning of the season, and then you win by 2, and momentum's a powerful thing. I would have ran that caller off the air.
He had me in the first half. With I only needed to watch 3 games, and that's what convinced me. When he pivoted it to, can you just imagine if you flip it to the start of the season? It's like, well, yeah, but then that means you would have won 3 games the rest of the way, and Kevin Stefanski would still be fired.
Well, no, the part I wanted honesty. Todd, we all know why you have the job. You have the job because it's the only one that was going to give you a job. You didn't get to be picky here. You don't have to make up fictitious stories about what you watched or didn't watch and the fight in those final 2 wins. What a real group we have here. You don't have to lie to us. I liked it better when he was just up on the stage being like, they offered me the job and I've always wanted to be a head coach. And at 59 years old, I didn't know if I was ever going to get it again. I like that answer much better than trying to convince us of this.
I think you don't like this, and other people might not like this because everyone tried to run down that the last 3 games of the season was impressive, which, again, Kevin Stefanski got fired. I still think the last 3 games of this year was their most impressive 3-game stretch this year.
New twist for the people like yourself that believe those wins at the end of the season actually mattered. They do matter. They matter in getting your new head coach here.
Yeah.
How about that for a twist?
If they were a 3-win team and they had just completely if those had been Chicago Bears games, Monken wouldn't be here.
How about that for a twist?
It'd be the OC in New York. He would have said,
it's
no,
not,
sir.
It's not about the draft pick. It's about impressing the next head coach.
And it did.
What a spin.
I think you're just mad that it impressed Monken, that he saw that fight.
I don't think it impressed Monken.
He saw the eye of the tiger in the Cleveland Browns. He saw they had that dog in him, and you couldn't handle it.
It didn't. He's lying to everybody. He knew he was going to be...
He doesn't know how to lie to people.
He knew he was going to be asked
the most honest man in the universe.
Real straight shooter. He got prepped this question ahead of time, and he was like, I got to come up with something.
You think Florio flirted him a fastball?
I gotta come up with something here because no, it's not a fastball. That's why he knew it was coming.
This is
a changeup. It's not even like an EFIS pitch. This thing wouldn't register in a school zone.
Meatball,
okay,
that's what I was going for.
Yeah, this thing's not even going 25.
I watch sports.
Yeah. So like he knows this is coming, and he's like, I gotta have an answer. I can't hem and haw through why I wanted this job and try to reference something with last year because last year isn't why I want this job. I just wish you would have been as direct. Be straight about it.
I don't think
you wanted
Todd
this job
because
because nobody else was offering you the job.
That, by the way, that's part of it, but he can't say that every time.
That's like 98% of it. This is not even 2% of it. This is not. No one goes back and is like how they closed the season on a 5-win team is why I took that job.
I don't.
That's a ridiculous answer.
Well, nobody just because you haven't heard somebody said it doesn't mean people don't think that way.
I would be shocked if anybody realistically thought to themselves, what brought me that job is 2 wins at the end of the season bring it to 5 total wins?
But do you think it's crazy that Todd Monken watched the fight that this team still had at the end of the season and thought, that's a team of good guys and good players, because you're not supposed to win at the end of the season. You're not.
I think they could have got blown out in the final 2 games, and Todd Monken would still be the head coach today. And I think you believe that as well.
Just wouldn't be referencing it.
That's right, because it doesn't matter. It's inconsequential to whether or not he takes the job or doesn't take the job.
But doesn't take his
the real part of the job was him being offered it and accepting it because no one else was offering it.
That doesn't mean he didn't size up the job, and that informs his take on the job.
He wasn't sizing up any job. He was trying to figure out which team would give me a real chance of being a head coach for the first time in my life, and whatever team that was, he was taking that job.
I don't think it was. I think that's some level of hyperbole, that he would have taken any job he was ever offered at any point.
Any job at 59 years old, at being passed over as often as he has, any job that offered him, he was going to take it.
This is a guy that was the second in the running for the Packers job. I think it was 5 years ago. He was second in the running for another job that I can't remember, but it's a job that's perceived. Maybe it was the Giants job when Daboll got it, but he's perceived as a guy that has been passed over by good jobs, but has certainly been in better job markets than the Browns.
Yeah, but this year, where was his offers everywhere? He got 1 interview, and yes, he's had him in the past, but he didn't have him this year. And this year, I think he was taking whatever was offered. He went with the Browns because the Browns are the only team that offered him, only team that gave him an interview. He wants to be a head coach, and that's fine. I don't begrudge him for that. I would want to be a head coach too. I would take the first job offered if I were him as well at 59 years old.
I just think both of the things we're saying are to some degree true. Meaning, like, I do within reason. I'm going to say within reason. Like if they had said you don't get to pick anybody in your staff, and you're just going to come out, be the face of the organization, but we're going to do everything, and you have no power, which is what the allegations have been about the Browns organization. I don't think he's taking this job. I don't think he's that desperate. I don't think anybody is. So, like, he had to have heard something. There had to have been something about this job that beyond just it's an NFL job and there's only 32 of them. I refuse.
It's not how they play the final 2 games against the Steelers and the Bengals.
I don't think you know that. I think the last 3 games really acquit the Browns roster. I thought it was a good remark on Kevin that they played really well, but I also think it's a good sign that the roster wants to win and that they didn't give up. Like that, not only is that a good sign of Kevin, it's a good sign of the defense that they hung in there at the end, that the offense was still playing to win.
I'm not buying it. I think Monken, I think he was taking the job regardless, and I think he's been watching these games back. He watched a lot of Shedeur tape, and I think he's happier that they won these games than lost them? Sure, but this in no way dictated whether or not he was taking the job or tipped the scales in one direction or another.
216-474-0092. What? I don't even know what this means. Oh, what in the final 3 games did Monken like, or was it just he was going to take any job that was offered and nothing mattered and he was just lying? I just don't see Monken as a liar. I just don't. He's many things. He's not a smooth operator. I don't think it's in his.
Not a liar. Have you ever met a head coach?
The man said, I was going to get fired and I badly needed to spend $500 of the Baltimore Ravens monies.
Yeah.
Because I knew that I was getting fired and that money was owed to me. That's not something any other coach in the NFL would own up to.
You can't be honest about the Browns last year if you just took this job. You can't say what you really think about this team.
Yes,
no. You're going to try to think of something positive.
They're not a 1-win team or a 2-win team. You could say that
they were a 5-win team.
I mean, that's what I said. I said they're not a 1-win team. They're not a 2-win team.
I know, but you act like a 5-win team is some sort of great team. It's a 5-win team. That's not a great team.
Well, no, it's not. But it's not. Like, this isn't the Jets' job. This isn't, this isn't the 1 win, not 1 win, however many Raiders wins they had this year.
It's one of the worst jobs in this offseason that we've been talking about for how long now. But irregardless of that.
You could sell the defense. You could sell.
I'm surprised he didn't. I'm surprised he didn't just turn it into, let's talk about Myles Garrett. Let's talk about some of these other parts of the team, and let's go through that. Let's talk about Shedeur, as great as he is in my eyes, and the elite playmaking ability. That's what he said.
That would be the greater lie.
He said elite playmaking.
No, elite playmaking, yes.
No,
but
I thought he was honest, Dave.
I
thought he was honest, Dave. I thought he only told the truth here.
No, he said that the elite's a little bit hyperbole.
About the time he talked about, that's what he said. Those were his words. How about the time he talked about Dylan Gabriel as an elite runner yesterday, too? Like, he's just an honest guy.
Jason, in a car.
Only tells the truth.
Momentum is the biggest thing. Browns fans want the team to play well early. How many years do we get beat down in the first 3 games of the season? And then it's, what if we could have done this, we could have done that. I think he's correct.
We beat the Packers week 3.
Yeah, but we always almost beat somebody early.
We beat the Packers week 3, and then we lost the following 3.
But the fans need it more than and maybe the players too. But the fans need some type of winning streak. Just play good football where we don't constantly argue every Monday about why did they do this? How could they have lost this game? You know, just come out and play well, and it'll take care of itself. But momentum is huge.
You want to touch someone? Thank you there, Jason.
I don't have the capacity today to discuss momentum carrying from one season to the next in a brand new everything from the final 2 games of last year to the upcoming week 1 7 months later. I don't have that in me today because it's going to be a real long day if that's the road that I need to go down.
So you're saying for Jason,
don't even rage bait me. No, don't even rage me right now. You're going to rage bait the hell out of me right now.
I'm not. I'm just asking a very clear question for you.
Not going to do it.
Because I want the fans to hear
I
your
hate you right now.
unbridled honesty.
Not gonna,
so you're saying, because you're giving the truth here. You're the truth broker. I'm ready for this. All right, I'm ready for your truth.
I'm saying momentum doesn't carry over from the end of the season to the beginning of the season.
Now,
yes.
Jason was saying the opposite.
Yes,
and it sounds like Todd Monken was saying the opposite as well.
Are you saying you agree with the idea that momentum carries from the final end of the season to a brand new season?
I'm here for your thoughts. That's what I'm here to try
I gave you my thoughts. I want to flip it back on you. Do you really believe that?
I reject your Uno reverse card because this is about you.
You can't reject my Uno reverse card.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Don't cop out of this. Give me your answer. Give me your thought. I don't even want your thought. Your thought's going to enrage me. Your thought's going to enrage me. I don't even want your thought.
Do I think it matters a little bit?
Come on.
Jonathan looked like
man.
The shark from Jaws.
You don't believe any of that.
The second when he sees blood in the water, the eyes widened.
Come on.
I was rage baiting you. 216-474. Well, here's the thing. You understand. It matters to the players. It matters to the fans, Jonathan.
Shut up. No, it doesn't. It matters to that fan that called in. It matters greatly to him, I guess.
It matters to a fan.
It matters to him.
Does momentum matter?
From 1 year to 7 months off into the next game.
We got to get some players online here to talk about this.
Yeah.
The latest with LeBron in the cans and cants at an airport in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Time to let Spitzer do the work during our trade up, pay down.
prediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Todd Monken at the NFL Scouting Combine.
I think any time that you have a player that at one time has exhibited the skill set at an elite level, I think you're always going to give them the benefit of the doubt that somehow we might be able to get that out of them again.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Zach Jackson coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. I thought the NFLPA organization report cards weren't supposed to be out again this year. I thought they weren't allowed to put them out, but it turns out the grades are out now?
They're not yet. I mean, they are, but they aren't. It got leaked. So Kaylin Kaler, who's been on the show, she's... Why are you laughing at the leak?
Well, no, because they were... The ruling like 3 weeks ago was like, you can't leak these, and now they've been leaked.
Yes, it's a dumb thing, but it's just how this works now. Also, I like Kaylin. We know Kaylin, but also for her to be like, this is the scoop I'm going to do.
Honestly,
this is the one.
It's got juice this year because they're not supposed to be leaked.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't go in deep detail.
Oh, so you didn't get like the literal.
We just got the rankings.
Okay,
that's like, and she just got to do all the different rankings for things, and didn't get to do like the actual breakdown of where everyone sits with like, is it team facilities? Is it this? Is it that? She just got to do little parts of this.
So where do the Browns rank?
We're 30th.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah. So, but on a positive, so Browns are 30th, Cardinals are 31st, the Steelers are 32nd.
Did I
model
read
franchise? How about that, Art Rooney II?
Did I read that basically the whole thing got sunk because the field at Heinz Field sucks?
It says they got rocked because of its field conditions, yeah. Among other categories.
How can one category...
It's not just one category.
Okay,
they said among other categories.
But, like, how can that be the thing that's saying... Well, I guess it impacts your career. I don't know. This feels fishy. I don't like it.
I mean, even Tomlin was complaining about the field conditions, though. Like, I mean, it was brutal.
He had 1 foot out the door.
If only he had one more foot in the gardening section of the field, we'd be better.
Are we to the point where when this comes out about the Browns, it's just kind of a glancing blow?
I don't feel any one way about it, if I'm being honest about it. You'd think all the upgrades that they spent would start to pay some dividends, though. Like, all right, you might suck in the family section of this whole entire thing, but maybe, just maybe, you get a B- for the facilities that you've poured hundreds of millions of dollars into and are upgrading at an extremely high rate.
I just, it's interesting. You said the Cardinals were there. Let's see. So the Steelers were a winning team.
The locker room for the Steelers was graded out an F as well, by the way. The players reported it only has 5 bathroom stalls for the entire team. I hear that's a problem. I hear that's not great.
There is nothing. So we have three.
Why would you go short on bathroom stalls?
We have 3 bathrooms in the Wilson house for 5 people. And when one of them is, or when all 3 of them are taken and I don't have a place to go when you need to, do I get frustrated as hell.
I mean, I would just put a bunch of troughs in there or something like that and be like, you got bathrooms. If I want to be cheap about it, if I'm going to be cheap about it as is.
Bring back like the troughs from the old Three Rivers Stadium.
That's what I was thinking from Wrigley, but yeah, exactly that. Just give them troughs and just tell them have a day.
We had these sitting in a barn somewhere, so you guys can just have at them.
What do you mean we only have 5 bathrooms? You got troughs here. Everyone can go. It's okay.
And they're almost always taken up by the offensive and defensive linemen.
Their strength coach is also ranked dead last, apparently, as well. The Steelers, that is.
So they got no strength, no place to take a Duke, and
we got a lot of info on why the Steelers sucked. Not as much info on why the Browns apparently aren't great either.
Is the Browns just self-explanatory? Is that all that's written out there?
I don't know. It's not good.
Sound it out. That's the under Browns feedback
for the 3rd straight year. The Dolphins ranked 1st overall. They've been doing this for 4 years. For the 3rd straight year, the Dolphins have been 1st overall now.
I don't think I can. Well, okay. Is it just you live in Miami so nothing bugs you?
I don't know. Players consistently describe the organization as, quote, the best in the NFL. I would think Miami's got a lot to do with it, right? Like if the facilities and everything like that, you get to train while also having it being outdoors and sunny and nice, that's got to impact how you feel about things. Maybe you're not as worried about the 5 bathrooms if all of a sudden you're having a good time outside.
Although, in the face of this is Arizona.
Yeah.
Arizona. Although
Arizona gets obsessively hot, though.
Yeah, Arizona isn't for everyone. So while we have that coming out, we also have the Pro Football Talk report. We had heard a report previously that some team in the NFL was proposing this offseason to expand the limit for trading draft picks from 3 years to 5 years. So if you wanted to trade future first right now, you can only trade this year, 2027, and 2028. Well, we now know the team behind it, and it's the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
So And then a vote could come as soon as March, by the way.
I don't like this, by the way, for the NFL. I don't. The NBA is down to, 7 years, I think, is how long you have to go in between picks that way. I think I think it's awful because GMs then could just trade and not care about future GMs. And by future GMs, I also mean future fans as well, and how you guys have to live with the repercussions of a GM trying to save their job and desperately trading away picks.
Yeah, I want to know the Browns' angle on this. I watched Jimmy Haslam trade 3 first-rounders for Deshaun Watson, and it become the worst trade. Is he just hoping someone trades like 5 firsts for another quarterback that then falls short, so his trade is no longer? Is this all about just trying to make the Deshaun Watson trade look less abhorrent?
Maybe. We just don't need them to get any more YOLO ideas at the current moment. So, I need to limit them as often as I can.
Can we get J-Dub on? He's been making the rounds. Can we get old Dave Jenkins on? I do like me some Dave Jenkins. I've heard he's a very nice gentleman. Can we get I
don't know.
Ken Kovash?
I don't know. I don't have the inside track here.
Of all the things that have outraged me, the third worst franchise by the player, I don't care about that. I don't like this. One, because I don't like it for the NFL.
I just think it's bad for the NFL. Well, I don't really care that the Browns are the ones that proposed it.
No, I do, because somebody's got an idea over there, and I want them to put that idea back into the damn bar.
They're going to enact the rule and then instantly trade 5 years worth of picks?
At this point, can I put it past them?
Is this the Arch Manning plan?
People have said it.
Is that what that is?
People have said.
Is the idea here instead of the big just an abundance given towards? I'm thinking about the RG3 draft is what I'm thinking about and all the trades attached to that. But you can't do this to teams. You're just going to end up one team is going to go crazy and then for a half decade not have first round picks because they wanted a quarterback.
Is this because they're an analytics organization? Because I can't accept that as a sidebar. If it's because Jimmy Haslam's thinking up big schemes for next year, I can't handle it.
Maybe because if Les Snead is the author of F Them Picks, maybe they also feel at the deepest part of their bones, maybe where they traded for Deshaun Watson, F Them Picks.
After James Gladstone went all willy-nilly to move 3 picks up for a wide receiver, you think maybe Andrew's like, I think I can get 5 out of him for something.
Maybe, I don't know. Gladstone's not even there at the Combine this year.
Well, he's just off.
Him and McVay both didn't even go.
You mean Liam Cohen?
No. Like McVay also didn't go too. That was the highlighted part of it.
That makes sense. But Gladstone, come on.
Yeah,
dude's a knob.
I just it's a bold play by him, is it not? Or maybe he doesn't want to get fleeced at 1:30 in the morning. He's like, if I'm not
hiding from Andrew Berry.
If I'm not around them, I can't convince myself to drunkenly trade any of the good players.
216.
I just get to stay in my little cubby and then not answer their phone call.
Guys, great news. I just talked to Andrew Berry. He gave us Zach Zinter for Brian Thomas Jr. Oh, you're going to love him.
He's just scared of being cornered by Berry. He's like, I cannot. Because the moment we start talking football, I get fleeced.
216-474-0092. I hated this idea, and then I found out the Browns were behind it, and I hate it even more. Anybody else concerned about the Browns being the team behind moving the allowable amount of draft picks to be selected or traded 3 years in the future to 5 years in the future, and a prediction none of us saw coming? It might mean we have to take it more seriously for the Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Zach Jackson of The Athletic in 20 minutes live from the Combine. We'll get his take on Malik Willis. We've got Lance Reisland coming up at 6 o'clock today. I do think we haven't had the expectations conversation yet with Zach really kind of putting out there that plan one seems to be for the Browns, Malik Willis, and at least making a run at him. I would be really interested at what the Browns think, how Malik maybe changes the math this year. You and I both wouldn't do the deal. Mm-hmm. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see if you get the guy that's perceived as QB1 this offseason in free agency or trade, and you give him $30 million a year, it's going to be really interesting to see what that means for Browns fans and kind of how it changes the vibe around town.
I would think, is Malik Willis going to offer up that much encouragement to people? I think it becomes like a mystery bag of sorts. I think then instead of, and there's already a mystery bag attached to this season as is, but I think if you go with Malik Willis, I think there is a renewed sense of enthusiasm. It can be deflated awfully quick, but I do think it would be there.
Yeah, I do too, and I think it's interesting because I think, again, everything's about risk. But like for me, the goal of any quarterback you sign is to get somebody that if they're going to be good enough to start for this full year, it's unquestioned, here's the thing, then that should be the quarterback for the next 2 to 3 years. You can still go get one next year, but it gives you the time to then draft and develop as opposed to just throwing them back out there. I can see that with like Kyler Murray. It's tough for me to see, because Malik's never started a full season alone, it's tough for me to then extrapolate that and go, well, he's got the next 3 years covered, which allows you to build an offense and then draft and develop next year's first rounder to be your quarterback of the future.
Yeah, and it's not like Kyler doesn't come out without his own risk too, obviously. He's coming off a major injury from last year. We don't know we don't really know what he is at this point. But if you told me, hey, you have to find a way to get to 8 wins, don't care how you do it, find me 8 wins, though. That's the bar that you're trying to hit for next year. I'm signing Kyler Murray. I'm not signing Malik Willis.
That's kind of, yeah. Like, it's interesting, like when Seth Walder predicted, it was doing the whole NFL offseason prediction, and he has predicted the Browns sign Kyler Murray. When we lay it out, Malik Willis to Arizona for way too much money, and Kyler Murray to Cleveland on a Russell Wilson type deal makes more sense to me.
And then also, like the Russell Wilson deal, you can get out of it really, really easily. We're talking Steelers' version of Russell Wilson, where after one season, they looked at it and said, "Oh no, he just throws moonballs. We don't want to be in the business of this. He doesn't have it." And then they just wash their hands clean of it, done with it, over, and like that's where the Browns should be. A spot like that makes a lot of sense.
But I will say, if you sign a quarterback who, and I think you've been right on this. It's just like I would look at Kyler and go, well, I'll give you the leg up on Shedeur, but I'm not. It's going to be an open competition. I would say the same thing about Malik Willis, even more so of a 1-for-1 competition for Malik Willis. You're right, which how the NFL works is how the hell are you going to get the guy here? You're going to guarantee him a job, and that's just going to be that.
Yeah.
But the only way that I'm taking that kind, whether it's financial, whether it's whatever, if you're trading for Kyler, which feels like the more far-fetched out of all of this, it feels like most likely he'd have to be released, and then you'd have to bring him in again on a very cheap.
I'd say you could make a trade where then part of the trade is them eating the cash involved with it in order to execute it all.
And so you'd have to give up a nicer draft pick, though, right?
Yeah.
But, okay, so I'd rather he just gets released then, because I don't want to give up like a 4th rounder for Kyler. Because again, that does every little bit here changes the math.
Yeah.
But I think as we're having this conversation, like, if you do that, then you better find a way to find a second first rounder for 2027. Because the biggest threat for Malik Willis and the biggest threat for Kyler Murray is what people's worry was for the two veteran quarterbacks you had this last year. What if Kenny Pickett or Joe Flacco gets you 7 wins?
Yeah, I know. And there's a doomsday attached to that. The middling hell of the NFL, what it offers up is no playoff appearances. You're not really at the top echelon of the sport, and you're also drafting 15th. And that's not a great spot for next year's draft. And so, I agree with you. You need to load up on capital. You can't take yourself out of this 2027 draft.
Yeah,
that's the big goal out of all of this next year is find your way to be in the 2027 draft and be in a prime spot to get a quarterback there if you need one.
And I want Todd Monken to have a chance to win this year, because I think when we get into okay, do we have to get a quarterback in the next 2 years that's going to start for the next decade? Of course, that's pretty much what a third of the league is thinking right now with where the quarterback room is.
Everyone's thinking that, right?
So would agree that that's incredibly important. The most important thing for stability in the lifeblood of this franchise, and for Todd Monken's credibility as a head coach, given the fact he was widely panned as a head coaching hire when the news first came out, the most important thing for that guy's ability to be another 5 or 6 year coach here is to win year one. It just is. So I see that value. I see the understanding of, well, we might be stretching it, but let's try Malik, or let's try Kyler, or let's try to trade for Mac Jones. Cool, but you gotta PYA. You gotta protect that ass on the back end as well.
PYA.
I was gonna say protect your ass, and then I threw a T there because it sounded cooler.
I don't even know that I've heard anyone ever do PYA.
Yeah, PTA. Well, PTA, that's different. You got to get elected
to that. That's like a meeting, right? Isn't that a meeting?
You got to get elected to that.
Yeah, people tell me those are coming.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm not looking forward to that.
They keep sending me, would you like to volunteer? And I'm like, I'd like to, but I don't have time for it. The volunteer is from 2 to 7. I think they're just baiting me now.
I could see you being on a committee at a school.
Oh, I'd be awful at it.
What do you mean? Isn't it I don't think it's the hardest thing in the world, is it?
Oh, no, I'd just be the guy that's like, well, have we thought about?
But don't they need that? Don't they need that? Don't they need the checks and balances?
No,
I feel like right now,
yes men.
We got a lot of PTA meetings with a lot of cookies and a lot of yeses going around here. I feel like you can come in there and challenge the system.
I can be pride with cookies. I can be. All of a sudden, I think I'd just be a guy there for the cookies. 216-474-0092.
No, what would happen is you'd start rigging the PTA meetings. You get your buddies on the board with you in order to get whatever you wanted through.
This also seems like something I would do, yes.
And then all of a sudden, before you look up and you got 4 guys that you know are going to give you yeses all the time, and then you got the commanding control of the room, and then anything you wanted happens at that school.
PTA.
We're talking slides in the pool, everything. Anything you wanted.
This turned into
all of a sudden
Succession very quickly.
You're all of a sudden the athletic director deciding what teams the high school plays and everything like this.
There's a lot of guys in radio that think they could be an athletic director.
Which is wild, because that's not a normal jump from radio guy. No one's ever been like, hey, radio guy, you should really run the sports program. What?
4 levels.
Why would people think that?
4 levels.
That's not how this works.
Because once you've done this job,
it's 2 different things.
You can do every job.
I would make the argument once you do this job, it qualifies you to do 0 other jobs. It might be the most limiting profession in the history of the world as far as for getting you to other jobs.
What's the goal if you sign Malik Willis, and with Seth Walder predicting Kyler Murray to the Browns, are we not taking the Kyler conversation seriously enough? Jim in Strongsville, welcome to the show.
Jim.
No, I wouldn't hire you guys for any job outside of radio.
I wouldn't either. That's the problem, Jim. We're not qualified for anything
I'd
but
hire
this.
me. I'd hire me.
And Jonathan, to correct you, there's absolutely no way I want Nick to be any part of any committee. Nick is the guy in a committee meeting or a training or wherever you're at where everybody else just wants to get out of there, and Nick starts just asking questions.
Oh, no.
He just drags the whole thing
No,
out.
I've seen him in enough meetings. We talk about those people.
No. You actually do have the wrong read on this, because on the when we have Zooms that are for all of us, an all hands on thing, I cannot help it. I will eye roll when people start asking questions to ask questions so they can. It happened we actually had an in-person meeting. And I realized what I was doing because I was sitting in the front row, and somebody just starting asking a question because they wanted everybody to know how awesome they are. And I was getting visibly irritated.
You do talk a lot in the meetings, though.
Oh, you got to.
No, we had one meeting. I didn't say one word the entire meeting. I was but that was a good thing. I needed that. I was like, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, well, Jim, maybe don't take us off the rails there, buddy.
Sorry. Listen, I think you guys are looking at this the wrong way. I think everybody's kind of approaching this Brown thing, and I was as guilty of it as anybody. approaching it as if that Andrew Berry's on the hot seat. If they don't win this year, they're all out. This could be a one and done for Monken. I'll tell you what, after seeing Andrew Berry up there at the podium, or whatever, I've never seen that dude look more comfortable. I think there is zero pressure on that guy. I think
because of
no
a press conference.
Have you ever seen him more relaxed and more in control and more like full of himself?
It's February.
That does not look like a guy
was the
that's
Jordan attire?
fighting for his
Is
job.
that what did that?
I don't think he's a guy fighting for his job. I think whether we like it or not, I think regardless of what happens this year, both these guys are back next year.
I don't know
So
about
I don't think
Jim.
you're going to risk the future.
I don't know about Andrew Berry, but I agree with you with Monken. And it's not because they gave him a 5-year deal. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. But I do think he's going to have more than 1 year, even if this is a disaster. I think Andrew Berry would be the one that's out if he has a 2 or 3 win season.
I just don't see them making any kind of move that jeopardizes the future in any way to win games. I mean, let's be honest. Kyler Murray sucks. All these guys we're talking about suck. The reason that they're available is because they suck. They can come here and suck, or they can stay wherever they are and suck.
I mean,
I don't want them here.
Listen, far be it for me to defend any of these guys. It's the same logic that was used against Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield previously, and the countless other guys who've gone and had success in their second and third and fourth stops in the NFL. Jim, this is why I wouldn't hire you as a sports talk show host. Because you said the press conference, that Andrew Berry's vibe at a press conference means he's not on the hot seat. That's objectively a bad take. Got to say it.
I mean, I'd say that was mean to Jim, but Jim isn't always the softest person in the world.
You can't
so I guess
start
it's
by
okay.
saying, like, oh, I wouldn't hire you guys to do anything, and then give what I would say is a straw man argument.
I don't know. What job would you want if it wasn't this job?
Browns GM.
No. Yeah, I would argue this job has not made us any more qualified to do that. I was thinking about this earlier, by the way. It was just just one of those random thoughts because they love Ivy League people so much. I'm like, there's a real chance my wife, who graduated from an Ivy League school, would have a much higher chance of becoming the GM of the Browns than I do. I do. All we do is talk football all day long. But, like, realistically, because of the Ivy League degree, like, if you're doing, like, an actual assessment of who's got a better chance of being hired by the Browns today, it is her by a mile over me.
Well,
like,
Vanessa,
by a mile.
Vanessa, not an Ivy Leaguer, so I have a negligibly better chance of getting the job than she does.
You might there. Yeah, you might there. Yeah.
Ha, Vanessa, take that. Yeah. And she has to be married to me. Think about that. That's a double punch right there.
Man, life will come fast for you, huh?
Yeah. JJ on the road. You got about 30 seconds, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, listen, we all are GMs. A week before the football season starts, we all picking players in our fantasy league. Kyler Murray is not one of my first picks. I'm taking Shedeur over Kyler Murray. Already got him. We already got a quarterback. The money we about to spend on these whack quarterbacks, we can spend on some receivers. You know, draft a quarterback late in some rounds and see what Monken can do. Don't waste our time with none of these guys. We got Shedeur. We might have backup in Watson, unfortunately, but I'll take it. I'll take Watson over freaking Kyler Murray as a backup right now. It's just me, and I think we good.
All right,
JJ. Go get some receivers in free agency. That's what we need.
You can do both, JJ.
We do need some wide receivers.
Just so you know, you can get wide receivers and sign like a Kyler Murray.
I want to ask JJ how many wins he thinks we're going to have.
I was going to ask him who's scanning what, because it sounded like he was like in the checkout aisle.
Oh,
was he self-scanning? Was it somebody else? Who knew?
You know what? I like when callers multitask, though.
I do too.
You know,
I love when somebody's like getting into their car and you can tell, and we're like,
I don't expect you to just be like sitting in your house just waiting for us to then take the call and then give out your big speech. Like, do some things. Get some tasks done.
Live a little. Take us on the go, I would say.
Yeah, I like that.
Zach Jackson. I was going in a million directions there. Zach Jackson says Malik Willis is the plan for the Browns, or plan one at quarterback for the Browns this offseason. What does that mean? The Browns are really intending here. And does that mean the Browns are the front runners for Malik Willis? We'll get to that in 5 minutes with Zach on 92.3 The Fan.
Genius Exteriors now at 855 the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
A crash 90 west at 611 has heavy congestion from Crocker. Slowdowns westbound on 90 from East 55th to West 14th. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. It's Malik Willis season. We got Seth Walder predicting Kyler Murray to the Cleveland Browns this offseason to talk all myriad of mid-quarterbacks. We got to head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline of The Athletic. He is in Indianapolis. This man's everywhere. He is Zach Jackson. Welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. How we doing?
I mean, we're really haggling over some really mid quarterbacks, and this feels like a lower bar than usual when we're talking about mid quarterbacks, Zach. So we're really good.
Well, it does feel like a movie that just plays on repeat, right? Every situation is different, and trying to get different layers of it matters. I think 62 quarterbacks started games last year, right? 12 times since 1999, the Browns have had at least 3 starting quarterbacks, including in each of the last 3 years. So this position does matter, and there aren't a ton of great ones in the world, and there probably aren't, depending on what your number is, 16 to 25 guys who are really your starters that can win games. But, the math is off. So you have to develop them, and I think that they really want to develop Shedeur Sanders. I think you have to look at guys who are available who haven't developed properly for some reason, who still might have some upside. Everybody's trying to do that. A guy who was dismissed 6 times just won the Super Bowl. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know where this will go. But if you value, like Malik Willis, you look at this like a rare situation that a player like this would be available. And if you can't get him, or you don't think that the time is right for him, then you better look hard at Anthony Richardson and these other guys, because there's some upside there, and it's just too important a position to not keenly evaluate and try to go after every realistic avenue that might lead you to where you've been trying to go for like 70 years.
All right, tell us how you got to the idea that Malik Willis is plan A for the Browns.
Well, Jonathan, he's the number 1 free agent. He has taken a huge leap over 2 years. He was always a developmental player at a position of great importance and a position that, you try to develop guys. He's only 2 years older than the guys you'd be looking at in the draft. And you always pointed to this year where you landed on 6 and 24, and there's no sure thing. So you hired a head coach who publicly values a mobile quarterback and was on the other sideline when Malik Willis played the best game of his very short NFL career last year. And I just don't see there's any other way that he would be anything other than plan A. So can you get him? They have to try to find that out. But the way I look at it is they're one of 3 or 4 realistic teams. So you at least have a seat at the table. And in 10 or so days, we're going to know if they can get him or not.
So with that, I think that kind of led me right where I was thinking, which is, all right, if he's option A for the Browns, where do the Browns rank on his options? Because I know Arizona's supposed to be in the mix. The Jets are one of the other teams. Like, who's kind of seen as the front runner for Malik Willis?
Yeah, it depends on who you talk to, right? And that's why we're talking about it here. The direct connection is Miami, who just hired a head coach and a GM from the Packers organization. Arizona is a team in need. Miami is a team in need. What is Pittsburgh going to do? People are whispering about Atlanta. Maybe the Jets wait a year. Maybe Miami waits a year. Maybe Minnesota's in. Maybe Minnesota can't afford to be in. So if, that's 6 or 7, and if some of them are out for the reasons I just named, that puts the Browns, to me, in the top 3 or 4.
What I'm interested by, Zach, is how many years this would end up being for Malik Willis. Like, obviously, ideally, for any team that takes him, you want fewer years because then you can cut bait quicker if it doesn't work out and it was just a trial balloon and it was what it was. Mm-hmm. But realistically, is he getting anything more than 3 years? Is it going to be 2, 3, 4, 5? What do you think gets it done?
Yeah, it's probably going to be a 3-year deal, and it's going to be a hefty commitment. What the Browns do is backload money. What you have to do here is backload money. if you sign him, you're saying it's not going to go the way Justin Fields went, right? Where he played on a cap number of $6 or $8 million last year and is now going to play. There's now going to be left on 23 to go. The Browns have done this dance before. The Browns are paying Watson for a long time after this year. I know that, right? But you can't look at it like it's going to fail. It probably is going to come down to contract and contract structure for this. And again, I don't know that they'll get anywhere other than the top three, but I just view them as being in the top three, and I just view this as clearly the best option for right now.
All right, Todd Monken made some interesting headlines on the Combine row here when he said that for his birthday he got this package. He thought it was from his wife, and it was a porcelain horse head, and it was from Shedeur. Is this the biggest warning sign we've had that Shedeur might not be it?
I did see a clip of that. There's a lot of other things going on. I'm just glad we have a coach that's willing to talk like a human in front of a microphone here in Cleveland.
Yeah, that's a good thing. A little bit of a brown nosing job by Shedeur, though. I like Shedeur. It was a little bit of a you barely know the guy. You get him a birthday present?
I would just say that since March of 2022, every single thing that's happened in and adjacent to the Browns quarterback room has been absolute bizarre world stuff. So why wouldn't the quarterback be sending the new coach a porcelain horse head, and we'd be on the radio talking about it?
What does he think the end game is? Is he like, of course he's going to give me the starting quarterback job now. I was the only one that gave him a birthday present.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Todd Monken's family has horses or something. I don't know, because I did not know him well at all in his previous year here. So, like I said, I just know that this just spins on and on and on, and their goal right now has to be to try to stop it. And they need linemen, and they need receivers, and they need those guys to play well to support whomever the quarterback is going to be. But if they're ever going to get out of this constant cycle, and if they're ever really going to return to relevance, they've got to get the quarterback right. And they would prefer to do it sooner than later, because they have a truly elite defense right now.
Zach, you said you didn't know him particularly well when he was here, obviously under Freddie Kitchens 2019, and Freddie obviously dominated a lot of the stories and a lot of the headlines and everything like that. Why is that? Why did that happen? Usually, with someone like yourself or people that around the team a lot, you get to know the offensive coordinator. I would think at least somewhat of a relatively close nature, or at least you see him for once a week on Thursdays when they talk. What happened? What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, he was here 11 months, and he did Thursday press conferences. And other than that, there was just no interaction that I can remember. That's just how it went. Usually the coaches we know are here for multiple years, and you mingle with them at the Combine or on a road trip or, standing around before or after practice. But when people are only here 1 year, the window is limited. And Todd Monken was not a happy camper, because he was the offensive coordinator putting together game plans that Freddie was going to Sundays and calling them Freddie's game plans, not the one they had worked on all week. So we didn't know him at all. I'm not going to say vivid memories, but 2 months ago, if you just said, what do you remember about Todd Monken? I would have said the most miserable Thursday quarterback press conferences ever, because he was absolutely miserable. And that's what it was. That was a long time ago. He and the organization obviously are on the same page about that being a long time ago and being in the past. He's the head coach here now, and he's like, 5 shots of caffeine and ready to go. But it's only February, so nobody's going anywhere yet.
Zach, probably the biggest, most high-profile offensive lineman, Tyler Linderbaum of the Ravens. They've said they're not going to tag him, although they've also said they've offered him a contract that could reset the market. That's obviously the big name out there, so I'll kind of lead with that. But how serious of players do you think the Browns will be for Tyler Linderbaum?
0. Look, the cap goes up $20 million every year the last 4 years. That's because so teams can keep the best players. The best players do not hit the market unless there is a red flag or unless that team is buried in other financial issues and has to make a choice. Right? When we left this Combine 4 years ago, Dallas had put itself in a corner where it had to make a choice, and the Browns spent their time in Indy setting up the trade for Amari Cooper, which turned out to be a good one. Right? So there are exceptions, but 26-year-old top-shelf offensive linemen do not hit the market. So they could tag him. They could work out a deal to keep him, or else he wants so much money, and they have some concern about why they wouldn't do it. So, what are the Browns going to be in on Rasheed Walker at tackle? I don't know that, but I don't think they were ever or are ever going to get near Tyler Linderbaum for multiple reasons.
Zach, you said plan B is Anthony Richardson. the odds that happens, I find fascinating. What do you think the price would be on that? And then if he were to be given the job or at least be acquired in a trade, what do you think the odds are that he'd be taking over Shedeur and Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, so the price would be about a fifth-round pick. They would only be acquiring the minimum on the salary cap. They would have to pay him a little bit of money, so they would work it out with the Colts there. But he's younger than Shedeur. He's uber athletic, and he's shown the potential. He hasn't done the simple things right. He did not take the big strides as a super young, super inexperienced quarterback who came out. He's on a very short list of guys who got drafted high with that little college experience, and one of them is Mitch Trubisky, right? And it's just the track record is not good. So if the Browns trade for Anthony Richardson, and I know they will have discussions about it, then I believe that it would be a Richardson versus Shedeur competition in May through July or early August. The only way that they, clear-cut starter is if it's Willis or Mac Jones, who I don't think it's going to be. But Richardson would come here, be given the job to compete, be under contract at the dead minimum for a fourth-year player, salary cap-wise, and be signed for one season.
All right, Zach, let's go ahead and look at the wide receiver market. There have been a couple names out there, some speculation about Saints wide receiver Chris Olave, Quentin Johnson of the Chargers might be out there. Do you think that the trade market is a viable route for the Browns to upgrade their wide receiver room this offseason?
Olave is a free agent, not a trade, right? Olave is a free agent, I believe.
No, I think he's got one more year on his deal,
Yeah,
actually.
he'd be a trade, yeah.
Okay, well, no, they're not trading him to Cleveland. That's absurd. Like, why would the Saints not want Chris Olave? The Saints think they have their quarterback. So Romeo Doubs is a free agent. DJ Moore is a trade candidate. Michael Pittman almost certainly is going to be cut or traded. I do think the Browns are in on a veteran receiver of some sort. I don't know who it would be. I certainly think DJ Moore is interesting, although I think the way Caleb played at the end of the year, I don't think they'd want to get rid of him unless they'd have to. So I have no idea where the Chris Olave thing comes from and can't believe that it's 1% realistic. I think the Browns should ask about Brian Thomas Jr. I don't know how realistic that is. That would be more like a second-round pick, and it would come with a worry of why is Jacksonville getting rid of him after just 2 years, right, to play Parker Washington. But yeah, I think it's probably more in the wait for a veteran to get cut or trade a sixth-round pick for a veteran who's no longer in his team's plans, just to get a veteran guy in here and then try to build it out over the next two drafts, plus however else you can supplement it. And you just hope the ideas of however else you can supplement it are better than the ideas they've had the last couple of years that have had Kadarius Toney and Isaiah Bond and Jamari Thrash and those guys playing. No, I think Isaiah Bond will make the team, and he should be better. But, we all remember the circumstances of how and when that came about, and it had to come about because of the poor decisions they had made at receiver prior to that.
Are you offensive lineman or wide receiver at 6 or just BPA? What's your read there?
Yeah, I'm probably fairly strongly offensive line right now, but I do think they have options, including trading down, and I don't think anybody knows, what's going to happen at 3 through 5. Right, the Jets are going to pick an edge rusher, and then at 3 through 5, who's going to go? Is it an offensive tackle, or is a receiver, or 2 offensive tackles going to go? I don't think they know. Obviously, the Browns either probably hope that the defensive players go, and then they end up having to choose between trading down, it's getting a guy they still liked, or picking the best available, probably offensive tackle. To me, I value that more over wide receiver, but they're just now. The offensive players are just now starting the interview process out here in Indy. The offensive linemen, I think, just got here yesterday, so they don't even get measured until tomorrow. So all of that, as far as what the exact grades are going to be versus what the team was thinking coming in, that'll start to take shape over the next few weeks.
Zach, we found out today that the Browns are the team behind the push this offseason to expand NFL draft pick trade limits from 3 years to 5 years. Do we know why the Browns of all teams would be the team behind that, given, a trade they made in the last 5 years?
Yeah, because nobody has 55-year plans like the Browns, and specifically this front office. That's the simple answer to that. I did see the headline. Guys, there's just been 17 things going on this week, so I haven't read past the headline, but that would be a way to say, hey, we're really building out here and, doing this full numbers, setting it up like we're going to be good forever. And and we've seen the results. So I would say it's a real important 3 months for this front office, and whether it's going to be around for the 27 draft or not.
Oh, so you think Andrew Berry's jamming for his job?
Well, I think reality says that. But I think the temperature and the tea leaves probably say that he's safe as anybody's ever been. So we'll see how that changes. But yeah, they've had this long-term grand plan, but they just won 8 games in 2 years, and every offensive lineman's walking out the door.
Zach, I want to say thank you for joining us, and get prepared for the next time that I text you that our producer should reach out to you about coming on the show, because it will happen again.
We've all done dumb stuff, Nick. I do it every day.
I'll do dumber things. We appreciate you, buddy. Enjoy the combine. That's a man who needs to put out a video of him eating a shrimp cocktail at Harry Nizzi's.
I don't think he wants to do that. Why does he have to do that? Would that make you feel better?
Because nobody expected.
Yeah, because we haven't seen it a million times already.
Well, no. But
this week,
all the hacks have done it. Get a real man in on it on Zach Jackson, and then it basically validates it.
Hey, can you believe it? My nostrils are flaring with that horseradish sauce. Can you believe it?
It's a horseradish.
I've never had anything like it.
All right, let me go to the. Nope, I'm gonna. We're stopping the shots there. That's all we need. Great content, though. Keep it up, guys. 216-474-0092. What was your biggest takeaway from what Zach had to say? We'll get into the Malik Willis thoughts in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson here again for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. The Ohio winter has been brutal on the roof of our homes. It is most years, but this year's just been another level. And Victor's recommends that you keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems, icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. And so if you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at Victor's Home Solutions. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, Victor's doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring.
Staples. Shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
He's the number one free agent. He has taken a huge leap over 2 years. He was always a developmental player at a position of great importance and a position that, you try to develop guys. He's only 2 years older than the guys you'd be looking at in the draft, and you always pointed to this year where you landed on 6-24, and there's no sure thing. So you hired a head coach who publicly values a mobile quarterback and was on the other sideline when Malik Willis played the best game of his very short NFL career last year. And I just don't see there's any other way that he would be anything other than Plan A. So can you get him? They have to try to find that out. But the way I look at it, they're one of 3 or 4 realistic teams. So you at least have a seat at the table. And in 10 or so days, we're going to know if they can get him or not.
Zach Jackson, The Athletic, in the previous segment, talking about the Malik Willis push. He's been out there, very vocal on kind of across the board that he thinks Malik Willis is Plan A. And I think maybe that's part of what holds me back here is I understand why the Browns, I understand why they would look at him as Plan A without any kind of sense of logic, but I understand why you might say, well, that's our first thing we're going to try and do here. What's interesting is just not knowing where the Browns actually stack up in this, and that's the other part of this that I find hard to believe, that Malik would choose the Browns over some of the other spots that are kind of available.
Okay, let's play this through for a second because I don't disagree with you. I just hadn't considered where the rankings are. I never thought he was first on the list. We need to make that abundantly clear, right? But is this a better job or is it a better spot than what the Cardinals have to offer? I don't really think so. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. alone probably tips the scales to the Cardinals.
And familiarity with the system with LaFleur.
And LaFleur is a big part of that, right? And so it's not better there. I don't think it's worse than the Dolphins currently.
I don't know.
You got a defensive-minded coach, and they're going through what is an obvious rebuild, and I don't even know who else is going to stay on that offense. I guess if they kept their running back and they kept their top wide receiver, maybe it's a different story.
Yeah, but he knows Jeff Hafley, and he knows the GM too. Well, I think that goes a long way in the NFL.
And it does. It does go a long way. Well, all right, so is it going to come down to – here's another thing, because Monken repeatedly said yesterday to anybody that would pay attention, and he said it it must have been 3 or 4 times, the idea that money is ultimately what gets people to where they want to go. Do the Browns just think money's the answer here? Is that if you're
that would seem to track with Jimmy Haslam?
If you're and I mean he was not shy about that either. He was not shy about the idea that money's ultimately why players go to certain spots, and that's the only defining thing, as if to be we're not discounted because of our money. Is money alone? If you're Malik Willis, do you take this for money alone and the highest bidder, or do you weigh some of the things we're talking about that give credence to Miami with the relationships, and then Arizona to not only system but also just better weapons?
I don't know. I just don't know what he really wants and what he kind of values and what situation he's in comfortable. I will say, if you're Malik Willis and you're like, cool, can't wait to get to Cleveland, and then you look at the offensive line and wide receiver, and I don't know the head coach, that does feel like money goes a long way.
But the reason why you take money, I think, obviously everyone wants to make as much as they possibly can, but if you're Malik Willis, it's wait, someone's offering me $90 million? I've never been offered that before. If I flame out and stink, I got $90 million to my name? It's a bad mentality to have, but he wouldn't be the first player to think that way.
I just can't wrap my head around anyone. I'm really struggling to normalize the idea of paying. And again, it's not going to be $90 million, but let's say 30% of that's guaranteed, which is a low end. So 30 of $90 million is guaranteed. That's still an asinine amount of money.
This is his payday.
Well, no. I understood why he would want it, but I just.
But is it enough to tip the scale?
This is just goofy juice from the NFL. Even for as desperate and stupid as the NFL can tend to get. It's not even a Browns problem. It's an NFL problem. That it's just I almost think whoever's going to win this offseason that needs a quarterback, it's just going to be whoever's sensible. Whoever looks at this and goes, all right, we've got probability bucket, we've got the upside bucket, and then we've got what do we have to give up to get the person?
Yeah.
And whoever just runs all three of those things through like logic filters the most is going to be the one that isn't left with their what sitting in their hands.
Yeah, but they're not thinking that way. We're thinking that way. I mean, you are. They're not thinking that way. People think that Malik Willis is the prize of the offseason. This is like a hunt to be able to land the prize pig. Like this is a big deal, and I feel like they think that this is all their answers, but it just comes with such a lack of experience attached to it. But this is how people get. Like it's funny, even in that clip that we played in the rejoin, Zach talks about like, and that game that he played. What he's insinuating is the one game that everyone's going crazy on is the Baltimore game. And
I thought it was the other game.
That's only for
Lima.
Lima. That's only for Lima. The light bulb went off early for him. But the one that most people are going off of, he's like, Monken had a front row seat to that. I'm like, hold on, wait a second.
Did you see the way Malik Willis just lost by 17 there?
Like, hold on for a second. We're using that to tip the scales, like because Malik Willis only did it in one game, and because Monken was the one that had a front row seat to that. All of a sudden, he will have seen it in a way that nobody else would have.
I actually think that is why Malik Willis is getting the ultimate glow up, because I think everybody else gets penalized for having too much evidence they can't play. Whereas with Malik Willis, you don't have enough evidence of anything. How much he can play, how much he can't play.
No.
He's a complete blank slate so that you can just go, see, he could be anything. Could be nothing. But he could be anything.
Which is fine if you want to do that for like a 1-year deal for $15 million or something. It's not fine if you want to go 3 years, $100 million and say we're offering up everything.
Do you know what upsets me about this, though? Is the groupthink around the NFL is causing me to put my brakes on. I want to be excited they signed Malik Willis. I understand the logic of Monken the Maximizer with Malik's mobility.
All right, just because he's got a catchy nickname doesn't mean it applies correctly.
No, I still like the nickname. But my point is, I want to be excited about this. And then I'm going to see like 4-year, $170 million. And I'm going to have to say, this is gaga. This is stupid. What are you doing?
Yeah, they better not sign here because we're going to have a real issue on our hands that day. And then we're going to have to, you're right, we'll have to flip it and turn around and try to find all the positives and try to get ourselves to a spot that this is a rookie quarterback and we just have to treat him as such and it's a brand new thing. But I won't be able to hide the fact that I'll be pissed that we're not involved in 2027. And I'll also be pissed that for this year, that's going to have to be our answer, and it's going to have to be really good.
And I just don't want to flip right back and reverse it.
I don't know it's going to be really good.
I just don't. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Lance Reisland coming up, Cleveland.com at 6 o'clock tonight. One of the great draft analysts we have here, 92.3 The Fan, and, of course, Cleveland.com. We'll get his take on the many rumblings out of Indianapolis. We'll get his take on Malik Willis as a fit in Cleveland. I believe I got one of his mass texts about that earlier today.
Oh, man. I'm not remembering now. He sent me something about offensive linemen. Did he also send me that? I like the game we play. Oh, yeah, I got the scouting report.
There we go.
The scouting report, okay.
So we'll get the scouting report on Malik Willis, who could be the Browns' number one option.
I noticed no comps these days, though.
He wants to keep his very non-sexy comps, and we just...
I think he erased the comps because I told him I didn't like his comps for the other stuff. I said you just need to make him sexier, dress him up a little bit. No one wants to know you think one of the best wide receivers in the game is Will Fuller. No one wants to hear that.
He specified 2020 Will Fuller.
Yeah, that does a lot for people.
That's the good one.
Yeah.
Zach Jackson, The Athletic, joined us last hour. He explained why he thinks Malik Willis is plan A for the Browns.
He's the number one free agent. He has taken a huge leap over 2 years. He was always a developmental player at a position of great importance and a position that, you try to develop guys. He's only 2 years older than the guys you'd be looking at in the draft, and you always pointed to this year where you landed on 6 and 24, and there's no sure thing. So you hired a head coach who publicly values a mobile quarterback and was on the other sideline when Malik Willis played the best game of his very short NFL career last year. And I just don't see there's any other way that he would be anything other than plan A. So can you get him? They have to try to find that out. But the way I look at it is they're one of 3 or 4 realistic teams. So you at least have a seat at the table, and in 10 or so days, we're going to know if they can get him or not.
I mean, if it really comes down to just money at the end of the day for Malik Willis, if the Browns if they really like him, I would be hard-pressed to believe they won't be able to land him, because there's one thing Jimmy Haslam has, and that's a lot of money, and he's willing to spend. And so it'll be interesting to see just how serious they are about Malik Willis.
I think it's going to be interesting because I think right now there's so much hype, there's so much helium in the name Malik Willis that I think Browns fans would be super pumped. I actually think it might sell some tickets right now.
Oh, it definitely would.
Because it's the name of the moment.
Definitely would. Well, you'd feel like you got the big prized fish. Like this is the big thing this offseason.
And so I just keep trying to bring it back to the football of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
that conversation's only with me and you. It's gone elsewhere.
I think it is too. But what kills me about it is, listen, I see the fit with Monken because Monken wants a mobile quarterback. I do. So I understand the value of that. I also am excited to see what Todd Monken will do with any of these quarterbacks, be it Malik Willis or anyone. Yeah. Maybe not Anthony Richardson. But
I just wouldn't have much faith he'd be able to do anything, but I'd be excited to see what he could do.
Yeah, I don't like when the biggest knock on a guy is, I don't know that he loves football. That's a bit of a problem.
Or we don't know that he's moved out of his mom's... Well, I guess his mom moved in with him.
That being Anthony Richardson. But with Malik Willis, I do think if they sign him 10 days from now, I think you're going to see a lot of people talking playoffs, and that just feels like a huge jump for a guy that's never started more than three games in a season.
I think it'll juice people up in a way that I'll find very, very interesting if it does happen. Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, joined the morning show today. She addressed the Browns' interest in Ty Simpson.
They're doing their diligence on Ty Simpson. It's hard to say if they're really that interested in him, because at this time of year, you have to remember that teams have to lie about things, and not necessarily bald-faced lie about things, but every single team and everything that you hear coming out of this combine, you have to take with a grain of salt, because teams have to pump up picks, teams have to pump up players. If you want a team to come up and grab your pick and make a nice trade for you, then you will hear certain things about players. So you just have to be really, really careful at this time of year. But suffice it to say, they're doing a lot of diligence on Ty Simpson, and depending on where he goes in the draft, that they will be interested in him. They like him. Todd Monken likes him. It doesn't mean that they think he's ready to overtake Shedeur Sanders right now, but he is somebody they have their eye on.
Oh, if I'm the Browns, I'm singing like a bird about how interested I am in Ty Simpson. I'm trying to shake free anyone that might be interested in moving up for Ty Simpson. I do think I think Todd Monken pointed out his knowledge of Ty Simpson going back to his days at Georgia, so you can't discount it. I would be really shocked if they took Ty Simpson. This feels like the weird time, unless he's like the 39th pick, and even then it feels weird.
Yeah, doesn't seem right for this team. I think your read on it's exactly right. They're trying to get somebody to bait him up to go to number 6, and we'll see how. There's no way Ty Simpson looks bad this week. Like what he does with the combine, everyone's like, oh, it'll raise his stock, and yes, it will, and he will look good in shorts and a t-shirt, throwing against no receivers in open air. That's where he's supposed to thrive. This setting was made for him.
And I'm intrigued by the context of him, of why his play suffered this year, because listen, you might be able to get, and I'm not saying the Browns, but I'm intrigued by the idea of, well, what if his struggles were just the dude was sick and he was playing through having a very serious illness. I'm not willing to put the 6th or 24th pick on it, but I understand.
I mean, we once again had another analyst, this time Dan Orlovsky, making the same claim of put on the first 6 games of Ty Simpson. They beat out the first 6 games of Fernando Mendoza from last year.
But I think the teams that should be thinking that way are Pittsburgh, the Rams. I think if you've got a veteran, and especially the Rams, if Matt Stafford's going to give you at least 1 more year, if not 2 more years, that's the catbird seat for somebody like Ty Simpson. Just a little safer environment for him.
I mean, I was convinced last year the Rams were going to take a quarterback, and again, that was last draft. They need to get in the hurry-up offense that way.
ESPN NFL analyst, the aforementioned Dan Orlovsky,
speak of the devil,
was on First Take today and said the Browns won't find their answer at quarterback until 2027.
I think there's 2 teams that are realistically or should be looking to 27 for their quarterback answers. 2027. I think the Jets are one, and I think the Browns are another. If you were asking me like where this room sits right now and where that competition should potentially be, or who has the advantage or who should get the leg up, I would tell you Shedeur Sanders. There's nothing that you sit there and say like, yup, that's the guy. But I do think there's enough on the tape to say, let's give him the first crack. Deshaun Watson hasn't played football, let alone good football, in about 5 years. I just don't think the Browns should bank on that coming back from the 2021 and 20 versions of Deshaun Watson. And so I think if you're Cleveland, like, hey, Shedeur, if you can, take advantage of this opportunity and prove to everybody that you are starting quarterback, great. But more than likely, Cleveland's quarterback of the future is in that 2027 draft.
He's right. I see it exactly the same way, oddly enough. And I just think he's dead on. Like, yes, Shedeur, I want Shedeur to have an opportunity this year. More likely than not, the answer's in 2027 in that draft. But let's give Shedeur the chance. If we're going to give somebody a chance this upcoming year, let's give him the chance to go ahead and make him the guy instead. And then we get to 2027. I don't find the loss in any direction that he laid out.
I want the best quarterback room that I can get for 2026. And then I want options for if that quarterback room takes you from your number 1 pick away from having a top 5 pick. So I'm comfortable with a Kyler. I'm comfortable with somebody that is passing the time for the next 2 to 3 years, a bridge quarterback, or I'm comfortable with Shedeur versus quarterback X, whatever it is. But any move you make that might be a threat to that 2027 draft class, well, then you better find another first rounder for next offseason to make sure you have the optimal chance to go ahead and grab one of the 3 to 5 best quarterbacks, because it could be a 5 quarterback first round next year.
You just got to be in the right position. And I know everyone's like, oh, they always say it's these great drafts. It's like everyone, Matt Miller, everyone you trust that's a draft analyst says 2027 is as loaded gets, and it's not going to fall off. So you got to get there. Browns have proposed expanding the limit for trading draft picks from 3 years to 5, with the vote coming as soon as next month. We asked Zach Jackson if he was surprised that the Browns are leading the charge for this rule change.
Because nobody has 55-year plans like the Browns and specifically this front office. That's the simple answer to that. I did see the headline. That would be a way to say, hey, we're really building out here and doing this full numbers, like setting it up like we're going to be good forever. And we've seen the results. So I would say it's a real important 3 months for this front office and whether it's going to be around for the 27 draft or not.
I think the rule is ridiculous. The NFL, the whole part of the 3-year trading of draft picks is that it really doesn't take anyone too far away from a successful quick rebuild.
Right.
And I've already had one or two. Oh, well, the Jets have been rebuilding the Browns have been. No, you're missing the point. About 90% of the NFL can rebuild in 1 to 2 drafts. And if you bump this from 3 years to 5 years, you're going to see more stupid moves. And I just think that one of the most important things, I get it, the NFL is a hope machine, and we've taken for granted how often that they can just stoke that furnace with pure cocaine, pure hope fuel. It's going to get harder if you just allow to trade more draft picks. Guys, they would have traded 5 draft picks for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, that's what
Think about that right now.
Well, they traded 6 draft picks in total. They would have traded 5 first-round picks, though, and that's kind of the insanity. You'd be in a spot where you just can never recover from. At least with Deshaun, we're in a lot of years of trying to recover from it. But you're a half decade in. And there'd be no limit to it. And that's the bothersome part of that.
And it's funny because it's social media, so people don't understand humor. It's the funniest thing in the world that the Browns would be behind this because of the Deshaun trade. Well, you would have thought they'd be like, hey, let's not be the guy to bring this one up.
And the grift that Andrew Berry is potentially trying to pull off here, where he just constantly seems like he's dangling this carrot in front of Jimmy Haslam, where he just convinced him that not this year, but next year, not this year, but next year. And I'm waiting for the time when he actually has to pay this off, because Jimmy Haslam yet to be frustrated, or at least openly be frustrated with Andrew Berry for not paying off not this year, but we're building towards this and towards this. At some point, you've got to pay this thing off.
Also, just one other day, just from the 3 to 5 year thing.
Yeah.
It's really hard right now, 3 years out, to say, all right, who's going to be the number 1 pick in the 2028 draft? It's impossible. Like, you're already flying blind if you trade a first rounder 3 years from now. You're flying something beyond that on a ridiculous level if you're trading, if right now today you could trade the 2029 and the 2030 draft picks.
I mean, just watch how the NBA goes, though. 2031 draft picks get moved. Like, it's a thing that exists, and I think it's a bad thing for the sport. I think it's a bad thing for fans. I don't think current GMs should also be able to put that type of a stranglehold in the organization for what future GMs then have to try to deal with.
James Harden was ruled out of last night's Cavs loss to the Bucks with a non-displaced fracture in his right thumb. Jared Allen was asked post-game about his reaction to the injury.
Damn, I looked at his thumb and it looked like my finger when I broke it. So instantly I knew that something was wrong. But it's just one of those things in this league where people go down, but you have to keep continuing.
I saw some people trying to downplay this injury today, and they were having discussions on it. Like Lou Williams, for instance, was one of these people. And I by all accounts, I get it. He got very lucky. It's non-displaced. There's all sorts of things that go to his advantage. This is a very painful thing that James Harden is going through. I just feel like it's getting minimized, kind of like the great big toe was with Darius Garland. It was just getting minimized because we just think about it in some sort of way. This is a very painful injury that he has.
I still just have no idea what to think with this. I got people saying, he'll be fine in a couple games.
Well,
I got other people.
I'm just going to drug him up.
I think that's the point.
I'm just going to drug him. I'm just going to drug him up. He won't feel anything. The man's going to be as numb gets. It'll be like you and the weekend. I guess this last cabin. I don't even know if you got drunk at the cabin. I have no idea.
Oh, the Vanessa cabin?
Yeah, I have no idea.
No, that's the boys' cabin. The boys' cabin, we just get good and randy.
I mean, I figured you get good and randy at every cabin that you go to, but I wasn't sure. You didn't come back being like, I got hammered on that Saturday night.
Oh, that's
you didn't
implied.
do that.
That's implied.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. So it'll be like you at the cabin on that Saturday night. Like, I mean, you're not going to feel anything.
And then you just play through it. It's very easy there.
Yeah, very nice.
Kind of went for it out there.
It was unintentional if it happened.
I have no idea what to expect with the James Harden thing other than massive anxiety because I don't want James Harden to get hurt because this whole thing needs to work this year because that's where we are. Zach Jackson on Anthony Richardson, the price, and the quarterback position in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
live harness racing, and see the biggest stars in our concert-style music hall. Find your fun at MGM Northfield Park. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a crash on 90 East at 271 and 480 West at Route 8. Heavy congestion 90 West from East 55th to 77. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
So the price would be about a fifth-round pick. They would only be acquiring the minimum on the salary cap. They would have to pay him a little bit of money, so they would, however they would work it out with the Colts there. But he's younger than Shedeur. He's uber athletic, and he's shown the potential. He hasn't done the simple things right. He did not take the big strides as a super young, super inexperienced quarterback who came out. He's on a very short list of guys who got drafted high with that little college experience, and one of them is Mitch Trubisky. If the Browns trade for Anthony Richardson, and I know they will have discussions about it, then I believe that it would be a Richardson versus Shedeur competition in May through July or early August. The only way that they, clear-cut starter is if it's Willis or Mac Jones, who I don't think it's going to be. But Richardson would come here, be given the job to compete, be under contract at the dead minimum for a fourth-year player, salary cap-wise, and be signed for one season.
That is Zach Jackson of The Athletic. I'm just going to say it out loud.
Yeah.
A Anthony Richardson, Shedeur Sanders quarterback room screams tanking to me.
Oh, wow, because you hate tanking. You hate the word tanking.
Don't care for it.
You, in fact, have made a lot of people just reassess their vocabulary, myself. I'm not saying tanking ever because it just infuriates you, so I just say rebuilding instead.
Yes, yeah. And honestly, the Browns have called this a retooling. It's a rebuild, and I'm aware that it's a rebuild, and I'm certainly have been beyond understanding that 2027 is going to be the thing. This isn't really about Shedeur, though. This is about Anthony Richardson. And if you go into, I understand the James Palmer thing we played earlier, where James Palmer's like, they're going to add another quarterback to that room. And the way I read it was so that if Shedeur doesn't work out, you have an option B to go to.
Yeah.
Whether that's in a camp battle, whether that's in season, whatever. That makes sense. The other quarterback going to, being Anthony Richardson, doesn't. He doesn't. He started, I think 10 games or something like that. Actually, it might be a little bit more. It might be something like 12, 13, 14 games. He's been horrid as a passer in them. He's a good runner, but very athletic as a runner. But, if your break glass in case of emergency is Anthony Richardson, you can't really tell anybody. This goes beyond the Sam Darnold conversation. This goes beyond the Baker Mayfield. Mm-hmm. Those guys had started 50, 60 games each, and they were their stats were low comparative to other guys that had started in that time,
and also had a lot of years in between being given that next crack, that next big opportunity.
Baker getting benched in Carolina, spending that time in LA, mm-hmm. and then, but again, half a season lost, then goes to the Rams. Sam Darnold losing a full season. In 49ers as a backup.
Yeah, you're on a gap year to kind of figure everything out and sit out.
But whether it's Malik Willis, Anthony Richardson, all the names that I'm hearing as hey, we got to find that next Sam Darnold, feel like the biggest stretches in the world. And honestly, just the ultimate elastic band put over trying to tie all these quarterbacks together that are varying ideas of okay and varying ideas of disastrous.
I mean, Richardson, though, I don't know what I know what they're trying to do there. The idea would be is that he's just so otherworldly athletic. You just get him in a spot that isn't Indy and maybe something can happen. I don't see it right now. I don't know many people that do see it, but if they did that this year, I would just think Shedeur is the starter week one, but I wouldn't think then tanking. I wouldn't think rebuilding. I would just think it's the idea that they're really playing for the 2027 draft, and then 2026 is just kind of is what it is.
I just think you have to be able to have. I don't mind. Listen, I think Shedeur and throwing him out there is the 1A in a 1A, 1B quarterback competition. I understand it. I think Shedeur is more talented than a fifth-round pick. I do. I think he might be closer to a second-round pick, but I'm curious to see what Todd Monken will get out of him. Mm-hmm. But if Shedeur's your 1A, I need a real opportunity. I need somebody that I can bank on. And when I say bank on, I mean just be competent. Just be somebody who, if Shedeur can't be competent, which is on the table, There's no sure thing he's even going to be competent in any of these games, given whatever you think you saw of him at the end of the season. I need somebody who can at least allow people to develop around him. Meaning, when I say around him, I mean around the quarterback position if Shedeur isn't in that position this year.
Can I be honest with you? Why would I be anything but, right? I would rather see Deshaun Watson than Anthony Richardson.
I think that's fair. I'd rather see Malik Willis.
And I know Deshaun Watson's injured. That's all he ever is. I have no belief Deshaun Watson is going to be anything and be able to be healthy. But if you're talking a backup for, let's say, if Shedeur does have an injury, I would take Deshaun Watson in that spot over Anthony Richardson 11 times out of 10.
In fairness, if you had a proven starter, or even as an older proven starter, if you had the Brock Purdy situation in San Francisco, yeah, I'd bring in Anthony Richardson for a year and see how you feel about it, right? I'd put him in a development situation as your backup. But having Shedeur and Anthony there together, that's a lot of we'll see. And listen, this is where the Deshaun thing does come into factor. If you had two spots open, if we had the wide open quarterback room last year, well, I'll put Anthony Richardson as QB3, bring in a serious veteran to be in that room. You don't. Because Deshaun is pretty much guaranteed to be here this year. And Shedeur very much seems like, I don't want to say guaranteed, but he is, I think as of right now, he's in the catbird seat for this spot until you bring somebody else in. Mm-hmm. I think Anthony Richardson just boggles my mind for this specific room.
I can't be more turned off by a player than I am Anthony Richardson. Like I know the exercise and what we're trying to do, and I have to give some leniences along the way where I have to make sure that I'm like, all right, I get it. We're playing in the used DVD bin section. We're playing within a pile of suck. Like none of this is great, but within that pile of absolute suck, I can't find an avenue that convinces me that Anthony Richardson should have a job in the NFL or even with the Browns. I can't find it. There's no redeeming qualities. That's off the field. That's on the field. I can't find any of it, Nick.
I mean, I don't think he's a bad guy, but the number one knock on him in Florida is he didn't take football seriously enough and didn't work hard enough. I can't have that. Like, that's not, like, to me, and again, like, I know we're going to get into the culture stuff, which then becomes a whole nother conversation. I need my quarterback room to be all about football, all about the serious stuff,
and not just moping around and making the quarterback room feel all cancerous and everything because you're not getting your chances or your opportunities. Like, is it going to be like Eeyore in the corner?
By the way, the worst accusations that people have thrown at Shedeur because people on social media have been mean to them, and because the NFL doesn't like TikTok quarterbacks, those actually belong to Anthony Richardson. The worst thing I can say about a quarterback is that it's not that he doesn't know how to work hard. He doesn't want to. And that he doesn't, he does not want the responsibility of being, and you can say, well, he's younger than Shedeur, or he's this, or he's that. Yes, but the number one thing at the quarterback position you need is a commitment to being a starting quarterback in the NFL. I think we saw that commitment from Shedeur last year, which was antithetical to what people said about the young man coming out of the draft. 3 years in, he was given the franchise as the number 4 pick Anthony Richardson was. And they haven't seen it in Indy. There's no greater red flag here. I don't give a damn about the price.
So many red flags.
So, again, the fifth rounder, immaterial. I'll take a fifth round pick, I'll take a fifth round flyer on a quarterback any given time. But in this quarterback room, when you already have Shedeur, who's a massive projection, given what he was last year, and given that he was a fifth-round pick, even though you and I think he was better than that, he's a massive projection to then have your break glass in case of emergency of being Anthony Richardson. I need you to be more serious about that for Todd Monken in year one because, again, that quarterback room today will reflect on Andrew Berry. When you get into the season, having an unserious quarterback room, meaning, all right, we're 4 games in, Shedeur looks exactly the way he did last year, and you're 0-4. Not being able to turn it over to somebody else or not giving Shedeur a real competitor in that room is really going to put Todd Monken behind the 8 ball.
I think
as a head
Deshaun
coach.
would be the real competitor in this scenario. I don't think Anthony Richardson would be. I think Deshaun would be the real competitor, and then it'd be those two, and then I don't know, Anthony Richardson just on a completely different level than those two.
I just don't think there's. I think Deshaun is the ultimate. We said it at the beginning, and I definitely have never really changed on this. Like, as long as Deshaun's in the room, he's a credible threat to play because it's the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, they went through 4 quarterbacks last year. So, at the same point, I think the Browns should be doing everything they can to put as many credible bodies in between Deshaun Watson and the field. I know it's not as simple as that because you have his agent out there and you've got plenty of stuff that goes into this. Don't care. There's more there's 9-1 or 10-1 rather downside to playing Deshaun again than upside, especially if it goes you're 8 weeks into the season and Anthony Richardson has already hit himself in the eye with another rubber band and Shador's hurt or just hasn't played well and it's like, well, I guess we're going to Deshaun now.
You can see that play out that way.
Well, but that feels like at some point, like I keep wanting to give, hey, remember that Amari Cooper trade? Remember that other thing you did that I liked? This would be unconscionable. A year after putting a quarterback room together, there was Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. And they started building that room, by the way, on like April 14th. The draft was 2 weeks later. They added those 4 quarterbacks in the same room in about 2 weeks. To then follow that up with Shedeur, Anthony Richardson, and Deshaun Watson. I would like you to respect the Browns fans more. I am asking, again, it's not about Shedeur and it's not about Deshaun because they're already here. But to have the third guy be Anthony Richardson, I'm gonna hear so much Sam Darnold. I'm gonna vomit.
And then ultimately, as we're going through this exercise, right? Why were you giving up a 5th-round pick if you think he's going to be the 3rd round or the 3rd best quarterback on the roster? And like that's why a lot of this just doesn't make sense
but
to me.
But do you see why it then went to the tanking
word? It doesn't pass the sniff test. Well, but you still have Shedeur getting an opportunity at the top of that, right? And so like I don't know that tanking is where I'd go with it. I'd look at it more of we're not being very serious about this season, and then we're going for 2027 as we try to build and do everything with this.
I'll say everyone will accuse you of tanking. Again, and it's not as much about Shedeur, but people outside Cleveland do not like Shedeur. I mean, any chance, the NFL media is still pissed because of Dion or because the NFL itself is still mad because Shedeur didn't kiss everybody's ring or do things right in the pre-draft process.
Well, why does Anthony Richardson change that perspective, though? Like, if it's Shedeur and Deshaun Watson and then let's say Dylan Gabriel, do you still have that same thought? Because it should, in theory, you still should have that same thought.
Yes, that's not a very serious quarterback room.
Okay, all right. I need to know where you stand on it. Okay.
So, but I'm just talking about like so beyond what I think, everyone's going to call this out as tanking a mile away. And I think people in town might not feel that way because, well, the Browns would tell us to hell they would.
No, they haven't told us any time they've been doing this.
They're trying to sell tickets this year.
Well, they also, again, they have a lot of seasons where they don't win a lot of games, and then they try to act as if they're winning a lot of games, or at least make an attempt at it. See last year. That's what last year was in many ways.
It's wild to me. And again, like when this all started today, our conversation started because James Palmer said the Browns are going to add another quarterback to this room. They know they need another quarterback. So, like, I might have my reservations about Malik Willis. I might. I don't even have reservations for. I'm not even in the restaurant for Anthony Richardson. I don't know how you go. All right, Malik Willis is your 1, and then Anthony Richardson is your 2, which is kind of how Zach set this up. Like Malik being your 1 and Kyler Murray being your 2. Let's have that conversation. Malik being your 1 and Mac Jones in a trade potentially being your 2.
Yeah, we can get to a lot of areas where it's like, all right, they think they've upgraded the quarterback room and they're trying to win 7, 8, 9 games.
Yeah, and listen.
Anthony Richardson is not that area.
Well, and again, like it's what position are you putting that locker room in and what position are you putting fans in? I need you to be a little more serious than that quarterback room is designed. A guy who's there because you can't cut him. A 5th-round pick who, outside of Cleveland, people have panned around the NFL and don't believe is a serious NFL quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. And then a guy who, again, why he's not working out in Indy is they don't think he's a serious human being who cares about being a NFL quarterback.
I think this is the perfect time to remind everybody you made a burger bet about this team making the playoffs with Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson as the quarterback.
And honestly, I will gleefully give that away if they have the number 1 pick or number 2 pick next year. It's the fact of this is what Like,
I don't think you'll gleefully do anything, by the way. I don't know that works.
I've won so many burger bets, one loss. It's like Michael Jordan after the 6th title.
Yeah, I don't know that you'll gleefully
I'll
give that
go
away.
to Washington and lose a couple games here and there.
But the idea that you're losing all throughout this process, I've told you a million times, I'm fine losing a lot of games to get me number 1 overall pick in a draft that has that franchise quarterback. You've always been on the other end of that, though.
Yeah, but how you do it matters to me. And
how you lose matters?
No, yeah, absolutely. I don't want 0-16. I don't want 1-15. No. Where I don't want a player. I don't want whoever you think Joe Thomas is on this team.
You said tanking. If this turns out to be tanking, then style points don't matter in that equation. I don't need to be competitive while doing it. If the mission is lose a lot of games so we have the draft pick, who cares how it's done?
I do. I do because I care about those players and I demand a little bit more for them. In this case,
I feel like you can't have it both ways here.
No, I can. If you're just naturally bad, I understand. If you're going out of your way with an unserious quarterback room, the most important position here, and Myles Garrett looks across a field at any point next year and does what Joe Thomas did in 2017 and thinks to himself, we don't have a chance of winning today, that to me is the epitome of loser mentality. That's why it took you so long to dig out of tanking and why you never really have. Because you didn't just tank. You sucked the air out of an organization. And even if you want to do it for 1 year, it is unconscionable. There is, hey, we probably aren't going to win a lot next year, which happens to a lot of teams for a myriad of reasons in the NFL. And then there's, we're going to suck the soul out of a town for a year, and the hopes that maybe Arch Manning, who I know family members through Tennessee, who that guy we're going to go ahead and get. There is a different, and even tanking, there are levels to tanking. Anthony Richardson as your quarterback competition for Shedeur Sanders is a slap in the face to 50 guys in that locker room. And then to everybody listening to this damn thing right now.
Okay, but if you want the number 1 overall pick, you can't have it both ways. Like you got to try to find and get to the race to the bottom. Then you have to be.
You can do it a lot of ways. You can still get the number 1 pick and have at least another quarterback in that room that might actually be worthy of a spot in the NFL.
That might jeopardize getting the number 1 overall pick. You see the problem here?
Every other team does this though. How many teams actually go to the point of stake to this point?
But if you want to assure yourself of being number 1,
even there.
It's tough to assure yourself with anything in the NFL. But if you're trying to assure yourself and give yourself the best chance of it, then that's the only way you got to do it.
No, because here's the thing:
you don't get to number 1 by being competitive.
Maybe that's what it is. It can't be about the number 1 pick at all cost because there still will be a season after this.
They've kind of built 2 back-to-back seasons about trying to do this in a way where it was looking like we weren't tanking, we weren't rebuilding, weren't doing any of this, and we're going to end up with great drafts to then have great quarterbacks. But the great quarterbacks were never there.
Well, but here, by the way, they
never positioned. They never got there.
That's what I think is maybe driving me crazy. Is they're doing the other things to win. That roster has win now pieces, specifically the defense. So it's not like you're doing all out to tank. You're just doing all out at the quarterback position, and all you're doing is setting all those guys, their knees, their necks, their heads, their futures up for a lost season, while Anthony Richardson whaps himself in the face again with a frickin' exercise band. That's just not serious to me. Again, if the quarterback room was constructed in almost any other way, I could wrap my head around this. I can wrap my head around Malik Willis. I can wrap my head around Kyler Murray and Mac Jones. I'm forgetting all the cadre of crappy quarterbacks that I can wrap my head around. Anthony Richardson Anthony Richardson Shedeur Sanders quarterback room is unserious. You should be stripped of a franchise if that's what you think you can sell to a not just a great football town, but to 54 football men in that locker room. Every single person in that locker room deserves better.
You're missing the goal, though. If the goal is to get number 1 overall,
that's not the only goal.
You got to do what you got to do.
Because then the goal is to get number 1 overall and the next year be good again, and you can't do that when you suck the soul out of an organization.
I think it's really hard to thread that needle. I think that's why tanking has such a hard thing to do and pull off anyway. It's very hard to be able to pull off, we're going to suck enough to be the worst team in the NFL, but then also not suck the soul out of the organization and be able to flip it on a dime, which, by the way, you can do in a very quick manner. See Chicago and what happened with Ben Johnson. See what happened with the Patriots and a 4-win team with Gerard Mayo. You can do it pretty quickly.
And those were year 2, and coaches got fired in that.
No, that's the point. That's the point, though. But you can do it.
Again, it's a hypothetical. I'm not trying to bash an organization before. Go give Malik Willis $50 million a year.
I mean, sure, Sanders
go give him $50 damn million a year, please.
The quarterback was on.
Please.
That was the guy you made the burger bet with was Shedeur being the quarterback.
Can we trade?
Like this was always a very realistic possibility.
Can we take 6 picks for Malik Willis? Can we just do that and give him $250 million guaranteed before we trade for Anthony Richardson?
I don't know what part of Anthony Richardson's upsetting you so much in this equation. Like if it's Shedeur and Deshaun, why adding Anthony Richardson shouldn't be what tipped you off here.
Insurance. You can't just go in.
I think Deshaun is their Shedeur insurance in many ways.
No, because I also don't think they want to play him. So you can't, like, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, of like, hey, we got a backup for Shedeur here. We really don't want to play Deshaun. So Anthony Richardson's your answer? Anthony Richardson for a 5th-round pick. How are we feeling about that idea? More on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sales event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Lance Reisland of 92.3 The Fan coming up in about 12 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. So we do have the full Browns player report card grades for every category. And our guy, Spencito, Spencer German, just tweeting these out. This all came from a Kalen Kaler article that while the NFL PA was told you're not allowed to publicize these rankings, no one said you couldn't leak them to the press.
And here we are.
And so the Browns were graded 30 out of 32nd teams. You look down the list here, though. The worst grades are – actually, let's just go from top to bottom.
Okay.
Treatment of families, D-. That's been a problem for them the last couple of years.
Yeah, a long time, actually. Yeah, I mean, we've only done these grades things for 4 years. I can't remember a time where they've graded out well there.
Home game field, B-. So not great.
And that's one of the new ones, by the way.
Yeah.
One of the new ones is the home game field grade, and so that's interesting.
Food and dining area, D+. Nutrition and dietitian, I can't comment on that one, C+. Locker room, F.
Yeah, we've been in those locker rooms, or in their home locker room. It's very tiny. It doesn't have any cool features to it.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you disagree? I mean, we've been in there together.
First, I was thinking about the ones in Berea, and I was those aren't good either. Training staff room, C. Training staff, C+. Weight room, and this is where we get to it.
This is where they
B+.
put some money. They put some money in that weight room.
Yeah.
They did, and it paid off. Look, you see?
Yep. Now, strength coaches, B+. So we like that.
All right.
Position coaches, B-.
There we go.
Offensive coordinator, so this would be Tommy Rees and maybe Kevin Stefanski, D+.
Suck it, Tommy Rees.
Defensive coordinator, A-. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Schwartz.
he's not here.
Oh.
Special teams coordinator, D.
Oh, yeah, Bubba.
That's cold blood.
I just like that half these guys aren't even working here anymore, and they're getting all these grades, and they're all negative.
Team travel, D-.
Well, I need Mac on that one. I don't want to get Mac fired from his job with the Browns, but he travels with the team. How do you mess up team travel? Isn't it just like, don't they all stay at the same hotels with the same flights? Like, I'm very confused how you messed that up.
Is it like the airplane from Major League?
I really don't know how you messed that up.
Head coach, and again, this would be Kevin Stefanski, C-. General manager, C. And I believe only there was one other GM that got a C, and then only one other GM that got a lower grade than C.
Yeah, that was Joe Shane that got the worst grade.
That one makes a lot of sense. And then team ownership, C.
Yeah, which is interesting if you think about it from the perspective of players thinking as high on Jimmy Haslam as they do Andrew Berry.
Or maybe they're just like same guy.
I just want to find a way to make Andrew Berry kind of stay up at night being like, where am I going wrong now? What's going on here?
I mean, it has been 3 years since he, hand clapped everybody after they got their cheeks clapped against Houston in the playoffs.
The funny thing about when you're talking about general managers is that for a lot of these guys, like the GM is the one that believed in you. Mm-hmm. They gave you the contract. They either drafted you or they traded for you. They're the one person in the NFL that really stuck their neck out on the line for you, and you still can't give them higher than a C.
I do want to send the C- report card for the head coach to literally all the national people who, when the Browns were firing Kevin Stefanski,
I want to tell you that Stefanski was the greatest thing,
and made us try to talk to us like we were idiots when we were like, yeah, but he's got 8 wins in 2 years. It's not good enough.
Yeah, as if that's a problem, because it is a problem. Yeah, I'm not shocked by a lot of this, Daryl Ryder, but it is interesting to me. I like the new additions. I like how spiteful this gets. Adding GM to the mix, adding coordinator stuff, adding the home game field grade. Like that's I like some of the newness to these grades.
I just want to know. Okay, so the Browns did hire a new head coach, special teams coordinator, defensive coordinator, and offensive coordinator.
It's basically a new team. Like you just take these and throw these out.
But I do want to know, what are the other ones that we could because the last time they got a really bad grade, the Browns went right into full gear and changed their weight room up.
Okay, so Miami got number 1 for 3 straight years. Miami is not in a good spot from a football perspective at all. Clearly, they're doing the things that what should be easy to the Browns, they're taking care of them, and that money should solve. Like, why is Jimmy Haslam so, I don't know, Daddy Warbucks with his money, but then when it comes to this stuff is so cheap? Treatment of families can be taken care of easily.
Yeah.
Hire all sorts of babysitters to watch them in-game and everything like that. And then when they're there, you give them all sorts of gifts. You make sure that, like, you know what you saw what the Cavs did with Dennis Schroeder when he came into town?
Mm-hmm.
And like when he first got acquired, they put in his hotel room, they put all sorts of gifts for his kids, for his for his family. They had like photos of his family in the hotel rooms and everything, like in frames, like the little things
They
like
had
that.
soil from Germany just sitting in a jar.
That was weird. I told him it was weird, but you know what? They wanted to get real personal with it. And so, like, but like
Tastes like some other country.
Like it doesn't take much. Hire people that put some effort into this. That's all that is. Food and dining area being a D+. How do you mess that up? That's just money. Just put more money towards it. This isn't hard. You're not the Bengals. You're not a poor franchise. Like, half these things can be fixed with money. And Jimmy Haslam's supposed to be a big money guy. Why isn't he fixing these things?
So the NFLPA player report cards are out for the Browns. Got a nice weight room. So that's got that going for us.
It is a nice weight room.
It's very nice. It is
nice.
You can open up the doors.
Yeah.
And we do like that. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, talks about the Malik Willis fit for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The very latest reactions from the Combine on our talk shows, 2020 updates, or anytime at 923thefan.com.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, it's Coach Riz, it's Daryl Rotter. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
1 hour to go with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. We got In Case We Missed It coming up in about 45 minutes here. The funniest part of the NFLPA GM report card results that came out, and I completely missed it. If you guys missed it, Joe Shane got a D+, worst grade of the NFL GMs. Duke Tobin and Andrew Berry then got C's. So Andrew Berry, according to the player survey, bottom 3 NFL GM. The funniest is that Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who was fired a month ago by the Minnesota Vikings, was one of like 6 GMs that were given an A.
Yeah, well, I mean, drafting J.J. McCarthy, I'm sure J.J. was like, hey, yeah, you did a great job. You gave me a lot of money. You gave me an opportunity I probably shouldn't have had.
Like, the guy was fired because the NFL at large was furious because the man took 2 weeks of PTO when his son was born because it was during training camp.
Yeah.
All reporters lined up. You can't do that. It's a situational no-no. You're making evaluations. And then players were like, I thought he was pretty good at his job.
Well, I mean, I think he had, was it 1 Pro Bowler in 4 years of drafts? It might have even been none.
So you're saying the players are wrong?
I'm thinking the players were just like, you know what, I like this guy. He gave me a chance, and I'm not very good at football. He keeps giving me opportunities.
Can't they do that with Andrew? Mr. C there. Now, all this being said,
it works a little bit different there.
It is that time of the week. Thursday, 6 p.m. mean we visit with our buddy, 92.3 The Fan, Cleveland.com, and the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Lance Reisland is back. Coach, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
You need to beat the allegations, Coach. JP is concerned that maybe you deleted your old player comps, your draft comps, because maybe you just didn't want to make them sexier.
I don't see any now. You had them for all the wide receivers. You sent us the offensive linemen, and you sent us all sorts of things. I don't see player comps anymore, and I didn't want you to feel like you got bullied into taking them down because I did like them.
You just liked them if they were better.
I just wanted them better. Yeah.
Oh, no, I never took it as being bullied. I'm good. I'm good with that. I'll get them back in there when I comp them to Pro Bowls. I know you guys like sexy. I'm old and bald, so sexy's not my thing. So when I get a couple of those comps, I'll throw them in there for sure.
Did you have a comp for Malik Willis that you then deleted, or did you just not even have one to begin with?
No, I didn't have one on Malik. I think he's a pretty unique guy. For me, he's kind of a thicker, more power run Lamar Jackson.
So you had a very sexy comp, you just left that out for some reason. You said a bigger, sexier? Wait, what did you say?
There's no sexy. I don't do sexy. I didn't say sexy.
A bigger what now? A bigger what than Lamar?
Bigger, thicker.
Thicker.
Right?
Thicker.
So you get those. So where Lamar does a lot of zone reads and things where he's reading, that you can run an actual power run game, a +1 run game. With a guy like Malik Willis because of that thick lower body.
So, I mean, if your comp is a bigger, thicker Lamar Jackson, you can see why people are pretty excited about that. You don't actually think he's Lamar Jackson, though.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I'm just talking. And once again, it's just the comps have a lot to do with, obviously, skill sets don't always match up with numbers and Pro Bowls and all those things. So my comps are more based on, like, what do they look like and how do they move and how would they look on the field? Because sometimes – you got guys that run 4.6 that are really good at separating. It's one of those things. It's just body types and what I think they could be when they're on the field. The production is obviously the most important thing.
You know what, Coach? I think we've decided. I've decided for you. You don't need to do the comps because if your comps are bigger, thicker Lamar Jackson, that might send the wrong message to people.
Nope, no worries. I will keep the comps to myself.
All right, Coach. Let's go to the wide receiver. Let's go to the offensive line class here because the station had Todd McShay on in the mornings a couple days back, and he talked about this being a strategic draft. That even though you might have a wide receiver 1 up top there that might have a better grade, it might be the kind of draft where you take a slightly lesser grade on a tackle because the one's not going to be there at 24, and then maybe take obviously your third, fourth, fifth highest ranked wide receiver. When we get to that sixth pick, do you think that there are offensive linemen that fit what should be a sixth pick Pro Bowl caliber type player in this draft?
No, I would trade. I think they need to work inside out. Like I always say, I'm always taking the best player. I don't care what position he plays, where he's at. I'm taking guys that change games. And then if I don't think a guy, which I think Fano's close, and I think Maui Noah's close. But I think a guy like Monroe Freeling is a guy at 24 that might be around. But no, if I'm at 6, I'm taking the best player. I'm taking Arvell Reese. I'm taking Caleb Downs. Or I'm trading back, and I'm taking the best offensive lineman that's there.
What if Reese and Downs aren't there? You're trading back, you said, but is that like how? What if there's no trade partners? It doesn't seem like a very appetizing draft to begin with anyway. I don't know that there's going to be a million movers and shakers trying to get to number 6.
Well, then you got to think about it. Are there other guys out there that you think are changers? Like, I think Jeremiah Love is a game changer. I think Sadiq, the kid out of Oregon, the tight end, I think he's a game changer. So there's guys out there that if you think are worth that, then you got to take them. However,
you take a running back.
I would take whoever the best player is, whoever I have on the board. If I think I'm not looking position, I'm looking for in the top 10. I'm always looking for game changers because game changers win down the line, not guys filling holes for me.
I mean, I've heard people say that they think Jeremiah Love is a better than Ashton Jeanty was, and Ashton Jeanty obviously went 6 overall last year to the Raiders. That's a bold play. You'd have a Judkins and Jeremiah Love backfield.
Well, I would just say this: you're never. There's not a lot of teams out there for me that go, I have too many running backs or I have too many of these, right? There in this game, it's so physical. Both those guys can play. You can maximize them a little bit. Once again, I'm looking for game changers in that top 10, and I'm not sure if any of those, if I had to pick a tackle, I would say it's Fano. However, I would say this: the Browns are in a position where they're so bad on offense that I feel like everybody reaches a little bit. It's like the Malik Willis. I think Malik Willis is a talented guy. Do I think he's worth $30 to $50 million? No. But when you're stretching and you're so bad on offense, that's what you do. You're like, this guy will be good. We can plug this guy in. Guys who you plug in don't win championships. Game changers win championships, and that's what you got to think about at 6, in my opinion. And once again, it's just that. It's just my opinion. But when you look back at guys those generational guys that change games, whether in regards to where they play, that's where the Browns have to get some of those guys.
All right, Coach. Ty Simpson, Alabama quarterback. This is a big week for him. How he looks in positional drills. He is throwing. What's your kind of initial look at Ty Simpson and your takeaways?
I'm not a Ty Simpson fan. I think he's a solid quarterback. I have him at number, I have him at 6 on my board. And the reason why at quarterbacks is I don't think he has, especially coming to the Browns, I don't think he has an elite trait. Now, he doesn't have bad traits. He throws it well. Doesn't throw it great. He runs well. He has a good escapability, but he's not a guy who's going to light you up with his feet. He's not running zone read. He's not running the +1 run game. Once again, getting to the second, third progressions, I thought that he did that early in the season. Games 1 through 4 that I watched, I thought he was outstanding. And then, obviously through injury, and then also there's film. And when there's film, defenses kind of take away early reads and make you get to the second and third progression, things like that. And when you're late and you don't have great feet, it's hard to make up for mistakes that you make. And those guys who have those elite traits can kind of make up for some of those things. I think he's a really good quarterback. He's another guy comes from, his dad's college coach. He's a coach's kid. But I worry about his ability, especially if he's not in a team that has a lot of pieces around him. You talk about him going to a team that has established quarterback play like the Rams. I think he could be good there because he can sit, watch, and get better and possibly be a starter down the road.
I'm assuming Fernando Mendoza's 1 then. Who's 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Well, I absolutely love Garrett Nussmeier still. I think Drew Aller potentially, when you talk about Ty Simpson and Aller and I have those guys. I only have Mendoza and Garrett Nussmeier as my guys that I like in the first round. A guy that I had 3rd that's going back is Trinidad Chambliss out of Ole Miss. I loved him. I think he's going to be a great pro. And then I have Drew Aller, and the reason I like Drew Aller is because of the traits. And if you're taking a guy in day 2 and 3, there's a guy that has tremendous physical ability, size, arm strength, and the idea of being able to take hits. So I really like Drew Aller. And then I got Cade Klubnik, and then who I love from Clemson. I think he's played a lot of football. I go back to my thing with Bill Parcells. Everybody talks about the number of starts, but there was more to it. Bill Parcells wanted guys who played 3 years in college. He wanted guys who had 23 victories, at least 30 starts. These guys who were older, I think, Klubnik kind of gives me that Bo Nix kind of vibe, right? Where he was okay in college, but I think he's going to be a really good pro or solid pro because he has a ton of experience and has seen a lot.
Obviously, Coach, we know the Browns need wide receiver upgrades, offensive line. If we take those two groups there off the side, look at the roster big picture. Where are the other places you'd like to see the Browns addressed in this draft and obviously in free agency and trade?
Well, you got to see what you're doing at tight end, and that comes down to what are you doing in 12 and 13 personnel? Are you going true tight end sets with two guys on the end of the line of scrimmage that are going to have their hands on the ground, or are you going to get like a Kenyon Sadiq? Obviously, he'll be gone quickly from Oregon, but he's not a guy that's going to put his hand on the ground. He can, like Harold Fannin, or do you want like a guy like Sam Roush? A guy from Stanford who is a guy who puts his hand on the ground, 6'6", 270, and is going to give you kind of that big, powerful tight end. So you got to decide what you're doing at tight end, what your formations are going to be, your personnel groups, and then they got to go out and they got to get another safety. And a guy that's going to be around day 2 and 3 is a guy named Bud Clark, who I absolutely love out of TCU. He's got 11 interceptions. He's a ball hawk, and if they're going to stay with that one high hat kind of concept, then they need a guy back there that can kind of be over the top and make some plays. And then, obviously linebacker, JOK not coming back. There's some really good linebackers that they got to go out and get. Anthony Hill from Texas is a great player. C.J. Allen from Georgia I really like. Josiah Trotter has a great lineage. So there's some guys out there. Obviously, if Arvell Reese is right there, the idea of Schlesinger and Arvell Reese being next to each other is pretty enticing. They have some depth issues. Obviously, the offensive line and receivers position sticks out, but they need, like I said, they need safety and tight end and linebacker. They gotta, they gotta figure out what they're doing with the depth at those other positions.
What do you make about Anthony Richardson? We've talked a lot about him today. As a reclamation project, are you in or are you out on that idea?
Oh, I couldn't be more out on Anthony Richardson, and here's why. He is the ultimate underwear Olympics guy. Right. So we only had I think 13 starts at Florida, but all his traits are through the roof. He can throw the football a mile. Physically, he runs well, but he run a 4.4 and his lateral movement is exceptional. But the idea of getting to the second, third progression has really been an issue for him. And really it's been an issue because of his inexperience coming out. Now, the other thing that you worry about is that at that level, your hobbies, your fun, your social life should all be football as a quarterback, because that's what it really comes down to. You have to live the game. And there's questions that out there about his passion and intensity of the game. I'm not saying if he doesn't play hard, but there's a lot more than playing hard to being quarterback. You have to be ready for the game mentally each week, the different fronts, covers, and blitzes. And I just haven't seen that out of him. So, no, I'm out on him just because I think I didn't like him coming out of college, and obviously then he has the combine, the ultimate combine, and a lot of people love those underwear Olympics. Those traits jump off at you all the time.
Coach, great stuff as always, buddy. We'll talk to you next Thursday. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely. You guys have a good one.
Lance Reisland there, Cleveland.com, 92.3 The Fan on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. I plan to get to, including a little bit of buzz about LeBron you're not going to love in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Time to let Spitzer do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event. Pick your trade up on a new Equinox or Silverado 1500.
year for that new kitchen. Get professional grade quality and factory direct pricing with Choice Cabinet. Tell your contractor you want Choice Cabinet or visit the Warrensville Heights showroom today. Start your dream project at choicecabinet.com.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It has been proven to be a joke, but many people took this seriously earlier today, JP. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, when the Tampa International Airport tweeted out a graphic saying that they are banning pajamas at the airport, saying we're basically chastising people, saying the madness stops now, the movement starts now.
Yeah.
Help Tampa International Airport become the world's first Crocs-free and pajama-free airport.
Oh, yeah, people do love their Crocs, don't they? All right, so it's not real though, it's just fake.
It is a joke. It's
a joke? You're an airport. You don't get to make jokes like this.
I was kind of wondering what that was about. Yeah, well, listen, the readers are saying
that's not what you get to do.
So the reader added context to the image. So it's whatever the Snopes are on Twitter anymore. I don't even know what the hell we call them anymore.
Yeah.
It said, many are taking this seriously, but the airport later confirmed this is a joke. They are not banning pajamas and Crocs.
I mean, that's like Shams being like, the Cavs have now released James Harden after this injury. And then like 6 hours later being like, it was a joke, guys.
It's a real attention W move. This is a real attention W. Does Tampa International Airport need that much attention?
I've actually never been to the Tampa airport. I mean, no, they don't need it. They have 130,000 followers.
Yeah.
For why?
Maybe it's the Chuckle Hut.
Are people following an airport on Twitter? Is that a thing we're supposed to be following?
There aren't 100.
Am I supposed to be following Hopkins? I don't know what. Is this a thing people do?
Well, do they have jokes? Because if they got jokes, maybe that's how you get 130.
Apparently, they just banned pajamas and Crocs and then take it back. It sounds like somebody got a little too power hungry and decided if they would just put out the tweet, maybe everything would just all of a sudden happen. And then somebody else was like, "That's not what we're doing."
Is some intern getting fired over this?
We don't in America. We don't get to tell people how to dress. That's not really a thing
yet.
Yeah, how are we going to get to that level?
Well, you just never know. You just never know where
the dictator's off today. I think in North Korea, maybe you have a chance.
That's true.
I don't think you got it here.
If Mac Robinson ran, actually, who are we kidding?
I think what distinctly separates us, outside of the mass killings and everything else, but like what distinctly separates us from North Korea is the idea that you get to wear pajamas and Crocs if you want to, and nobody can tell you otherwise.
Actually, I think if Mac was ran an airport, I think Mac would make sure that everybody wore pajamas and Crocs.
Because, like, an airport, hold on now. Hold on. I'm thinking about things for a second. What's the difference between an airport and when you go to a restaurant? No shoes, no shirt, no service.
Yeah, but it doesn't say you can't wear that specific style. You can wear pajamas to Olive Garden.
Hopkins has 13,000 followers. The Tampa airport is 130,000. So clearly they are in the ha-ha business.
Yeah, they are.
They must be doing a lot of these little jokes that apparently people take seriously that we're not supposed to take seriously, I guess.
People were all on board with it. That's the fun. Where they backfired is apparently this is what a fair amount of people actually want.
They stumbled into a good idea.
Because there were so many people that I was seeing saying, and I bet you Keith Britton, who's the legendary tight ass at the station, I guarantee you,
that's our boss. Our boss is the legendary tight ass.
He knows it. If you think you gave
Keith, things you get to say that I don't get to say.
If you gave Keith the power to ban pajamas at the airport, I guarantee you he would say yes.
Marcotte, you missed it earlier in the show. Nick was on a heater of just wild accusations about people. Just an absolute heater.
What did I say?
I think in asking him something along the lines of, what person do you think that sucks? That if you tell them they suck, they might become better. He said me.
No, that's not how that was going to go.
I mean, that's how it went down.
Okay, that's dirty pool. I said that
Dirty Pool was making the comment to begin with.
I said a year ago I kicked Jared Allen out of the core four because I wanted to motivate him. And it was a wonky path there, but the last month proves that by negging Jared Allen, I have motivated him to his best month as a Cavalier ever.
Yeah.
And then we were like, I could do this with a lot of people. And what I was really thinking was, there's a show here where there's a guy who's got a name first and another with a with.
Yeah.
And then I realized, Afternoon Drive, we don't have either of our names on it.
No, we don't.
So they're already motivating us by just not putting our name on it. So I was thinking I was being cute and like Nick Wilson's show with Jonathan Peter. I'm like, I don't even have my damn name on the show. I can't even do that.
Did it sound cute to you, Markoch?
I don't know.
No, it sounded messed up.
No, it sounded
messed up is what it sounded like.
Let's get back to the real point here.
Markoch is best space cadet here today. What's going on?
You're just trying, because I took a bad shot at Keith. You're now trying to get us away from that because you're the ultimate company man.
I am a company man.
I'll tell you right now, there are tough talking teddies here at the station who would be like, "Oh, I don't want pajamas. It's America, Jack. I don't pay attention to what anyone. Who are these people that pay attention to what other people wear at the airport? What kind of nut jobs are you?"
I mean, it's not that you pay attention to it; it just becomes obvious at certain points.
Yeah, I don't carry your.
People are very laissez-faire with how they go and do the airport. You know, back in like 1955, people used to like dress up for the airport. They used to make it a whole deal. I don't know that we have to do that.
I dress however the hell you want. I don't care. Just don't put your arm over the armrest and we'll be fine.
It gets sloppy. It gets sloppy.
But
I don't
that's
know.
their personal decision. Why would I care? Why would I care about what anybody wears at the freaking airport?
No, it doesn't bother me, but not much bothers me in that regard. Keith saying, I think twice about banning shoes with holes in the toes.
That's a good joke back.
Nick wears shoes with holes in them. Yeah. They both have holes in the same spot.
Oh, I'm Keith Britton. I'm a suit now, and I don't have holes in my shoes.
No, most people don't have holes in their shoes. That's not a normal thing.
Yeah, sure.
The Dean Wade of Sports Talk Radio strikes again.
Keith might have some distance between him and Crawford County. I'm going to tell you, that man growing up had some holes in his shoes at one point or another. Oh, look at me. I grew up by Bucyrus. I don't have holes in my shoes now.
I don't think Keith ever had holes in his shoes. I don't think the assumption is that anybody has holes in their shoes.
If you're from the country, you get it. You wouldn't get it. You're a city boy.
I am. I'm not a country kid.
Markoch is a city boy. You guys don't get it. You don't
Markoch
understand.
isn't a city boy.
Yeah, the whole point of the country. You're from Lansing, right?
No.
Where are you from?
I am from a very small town in Michigan.
Like smaller than your town.
My town's the smallest.
Go town for town here.
My town is the smallest.
Who's more country now?
I am. Let's
Markoch,
have a heck off.
You ever have holes in your shoes?
I have before, not by design.
But yeah, I'm not like bedazzling my shoes here. No, I'm taking scissors to them.
No, but you're an adult that wears holes in your shoes and just walks out.
Fair.
It had
in the same spot in each hole in each shoe.
How much did your dad make per year growing up? We got to see who was really poor.
No, you don't have to answer that.
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, that means your dad is rich. That's
not what that means.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question at all.
Can you ballpark it for us then? Give us a ballpark estimate.
What does your dad do?
What does he do now versus what he did?
No, what did he do when you were growing up? We'll ballpark it for you.
He was a copywriter growing up.
Oh, he made some money. That was back when people in ads actually might have made some money. What'd your mom do? She also work?
You can still make money in ads.
My mom has jumped around as
easy
customer service.
It's his mom's
receptionist type job.
We don't know Markoch like that, okay? We don't know him like that. You can say these things about people that you know and people like me.
He said
like me.
I just reacted
say these
to him
people like me.
saying
We don't know.
Your brain took it there.
We don't know Markoch like that. I don't know if he's wildly offended right now. I don't know.
Are you wildly offended?
He's not offended. I'll tell you that much.
Way too long.
He's definitely.
It's all in good fun.
You say your mom jumped around, and I'm just supposed to. Oh, cool. However you like it.
Now he's trying to play it cool. He's like, oh, it's all in good fun. It's just all just having fun. I don't know that Markoch is having fun.
You try to rattle me, but
I don't think we're trying to. I think it's just naturally who we are.
Which is not. That shouldn't be the goal or that shouldn't be what happens.
Well, it's not a goal. It's just a byproduct of chaos between you and me.
Yeah, I know.
216-474-0092. Are you behind the not real ban of pajamas and Crocs at the airport? And I would like pictures of you dressing in a three-piece suit every time you go.
Are you doing this story just because Keith sent it to us and then it's just not true?
No.
No? Is it nothing like that behind this?
I'm actually doing this because a lot of people actually are behind this idea, and I think you're snobs. I just have, listen, obviously I don't care how much how I dress out in public. This comment, we've gotten so comfortable just telling each other how to live our lives. Like, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. And it's like, none of us are that put together in life. Like, even if you got money, you got something stinks there. Every one of us has something that stinks, and we're always telling somebody else how the thing they stink could be better. Like, why don't you sort your bleep out?
I am not a fan of people that take their shoes off on the airplane.
Okay, now we might be finding common ground. Because if you do that, I'm going to do it. And my dogs do bark.
And by bark, you mean smell? Is that what
hell.
you mean?
Yeah, you don't want these coming
off.
off.
Have you ever taken them off on an airplane?
No, but if somebody took their shoes off next to me,
I've had people I've sat next to on planes take them off, and I'm just not confrontational that way. I'm not going to say anything, but it's like, what do you? No, this isn't your bedroom. You don't just get to take them off.
Then what I would do is I would take my shoes off, and then I would put my one leg up with my stinkiest foot right there.
It's fighting fire with fire in a way that I just don't, because then we're the
10-to-1 ratio.
No, but then we're the row that just decided to all do this, and then we're all the problem. I don't want to be the problem here.
The third person, I would let them know this is not about you. This is about civility. But
I'm fighting for humanity.
I'm fighting for humanity. But again, that's immediately impacting people around you. The pajamas in Crocs thing, that's not really impacting you at all.
I just don't know who wants to travel in pajamas anyway. I get you want to be comfortable. I understand that. But, like, you're out in public in general. If you're out in public, isn't there – I just don't go out in public in my pajamas often.
In fairness, it's mostly a female thing. This really is.
Excuse me?
Oh, Mackenzie.
Is that a voice
from the
of
clouds.
God?
Hello.
Yeah, bring in the female.
Yeah, it's true.
Is that right? Is he right? Is he right about that?
I think we wear like sweatsuits. Women actually like to look nice in the airport because we're looking for husbands.
Stop.
I swear.
Stop.
I swear.
Stop.
Every
Stop.
woman's dream is to go into an airport, sit next to a hot man, a romance story sparks from there. I ask other women. It's true. Also, this post
have
isn't
bad
even real.
opinion.
I looked it up.
Yes, we
No, we
is
know
fake.
that. We covered that part of it.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, we did.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you. You brought so much to the conversation.
She's having a lot. I'm thinking a lot about it now. Is it just because? Is it what? Because you can afford to travel? Is that the idea? Travel's
I think
not
we're
that
just
expensive.
desperate.
It's not that expensive these days.
I think, Mackenzie, you're talking about you, but you're saying all women.
Me, my friends, I'm telling you, this is a thing.
I think it might be a you and your friends thing. I don't think
There's a lot of tension between like women and men on an airplane when like I'm telling you, look it up. It's a real thing. There should be a study on this.
Huh.
It's just I don't believe
You're like, are they
you.
catching a vibe? Are we catching a vibe right now?
Maybe it just shows how
Because
my
you're just old.
experiences
So
have
I-
gone.
yeah, oh, well.
Okay, that was out of pocket, but true.
Oh wow, because you're old. Is that what she
Yeah.
said?
No, that's fair.
I remember once I traveled once, and it was like a 3-hour flight. It was when I was living in Houston, and I remember it was like the whole flight. It was me and this girl. We just talked the entire time, right? And I think she was going for this rom-com scenario that you're trying to play out, Mackenzie, because we were vibing, and then I got her number and everything like that, and then I remember like it didn't end up going the way that she thought it was going to go. And she hit me up like 2 months later, and then was like, "Hey, do you have a truck? Can you help me move?" And I think that might have been her trying to spark that up a little bit. And I decided I didn't want an airline meet cute. That wasn't what I was going for, Mackenzie.
What were you going for? Just a casual conversation?
Yeah, you know. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, casual conversation.
Gotcha. Wink, wink.
Also, Keith asking, because this has been the most ADHD conversation I believe we've ever had.
Well,
here.
we offended Mark Koch. Mackenzie told you that you just don't know what you're talking about in life,
Yeah.
and that's interesting.
And because she's out there looking for meet cutes at the airport.
She makes that. I think that is a real thing. I don't think she's wrong.
I've never seen a single man dressed in pajamas at the airport. I've only seen women. Only seen women.
Jax was basically dressed in pajamas today going to work.
That's a sweatsuit.
He would totally wear that to the airport. What are you talking about?
Keith also saying, what's the difference between taking your shoes off on the airplane and wearing shoes with holes in them without socks? The holes aerate the shoe, Keith.
No, I agree with Keith on this one. I think the shoes, they get aerated?
Yeah, because there's a natural ventilation that happens.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, you said you've never had holes in your shoes, so you wouldn't be the expert on this. Keith, Mr. I forgot I grew up in Crawford County, and I'm apparently big city Keith Keith Britton here.
You spew a lot of BS in a day. This might be the top tier.
Again, you're
Ventilation
speaking.
in a shoe.
Yeah, that's what happened. All these smells. All the smells.
It's not a deodorizer. It's a crock.
Well, no, the deodorizer is the dryer sheet that you put in your shoes once a month or so, but all the good smells, they just kind of go out. They don't trap.
Right,
that's a problem. Sweat and juices get trapped, and the smell get trapped. If you have holes in your shoe, the smell goes away.
We're at the point of the program where you're not even believing what you're saying.
I think you're not believing because you're you just don't have experience in the matter.
Yeah, what am I?
I'm going to be nice. You don't have experience in the matter, and you're talking out your ass, and it's embarrassing, but that's for you.
The Dean Wade of Sports Talk Radio strikes again.
in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to Zach Jackson. He joined us at 4:20 on Malik Willis, on Anthony Richardson, on the wide receiver market. Also want to say big thanks to Lance Reisland, 92.3 The Fan, and, of course, Cleveland.com. At 6, comps are off the table now. But a lot of good stuff on.
Yeah, I felt bad about that.
Best player available, Arvell Reese. Thought you were going to jam him up about BPA at 6, but I think, is it more that Arvell Reese is a better pick than Caleb Downs, or just not the right time?
I don't think Arvell Reese is going to be there at 6. And so I was working from a plate of I don't think this is, and his response was, if at 6 neither of those two are there, he's got to trade back, and that's why I pressed him on the idea of, okay, well then what if you don't get a trade back? Because I think so many people live in this like fantasy world that the Browns can just trade out of 6 all willy-nilly whenever they want to. That's not really reality. Stop laughing at the willy-nilly part of this, okay?
It's trading while willy-nilly. I think it's the willy-nilly trade. You're bringing a very good point here. Don't let me distract you.
It's just truth, though. Like everyone thinks you can just trade out at any given point, and not only can you trade out, but you're going to acquire 1 million picks in the process, and that's just not how this works. In a draft that probably has, 15 players that are considered first-round picks, how many people are going to be itching to go ahead and move up to number 6 and give up a big haul with a massive 2027 around the corner?
12.
And you were also laughing in between there because we got a text from a friend suggesting that you're yawning during these things.
Yeah.
During all these interviews. And that's fine.
Guys, I'm tired.
You had a lot of yawns today.
Yeah. I'm sorry I'm tired. It's not about the guests. It's about a sleep issue. Working through it. I got very sensitive about that. I don't know why.
That's okay.
Probably because I felt really bad. Zach was giving us a good answer giving us a good answer, then I'm yawning.
No, it wasn't Zach. It was the Coach Riz clip, I think, that he was referencing here. You yawned in a lot of them today.
You got in my head a little bit about the yawning thing today, but that's okay.
I thought it was really funny because somebody commented something about like how riveting it was. My face doesn't look any better than yours does in that moment, and then you got this massive yawn. But it's been
because we're talking about it, now I'm yawning more.
I know. It's been a while. It's been a while of the day, though. I hadn't noticed you yawning in a while in that way, and it was really funny to me.
Long day. Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, we're going to start off with the Hawks. They're doing Magic City Monday. Hawks versus Magic, March 16th. They're going to celebrate iconic cultural institution Magic City during the team's Magic City Monday game against the Magic as a strip club.
Yeah.
T.I. is going to be there. They're going to have lemon pepper sweet Lou Williams wings on hand, and I guess multiple varieties and everything like this. How do we feel about
wings or strippers?
No, wings. So I don't know what you do. Like if you're going to honor the strip club and a big part of Atlanta, and Atlanta's, I guess, I was going to say their scene. Is that right? Is that accurate? I don't know how else to call it. But like if you're going to do that, don't you have to have strippers at the game? But if you have strippers at the game, it's not really a family-friendly environment anymore.
Are we celebrating Magic City or are we not?
Like, is that the idea? Is that like if you tell everybody ahead of time, they know, don't bring your 7-year-old to this game. Like if you have a 10-year-old that wants to go watch Atlanta Hawks basketball, this isn't the game for you?
Think about the stripper pole you could have in an NBA arena.
I'm thinking about one that comes from the Jumbotron.
Yeah, exactly.
Jumbotron down.
Yes.
And maybe the stripper just climbs all the way up.
Yes. Yep. It's like real. It's like Red Panda, but on like another level.
How many can we get on the pole at the same time?
I mean, the answer is
as many as you want. You give everyone like Monopoly money too, and everyone starts throwing dollars at the center court. Well, instead like the plush toys at the NHL arenas where it goes on the rink, you just throw Monopoly money at the court.
Okay,
or maybe real money.
But
I don't know.
I was gonna say, just climb 60 feet in the air. And work that pole, as it were, in the middle of the club.
I paid a hefty admission to get into this game already.
For $100, I got
$27 lemon Lou wings already that I'm eating. I'm spending a lot of money on this venture. I don't have to put. Well, yeah, I don't have to put that one through college.
That's the strip club experience.
I'm sorry, I don't.
These are the best strippers in the world. Do you want to see them or do you not want to see them?
Actually, it's a fight in the corner to decide which one is going to help the person that climbs the pole pay off her car payment.
and health insurance if she has a nasty fall.
That's part of the strip club experience. There is no health insurance. You get everything but health insurance.
By the way,
high risk.
There'd be no halftime. Man, no, you'd have a halftime.
Well, so T.I. is going to perform at halftime, by the way. That is one of the T.I. is signed up. T.I. is going to do this. And they're selling Magic City merch. They're selling Magic City everything associated with this. I just don't know who goes. I'm sure a lot of people that love buffets. Well, what are you going to go? But for what then? They're not going to do. They're not going to do a halftime with stripper poles.
Do you have private booths
and strippers there and all sorts of everything? Yeah, $10 lap dances at halftime. You're not going to do that.
And for $50, you can go behind the curtain. All right.
Meanwhile, 7-year-olds are having. What are you going to do? Can they have a 21 and older game? Is that the idea? Can you have to show admission in order, or 18 and older?
It's a wild move by the Hawks. Even for the Hawks, as poorly run of an organization as that.
Where's Adam Silver on this? Don't you have to step in at some point?
All right, guys.
This isn't
I
the
can't
league, man.
believe I have to say this. We can't turn an arena into a strip club. The players, none of them would go into the locker room at halftime. They stayed out. The game was wildly sloppy. We had baby oil everywhere.
I'm not kidding. The T.I. halftime concert is presented by Jack Daniels. What are we trying to do here?
Kaminga tore his ACL on some substance.
His
on the
ACL looks
court.
like one of those chicken wings.
All right. I think we have to have an honest conversation. I'm trying really hard not to be out on Shedeur Sanders. Getting your head coach a porcelain horse.
I said earlier it was bad. It was not good.
But I don't even think bad is enough. This is.
I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Was this as dismissive of a Shedeur thing as I've ever been?
Yes, but I don't think it still was dismissive enough. This is weird enough. This is goofy enough. It might be too goofy to come back from.
I just don't think you get your boss's birthday presents, and also you don't even know Munkin. You don't know him.
Yeah,
and
that's what you forget. It's a porcelain horse. What grown man?
He likes horses.
Yeah, but he doesn't like porcelain horses. He likes the real thing. He owns the real thing.
No, that's not fair.
No.
I like golf. If you got me a porcelain golf club, I can't swing the golf club. I'd probably think it's cool. It's a porcelain golf club.
Porcelain dolls have a connotation. You give them.
Have you ever met a horse person? Not an actual horse person, you idiot.
No, it was how loaded. You idiot. Horse people love porcelain horses.
They're obsessed with everything horses.
Yeah. That's what makes you a horse person.
They're insane
and even
people.
they think a porcelain horse would be a weird thing.
No, they love this nonsense.
They don't love porcelain horses. They like real horses.
Things horse. The way I like all things golf. You can basically give me anything golf, and I'm going to be like, sweet, this is great. That's how horse people are with their horses. They're insane.
How many? No, I'm
They're
not letting you get away with this.
I go to benefits. I go to benefits.
How many horse people do you know?
I know way more than you'd think.
How many horse
people? Did you know
people?
Lisa and I, we go every single year. We go to this benefit. It helps out kids that use horse therapy as a way to make. I swear.
Horse people.
Yeah, and the whole room is horse people. It's all we did. We did it at a stables in Chagrin Falls.
Equine therapy does not make you a horse person.
Year. That's what the benefit is for. It's all horse people and this is the benefit, and this is what it goes for. And they're all obsessed. They're all obsessed. I'm not a horse person. Elise is not a horse person. All these horse people are obsessed. It's a great cause. We love going every year. Fantastic food, by the way. But part of this is you meet a lot of people that are into horses, and these people, they love it in a way that I can't describe.
Then when you go and meet your horse people, please ask them if another grown adult, man to man, gave you a porcelain
They'd be
horse.
like, great, horses, we love them.
No, you don't know that.
We love them. I'm fairly confident. I'm like 99% confident. Munkin thought this gift came from his wife. That's how great of a gift he thought it was.
Yeah, because he was like, this is a weird gift.
No, because he's like, she knows me. I love everything horses. This is awesome.
This is.
I don't think he understood how we'd all find this weird.
Goes to the damn airport to meet their significant other.
How are you going to tell a 24-year-old woman that she doesn't, or I have no idea how old Mackenzie is, but how are you going to tell her that her experiences aren't accurate?
No. Her experience might be accurate to her.
She goes to the airport trying to find her next husband. She believes in that.
But she spoke for all women.
She talks to her friends about it.
Another
this is the first time this convo's ever come up for herself. Like, she clearly has talked to her friends about it. dress up for the airport. Maybe you'd have a few more of those conversations at some point in life when you were single.
Just waiting for you to get me a porcelain horse. That's when I'll know you really
You're not
care.
a horse person. If you
Don't
were,
I know it?
If you were, maybe one would be coming your way.
Maybe I'd have more success at the airport
You
when I
think
was single.
You think Munkin's going to be at my horse event this upcoming year? He might be.
Is he going to ride one of
He
those
might
fake
be.
ponies around?
I'm going to have him sign an autograph in a porcelain horse.
Oh.
What do you mean a hobby horse? You want him to? You think at the horse events
They won't
have-
let me
they have
bring the
hobby
real
horses?
horse in, John.
Fun
I'm brought in a hobby horse.
fact for you, they actually do bring real horses, and they bring like not Clydesdales, but the closest thing we got here in Ohio to Clydesdales.
We got
And
Clydesdales in Ohio.
You get to I've never seen a Clydesdale in Ohio. I'm in the wrong parts of Ohio.
Apparently
I guess,
you
guys.
don't know horse
I'm in the
people.
wrong parts of Ohio, guys. And you do whole laps and everything with the horses. You have drinks. It's a whole fun time. I might take you this upcoming year if you want to go. Well, it's a great benefit.
3,000-pound animals and alcohol. What could go wrong?
Have a fun time every year.
Oh, well, listen, some people are going to say, was this our best show? And I'll say, nay. Big
Oh,
thanks.
no, that was bad.
Big thanks to Michael Markoch and Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin in the back room, celebrating Magic City, doing whatever he does. Mackenzie Flume making up stuff about the airport, meet cutes and stuff like that. JP, out of pocket hour. Appreciated it.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
All right, horse people meeting loves of their lives at the airport. Everybody else, we'll see you tomorrow too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone.